Okay, we're going. Thank you, everybody, for coming out and joining us tonight at Spanish Fork City Council meeting on May 7th, 2024. We appreciate those all here in council chambers on Main Street. And you're not missing much out there. It's too cold to play baseball or softball, Goose. I don't know what May's doing to us. But, yeah, you're here and you're with us. Yeah. It's good to see everybody, and we'll start the meeting with a prayer and a pledge like we always do in Spanish Fork. I think, who had the pledge?
I do.
You got the pledge, but first, Councilwoman Beck has the prayer.
Yep. Our dear Father in heaven, we come before Thee this evening with gratitude in our hearts for all of our many blessings. We're very privileged to live in such a beautiful city, and we're thankful for the opportunity to love and serve one another. And please watch over and protect us and keep our families safe. Please keep our first responders out of harm's way. And we pray for those affected by the recent loss in Santaquin. Bless their family and community at this time. We pray that we can go about doing good and serving one another to the best of our abilities to make our community great and lift where we can. And we say these things humbly in the name of Thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Y'all please rise and say the pledge with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. It takes us to item number 4, but before we go to that, we do have a employee recognition that we'd like to turn the time over to Mr. Tyler Jacobson to bring up.
We received a notification from the membership director with the Utah Municipal Clerks Association in regards to our very own recorder, Tara Silver. Tara has earned a great designation, which I won't spoil the fun on. We've got Lucinda from Genola, who has taken her time to come tonight and share a little bit about this designation. So we're grateful to have you here, Lucinda.
Tara, take a break from recording for just a minute and soak this in.
Mayor and Council, I just want to thank you for this time and opportunity you've given me to honor Tara. She is amazing. I'm sure you all know that. But I am here representing the Utah Municipal Clerks Association. And we are partners with the IIMC, which is the International Institute for Municipal Clerks. And our mission is to work with them in certification and education for all of the clerks and recorders here in Utah. So we do our best to have training and networking, and we do have an awesome organization with the Utah Municipal Clerks, and we do appreciate the clerks and recorders here in Utah. It is a big job, and we do appreciate the councils and those that work closely with our recorders in what they have to do, because they do need help too. So Tara has completed the requirements to obtain her CMC, which is a Certified Municipal Clerk designation. It takes a lot of work. You have to complete university level courses that are for recorders and clerks. And you receive, you have to earn 60 educational points and 50 points related to work experience. You get 1 point for every 2 hours of class time. So 60 points reflects 120 hours of class time. That's just for the educational points. And then she has to have 50 points of work experience points. And so Tara, has fulfilled the requirements to obtain this CMC designation, which is a continuing advanced education course. So it takes many years. It isn't a quick course. I came into my job in baptism by fire. Some of us get to do that. And truly, there's so much to learn, and it keeps changing and evolving, and it never ends. So we're always trying to work with the IIMC to help our recorders and clerks here in Utah to achieve their higher education and to keep up with all of the changes. So the Utah Municipal Clerks is very proud of Tara, and we just wanted to show our appreciation with the small plant that I carried up the stairs. I didn't realize there was an elevator. Anyway, we love Tara. She's amazing. You guys are so lucky to have her, and we just want to congratulate her on her certification.
Thank you. Thank you, Lucinda.
Lee. You bet. You bet. We sure can.
Forget the tiny plant. That looks like her hat.
She's worth it.
Yes, all the family. Come on. Here we go.
So good to have Nick back too.
All right, 1, 2, 3. Okay, hold on. Councilman Cardin, go pick a direction. That works. All right, 1, 2, a little farther. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Tara.
He was wavering. He was just wavering back there.
Congratulations.
Thanks. Congratulations, Tara.
Good job, Tara.
Lots of great employees in Spanish Fork, and Tara is certainly one of them. So congratulations and great job. Okay, that takes us to the public comment section of our agenda. Anyone that is in the audience that would like to come up and address the mayor and council, please do so. If it's an item on the agenda, you can wait for that, but this is the general time to come up and talk to us. Let Tara, our recorder, know your name.
I'm the Goose Man, George Donald Beardall. Well, we got 2 items tonight, guys. The good Lord's been prompting me to come down here tonight, and it's kind of like when I taught school. If they see me walking a student down to the front office, they knew his behavior wasn't that good. So I'm down to the office tonight. We're going to start out with the first item. Our neighborhood is not the same since that tragic accident where the young man hit the tree on 5th North and 4th East, 60 yards away from our front porch. It's not the same up in our neighborhood anymore. It's more solemn and it's more sober. So the Lord wanted me to be the neighborhood spokesman tonight. We want to give a great big thank you to the police officers, the EMS, the ambulance crew, the tow truck drivers that had to haul the wreckage off. I was out there watching the proceedings for about 3 hours. Them guys and gals were working their tails off to save this young man's life. They used a defibrillator, many chest compressions. And finally, I seen them put the blanket over the young man's body. Whoa. Then I knew somebody had to go to the house and tell Mom and Dad that their son had been killed. My wife and I know that firsthand. And the police officer that came to our house that morning, it was his first year, and I coached him in Pony League baseball. And then our neighbor Hal Healy and my wife's uncle and good friend Ken Pinniger. So I was thinking of the mom and dad that had to receive that message, plus the officer that had to deliver it. So we want to give you a great big thank you, all you people that was part of that morning. Wow. We want to give a big thank you to everybody on this dais as well. The service and energy and the time you're putting in here away from your families, we appreciate you very, very much. Yeah, it's a pain you don't want. And everybody's experienced the loss of a loved one, and you know that feeling. It's a pain you don't want, and it's news that you don't want to hear. But you accept it and you go on the best we can. So our next item is 400 East from 4th to 8th North. We call it the Costco Freeway. And we sit out about every night because we love the outdoors. And Mayor Mendenhall asked me a couple of months ago, how's your street now that we opened Parkway? I says, the volume's down, but there's more space now, so the guys and gals are going faster. 50 and 60 miles an hour? You guys that live in a cul-de-sac, you have no idea what that's like. My niece that lives next door, she's got 2 little boys. And she worries about another car coming up on their front lawn between the tree and the front porch. That happened a few years ago, and they had been out there 5 minutes previous. So they brought in a great big boulder to kind of minimize that. And then we had yield signs on 5th, replaced by stop signs, and that's really helped up there. So our plea tonight and our request tonight is if we could get some stop signs at 6th, that's halfway, because we've been noticing when they're going south and north, that's where they're going the fastest, at 6th North. Just before the speed register, I've had people tell me the high school kids love to see how fast they can get going using that speed register. And I'm thinking, really? And then coming from 4th, they hit 6th, and there was a guy the other night, he had to be going 60, he was flying. And I'm thinking, if a young kid steps out there or somebody's family pet, they're done. So if we could get some stop signs, 4 of them at 6 North and 400 East, where they've got to slow down, then pick their speed back up rather than going off 4th and then just slamming it. And it'd be nice if we could get the flashing stop signs. And yes, it'll take a few weeks for them to get familiar with 6 North, but after that, yeah. And we know the police can't be everywhere at all times, and they don't have enough numbers, and they're speeding all over town, but we appreciate what they do, Matt. Big time. Yes. So, I'm going to leave this with you. My father-in-law used to always say, well, when you're done talking, just shut up and sit down. Okay. I think that's real good advice. Okay, this is my plea. This is our plea from our neighborhood. Please, 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 when you get behind the wheel of a vehicle, please have your full attention on your driving. They're going by our place now, and both hands are on their cell phone. Both eyes are on their cell phone, and no hands on the wheel. Coming up to the 6th most dangerous intersection in Spanish Fork. That's 5th and 4th. Yes, have your full attention on your driving. Put your cell phone away, because there's nothing in this world that's worth losing your life or somebody else's life over that you can get to Costco or some other place. And that's the thing about us beer dolls. We don't play. We don't do phony or fake. We keep it real. And if you don't like what the message is tonight, just change your attitude. Just change your attitude. Okay, and like my father-in-law said, when you're done talking, shut up and sit down. We're going to close with this the way we close our Goose in the Wild show. Hey, it's a great day out there. Take a look at it. You're breathing. You're upright, you're healthy. It's a great day out there. And remember, we love you. We do. And this goes out to my wife and family. Love you guys. Love you. Have a great day. We truly love you. And we'll catch you later.
Thanks, George. Thanks, Goose. Appreciate it. Anyone else from the public during public comments? Okay. We'll go to council comments. We'll start on this side with Councilman Took and make our way down here to Councilman Marshall.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mayor. Let me go ahead and pull my notes up here. I have quite a few. I will try to move quickly. But before I jump in, we have the Chamber President, Kathleen Levitt, here with us this evening, and I'll let her kick it off.
Thank you, Councilman Took. So just a couple things to report today. Tomorrow is the Rotary Club Chamber Golf Tournament. I spent this morning at Salem Hills High School giving out the first of some of those scholarships, and that was really rewarding to do. So we're excited to be able to continue this tradition. we have had to postpone the Battle of the Forks pickleball tournament to the fall. So I know you guys have that on your calendar, so you guys can go ahead and clear that, and I will reach out when we have new dates set for that. And those, new networking is next Thursday. I don't have my phone with me. I think that's the 16th. It's going to be hosted at the Hampton Inn, and those are the updates that we have with the Chamber. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Kathleen. Wonderful. Okay, so just a couple other things. It's been a busy few weeks on my end and with my different groups I get to serve in the city. So just a couple updates. On the 23rd, Councilman, Cardin, and then Councilwoman Beck, we were able to tour the new SFCN building. The ribbon cutting is coming up in a couple days. I won't say much about it because others will, but please attend. It is an amazing upgrade building for the city, and we just had a really wonderful time there. Also that same day, I came here to this building to attend the library board meeting, and there's all sorts of announcements going on. We're entering summertime with the librarians, so there's exciting things happening for everyone in the community, primarily the youth. But we just celebrated the 1-year anniversary of this building, this library hall, on the 29th, and so they had a little party here for that. You can watch it on YouTube, SFCN 17. And then I think, Nick, we have a little information sheet. Did you have that by chance? Perfect. Thank you. So this is just some interesting fun facts from this past year. I won't read all of them. I'll just pick out a couple, but I thought it'd be fun to share some of these with you as far as milestones, things that we accomplished this last year here in Library Hall. So over 500,000 checkouts of physical items, average of 900 people visiting this building, the library each day, and then nearly 5,000 study room bookings. And so just impressive numbers, all record-breaking numbers. Fun to see that and to see all the good that this building is doing for the city. And I love learning about what's going on here in the library. Also, just a couple things that are not on this sheet that I wanted to make a note of. We have coming up. So summertime reading program begins on the 20th of this month, here soon. Also, the track reading begins on the 28th of this month. And then lastly, we have the end of summer party for the library. Put it on your calendar. It's July 27th. It'll be in the evening. More details to come for that. Just a couple more things. On the 26th was Arbor Day, and I had the opportunity to go. Councilman Euler was there as well. That's right there, to the park just north of the junior high. And we got to spend time with the amazing Parks and Rec department who did a phenomenal job with this. For many, many years, this event has been held, and working with the city's youth. It rotates to different schools, and they get a chance to participate and plant some trees. And it was just a really special event. If you don't know about it, again, it's on YouTube. The little video, you can check it out. But we had a wonderful time. And we had the royalty there from the Spanish Fork as well. But again, thank you to the Parks and Rec Department for doing such a phenomenal job with this and all events. And I've got one more to talk about in a minute with them. But before I do, though, that same day we had the chamber, we had a ribbon cutting for Larson CPA. Amazing new facility they're in. Definitely worth checking out if you get a chance, kind of back behind Lowe's. So that happened during lunch. And then on the 29th, Councilman Marshall and I, we were able to attend the Reese Elementary Rodeo Reading Roundup Family Night, and they even sang happy birthday to Councilman Marshall, which was kind of fun. So we had a good time. We had a good time with the kids, and they did so much reading, and they had all these prizes. It was a lot of fun. Also, I was able to participate with a couple of council members at the livestock show opening ceremony. I'm sure some of the others will talk about that, but that was just on the 30th, and that was a really great time. And it was an amazing week. I watched all the updates throughout the week and all the accomplishments, and amazing, that whole production. And then lastly, on May 1st was the ribbon cutting for the Electric Park. Again, an amazing event put on hosted by the Parks and Recreation Department. And got a couple pictures here. You can see kind of where we were at. We had a great turnout. So many residents came, primarily those who live in the area. Of course, there were just so many kids, so many children, and I was able to cut a cord. What do you call that, Dell? Is that a fiber cord? And so that was kind of cool. And talk about the park and just some of the neat aspects of it. Touch on the dog park and the pickleball court and where the grass came from, how we were able to use that from another area in Spanish Fork, and then just the park itself is amazing. It's a big park, and it's welcomed. They love it. The residents in that area just are so impressed by it, and again, we had support from so many that night, including the Miss Spanish Fork royalty and other council members, and it was just another amazing event put on by the Parks and Recreation Department, so thank you. And that is all I have, Mayor.
Cut a cable instead of a ribbon, but did it at a park you and Councilman Cardin planted grass in, right? I mean, you guys were rolling out some grass.
We did.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Good stuff.
Oh, thank goodness.
Thank you, Councilman Took. Councilman Cardin.
Thank you, Mayor. Like Councilman Took said, there's been a lot going on, so I'll try to touch on some things that maybe are a little bit different. So I was able to meet with the Arts Council this last week, and they talked about the Youth Arts Festival registration, which happened just earlier in the week, and it is full. This year was the first year that they have had made it so residents get to register a day early, which was awesome. I know SFCN and the rec department together trying to make that work. It's a feat. Dell, you have employees at the rec office at midnight, I believe, until all the wee hours of the morning, taking the calls. And thank you to them for doing that. It's, like I said, it's full. There is some adaptive need classes that are still available, but other than that, it is full, and it's a great event, paid for mostly by the RAP tax, which is awesome, and then some fees, which keeps it down. And for those out there that are maybe it was a little bit frustrating, everybody had this slow process. They're continuing to try to make that better. It was faster than it has been in the past, so we're getting there. Other thing with them is SpongeBob had over 90 people audition for the play, which was awesome. They were able to cast almost all of them, and so they have started rehearsals, and they are up and going. So that'll be during the Fiesta Days time. The next group that I get to celebrate, or not celebrate with, but we get to celebrate sometimes, I guess, is work with is Youth City Council. Those registrations for next year, for school year 2024 to 2025, if you're going to be a freshman to a senior, at any of our high schools in the city, please register for that. It's a good opportunity both for college applications, but also to give service to our community. So they wanted me to put that out there. The next group that I get to work with is the Rotary Club, and they have been busy. They had track meets, so if you had kids in elementary at the track meets at Spanish Fork High School, they were the ones running the concession stands. Those concession stands help to fund a lot of the different things that they're doing. So thank you to those volunteers that did that. One of the other things that the Rotary Club does, Kathleen talked about, is a scholarship tournament, which is tomorrow, but to give out those scholarships, it's a great way to give a lot of our youth a start in their college career. I think they gave out 15, is that right? 15 scholarships this last year, and all that funding comes from this golf tournament they'll do tomorrow. So if you're just wanting to give back, there is ways to do that, so just reach out to the Rotary Club that way. And then one other thing that they're doing that I just wanted to mention is they have partnered with the Rotary Club in Armenia to deliver water to this town that doesn't have water. It's a really cool project. Rotary does a lot of amazing things, but it's awesome that here in Spanish Fork, Utah, we are helping a town in Armenia to get water. Pretty cool things going on in the community. And then earlier today, the picture of the flag that I sent you, Nick, Councilman Took, he started it today, and Councilman Euler and I were able to go to the Freedom Walk, or the first day of the Freedom Walk. They do this for all fifth graders in Spanish Fork and Salem up at Canyon View Park. I didn't get a picture of all of the kids. Maybe someone else has that. But this was a picture that I took just after the kids had started going to their station. So there's one right there. But this was during the flag ceremony, and then that was the gun and the helmet that are left there for fallen soldiers. And they had raised the flag and did the flag ceremony. But this is an awesome part of our community where they go to the different stations to learn about the Flanders Field, why we respect the flag the way that we do, how our veterans, what they've done for our country. Thank you to them for doing that. There's a lot of volunteer hours that go into that, but also thank you to the kids and the reverence that they were showing when we were there and the respect towards our flag. After the flag ceremony, they did lower the flag back to half staff in honor of Sergeant Hooser in Santaquin, who tragically was killed this last weekend. I want to just take a second to thank our EMS and our police department here in Spanish Fork for what they have done this week to help our sister city through a time of need, a hard time. I know Chief Johnson has put in a lot of hours. Lieutenant Slaymaker has done the same, and a lot of our officers. One of the amazing parts of this, if you can call it amazing, is to see the community response for the processions that have happened. There's some pictures that are here of our firefighters who stood there at attention for 10 minutes while the procession went by. I was able to take my kids to go, at least on Sunday night, and if you knew anything about Sunday night, it was cold. And you can't see Gavin in this picture, but you can see that all three of them are in shorts. And they huddled together, but as soon as those cars came by, they stood at attention with their hands on their hearts and paid their respect to this fallen officer. I just want all of our officers in Spanish Fork and in our community to know that we stand with them, that the sacrifice that you do every day is not unnoticed, that unfortunately this has happened, but that we as a council, as your city, stand with you in your time of need. And if there's anything that we can do, please let us know. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Cardin. Councilman Whitaker.
Thank you, Mayor. I've got just a couple of items. Nick, I sent some pictures, and I'll just discuss as you bring up whichever ones you got there. First one, coming up on May 20th, the Spanish Fork Historic Commission is hosting our second lecture series. This one will take place at the new Spanish Fork High School. That same day, the high school is doing tours. So from 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock, you can go down and walk through the old high school one more time before it gets demolished. And then from 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock, beginning at 6, they'll have a ribbon cutting for the new high school, and you can walk through and tour the new high school. At 7 o'clock in the new high school, we've got Coach Jim Shue Nelson and some of his family members who will be giving a history of the Spanish Fork High School. They've coached there and taught there for many, many years. Many of us attended that high school, graduated from there, and so we invite the public to come down one more time, take a look through your old school before it's gone, and learn about the traditions and the heritage that we have there.
Did Shue graduate in 2012 or 1912? Is that when he graduated?
Is that when he graduated? You ask him that and see. I'm not sure.
I'm definitely asking him that.
So speaking of the high school, just wanted to show a couple of pictures. This, if you look at it closely, is the Spanish Fork High School. This photo is from somewhere in the 1970s, mid-1970s. And I asked Travis Bourne, one of our SFCN workers, to go fly the drone and get an updated version of this same image. And so that's what it looks like today. Quite a bit of difference, right? So pretty fun, kind of interesting to see the change that takes place in our city. If you want to bounce back to the other one again, that's the difference. And so as we've come across some of these old photos, aerials of Spanish Fork from the 70s, we're going to play a little game each time and have you try and guess where they were taken from or where they are, and then show you an updated photo. So this is just the first of a few. All right, next item. Jesse touched on this a little bit this morning, and tomorrow morning as well, the fifth graders from all of the local elementary schools get the opportunity to go up to the Freedom Walk. This is at Canyon View Park. It's open to the public as well. If people, family members, or just the general public wanted to go up and see, you're welcome to do so. What this is, the Freedom Walk started years ago by Dr. Richard Johnson, our chief's dad. Such a cool, amazing thing. Opportunity for fifth graders in our community to really learn about our veterans and what they do. Each student, each school puts together this wall, And the assignment that the fifth graders have is to pick a veteran, typically usually someone from their family, to do research about. And they write up a little information about them, put it on this sheet, and then they put them all on their school's page. And so you have the opportunity to go up and read about all of the veterans that have served our community through the years. And it's humbling. It's pretty amazing to see all the total number of veterans that come from our area. It's pretty cool. So the veterans are there. They give a little program, and then each of the classes are split out, and they go to 7 different locations where they learn about different things that the military does. Really cool. You'll also notice in the next photo, if you look closely, you can't tell because it was cold and they're all wearing coats today, but the veterans, part of this program is that each kid gets a t-shirt, and they also get a set of dog tags with their names on them. Those t-shirts and the dog tags are funded by our local RAP tax. And so the veterans wanted to make sure and let me know how grateful they are for the support that our community gives through the RAP tax in helping make this happen. They mentioned that t-shirt costs continue to go up each year, and so having that additional funding through the RAP tax has really helped them. They wanted to share their thanks for that. So I think that's all I had today, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Euler. Appreciate that. Councilwoman Beck.
Thank you. The first thing is just an invitation to the public to attend our ribbon cutting for the new SFCN building. It will be next Thursday, May 9th at 1 p.m. And this is just kitty corner from where the new high school is built that Kevin just showed us all. So you will be welcome to join us and then get a tour of the building. And it's very innovative. Just so everybody also knows, everyone did not move over there. They're still keeping their old building, using that, and expanding into this new building as well. So they'll be working out of both places.
Additionally, Councilwoman Beck, so this is in 2 days, but also they are giving away 17 years of free internet. So there will be 17 one-year certificates. So any resident that comes will put their name into the raffle, and we're going to draw 17 winners for 1 year of free high-speed internet.
If the Thompson family goes, is that one entry per family, or is that one entry per person?
Thank you for making that point, Nick.
No answer. No answer. Leave that one out there, Chris.
That's quite a savings. Quite a savings. So we hope to see a lot of the community there. Back in April, after our last city council, the next morning, most of us headed to our semi-annual Utah League of Cities and Towns conference. This is where we go over, review the legislative session, listen to a keynote speaker. We have breakout sessions to just continually learn about our role in local government, and that's always a great opportunity. And then a couple of us were able to welcome all of the visitors to Spanish Fork for the livestock show. That was really neat to see the hundreds and hundreds of kids, and their roots run deep in the agriculture and their heritage from their community. Of course, right here in Spanish Fork, Salem area, we had the biggest group, I think 300 and something kids. It was really cool to see, and I went back down the next day to watch my niece show her sheep. So it was interesting. I don't think I had been back since junior high when we were able to slough and go. We got permission to leave the junior high and walk down, and it was good memories. And then for Fiesta Days, we are still looking for a couple sponsors. So if you or your personal business, your family wants to sponsor anything, our Pyro Musical, one of everybody's favorites, is looking for the majority of their sponsorships. We got our first big chunk this week, so that's exciting, but there's a lot of additional sponsorship needed for the street dance, the tennis tournament, spike ball, the pie baking contest, and the car shows. You can just go online, sffiestadays.com, and it will give you all of the links to apply and register to sponsor. And then on, let's see, the groundbreaking ceremony for the Halverson Heritage Center. So this is the candy bomber that we're all very familiar with for World War II. The groundbreaking ceremony will be next Saturday, May 18th, at the Spanish Fork Airport. And it will be on the north end of the airport by the National Guard Armory. It's free to the public, and again, that's at 2 o'clock. So if you are interested in bringing your kids to an epic adventure that I think they'll see come to fruition in their lifetime, this will be really cool. And I think that's all I have.
Thank you, Councilwoman Beck. Councilman Marshall.
Thanks, Mayor. I want to try to figure out how to work the word epic into my my comments, but I don't think that I'm going to. I'm not going to do that word. Couple of things this last several weeks. It's been 3 weeks. We have a ribbon cutting at the Solid Waste Transfer Center a couple weeks ago. Great new facility. If you haven't been out there dumping your garbage, go, I guess. It's just slightly better than the old place. That is epic. You don't give me the hints. I could have come up with that. It is an amazing facility. I haven't had a chance to go out there yet, but I can't tell if I'm hopeful to do that this next weekend or not. This sounds like a bad idea, but you have your free vouchers. Not anymore. I think it's kind of calmed down now. I would bet.
Now it's the spring cleanup.
Yeah, but I'll bet you're cruising through there right now because it's fast. It pumps a lot of people in there. So, great event, great asset to our community. So go take your garbage out there. Don't dump it on the side of the road. I did have a chance to go to a reading competition at Reese with Councilmember Took. It was the best part of my day, and it was my birthday. And so go there. Adam Gold put on a great show. He's the principal there. The kids enjoyed it. The kids got read stories by their teachers. It was a fun time. At the stock show, there were 26 of 29 counties represented. First time I've been down there in that barn since probably middle school as well. I had a fellow that I went to high school with. He comes up and he's like, I never pictured seeing you in this place in my entire life. And it's probably true. It was really neat to see. It's been there 100 years. I've been there twice. I probably should attend more.
Did you wear your boots?
I did not. I wore sneakers, and Bo, but Bronco was disappointed that I didn't have my boots on. The 1 or 2 times a year I get to wear boots, and I blew it. Next year. Electric Park was amazing. Great job. Whoever planted the grass up there, that's an amazing park. A huge asset for that part of town. Go experience it. It's a fun place. Met with the Personnel Committee last week. Was it last week now? It's blurring together. We talked about the retirement policy that Stacia and I blew last time, or the time before at the council. We talked about changes to that. I suspect it'll come back 2 weeks from today. Is that the plan?
The policy?
The policy?
If not 2 weeks from today, the one after.
Okay. Just so the council knows, if I won't be here next time. I'll be on vacation with the fam. The changes to the Tier 1 for this next fiscal year are a no-go for me. I'm not supportive of those changes. They'll talk about it a little bit if I'm not here, what those changes mean, but all the rest of the policy changes, fully support, but that one change to Tier 1, I'm not supportive. But I won't be here to vote, so just so you all know where I stand on that issue.
It won't be, sorry, I was thinking we were 2 weeks later. It won't be in May. It would be the first
Oh, I'll be
meeting
back?
in June. Mhm.
Perfect.
It would be the first
Then
meeting.
never mind. We'll do it then. I thought for sure it would be back before it went into effect.
It doesn't go into effect
Till
until
June.
July.
July. Okay. 10-4.
Yeah.
Thank you. To Goose's comments. So, Goose, I'm not sure a stop sign's the right solution there, but I agree with you. Something ought to be done, and I think Chris and the traffic group can look into what's the most appropriate solution to slow people down. I've been having this I wanted to talk about speed up here for a while now. It's amazing to watch people fly down our roads. There is not a trip within Spanish Fork that's more than 5 miles. I mean, worst case, it's 5 miles. If you go 60, that's 5 minutes. You should never be going 60 on a road in Spanish Fork. If you go 30, it's 10. It's 5 minutes. You're talking about 5 minutes out of your day to go at decent speed. Why can't we do that? Why do we have to go so fast? The difference between 40 and 30 is 2.5 minutes. You can kill somebody at 40, they'll probably walk away at 30. Slow down. It's not the same of going 10 miles an hour over the speed limit on the freeway versus 10 miles an hour in front of my house. It's not the same. 35 is different than 25. Slow down. One of the things that I get criticized a bit about, and Stacy gives me the most crap about it, is I like narrow roads. And narrow roads slow people down. It's a proven fact. We have changed things over time, and I think we're building a smarter system. We're building a system that will allow people, will force people to slow down, and that is a good thing. There is probably, 200 comments about the mini roundabout on 8th East, 8th North right now. Some of them valid, some of them not so valid. But one thing that it does is slow people down on 8th North. So what if you have to go 20 through that thing? It's 1 minute. Slow down. Take your foot off the gas. Go slow. There are people that live on that road. You're driving by homes on that road. Slow down. I live on 11th East. I don't live on a cul-de-sac, so I know the feeling. I guarantee you, if I went by someone's house, that the person that's driving by my house, if I went by their house that fast, they would be upset. I don't think people realize it. Take your foot off the gas. Take 2 extra minutes to get home, 3 extra minutes to get home. You could save someone's life, and I guarantee you, you don't want that on your conscience. You do not. You will ruin your life as well as that family. So slow down. It's not that difficult. It doesn't take that much time. This might be my moment where I get unelected, right? This is my moment.
No, this is good.
But seriously, we're not in that big a hurry. People complain all the time about Main Street and traffic on Main Street. It's okay. You're going just a little bit slower. You'll get home, I promise. Just slow down. Probably enough on that. But, Goose, I appreciate you coming. That's the kind of stuff we need to hear. And we'll figure out what we can do there. Maybe we could take the mini roundabout that's on 8th and move it to 5th and 4th and slow people down. But I appreciate that. We heard you 100%. And thanks for coming. More people like you need to come and express those things here in public and not just a snarky comment on Facebook. So thank you for that. Thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councilman Marshall. Appreciate it. And thank you, all councilmen, for all the meetings you attend and we're in the discussion of important items. I think my comments tonight, I don't want to rehash a lot of what's been said, but I'll just put it this way. I think when you hear about the state of maybe kids, I know that's brought up to me more often than I maybe thought it would be as mayor, is, hey, what about our kids and our next generation? And I think just the few events that have already been discussed here today give me great hope for the next generation and the kids around this area. Number one, you talk about a stock show, and it doesn't matter if you're the kid like me that didn't like the farm life because it was kind of too tough and never got to the point where my animal ever made weight to make it to the big show up here. But that's okay, because guess what? There are kids around these kids at the stock show that weren't showing animals, that saw responsibility, that saw work, that saw a judge. Talk about the most intimidating thing, a judge come up to you as a kid and ask you about your project and say, tell me what you've done and how you did this and everything else. And it's just fun to see that heritage so strong, 100 years strong here in Spanish Fork. And I'm confident that there will be a sign made that says 200 years, and we all won't be here, but somebody will be showing a picture like this, and this heritage will remain, again, regardless of how many homes and residents live here. This part of our heritage will remain. So, Dale, thank you to Nick Hanks and the whole team down there. I had to throw Nick one there that obviously when my niece there, my cute niece on the far right-hand side, Lydia, gets the reserve champion gilt, I say, give me the banner and the ribbon. I'm holding that. I was a part of this, Lydia.
You participated in that? award?
Yeah, I mean, I got there and I watched her show,
Okay.
so I felt like I participated enough to hold that
That's a
ribbon. But
really original pig.
Epic move, Mayor.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
You should hear these judges talk about pigs like I would know anything they're talking about. But they have different distinctions between all the hogs that they're judging, and it's something else. And the people, the kids showing it know that as well. So fun to see. I think kids in stock shows and kids around stock shows give me some hope for the future. I think kids at Freedom Walk every year with the veterans, learning why do we have a Flanders field? Why do we respect the flag? And having that poignant moment from veterans that are telling you why, you're a fifth grade kid that's never going to forget that. And last week I had an opportunity to be in Boston for some work meetings, and one of the professors that spoke to us talked about longevity in life and said, hey, what do you think the biggest two factors in living a long life are? And we all said the answers of, get enough sleep and don't smoke and, be healthy, whatever. And this is an MIT professor. He said, those are all important, but the two items that are the most important to living longer life is education, number one, and money, number two. Education, you have more information, and you make choices that that have you live longer. And money has you better access to maybe better food, better medicine, better health care. And he said, so it trickles down to all the other stuff you think about. But when he said education, we're sitting in Boston, and if you remember last week what was going on, still going on in some of our college campuses, he said, now I'm not equating education to intelligence. He said, you can see what's going on across the harbor now, and people taking down the American flag and raising a different flag in this country is not education and not intelligence. This is coming from an MIT professor that I would doubt his politics stand too close to a lot of us people in Utah, but he realized that education necessarily doesn't mean intelligence. And I think when you point to the few things that we do as a community is what keeps us small, and regardless, again, of the population, it gives us a lot of hope for the future and for the next generation. And so you're right, Councilman Cardin, that picture of your kids being cold, but realizing it's important enough to honor someone. I saw some inane comments online that said there's a lot of professions where people die and closing down a freeway, and I thought, man, there is a lack of intelligence and a lack of empathy. I don't care how many degrees or how many acronyms you might have behind your name, but realizing the sacrifice that our first responders, them and their families make when we call and are in our time of need, and certainly Sergeant Hooser and his family and all of the Santaquin Police Department are in our thoughts and prayers. So I appreciate you bringing that up. Next generation is going to be fine if we continue doing the things we're doing tonight. And I'm glad we got somebody else that's talking about the next generation too later in our meeting tonight. So excited to have the Neptunes here as well. So that's all I have. Thanks again, Council, for your assignments and doing the important work of the city and balancing the roles of your jobs and your family lives as well.
And Mike?
Yes?
Can we, before we move on from the Santaquin situation, I think one thing so it's very heightened what first responders do for us every day today, right? They show up, they put their lives on the line, they serve and protect us every single day. It's heightened because of what happened. 3 weeks from now, the heightened will come down, but they'll still come to work. I wasn't going to do this, so I didn't do this. But they'll still come to work. Our support can't waver when the heightened comes down, right? We still need to be standing behind them. Sure, there's bad actors in every profession across every continent, right? But by and large, they're men and women that come to work every day to protect and serve us. So don't forget, let's not forget 3 weeks from now that they are still doing that for us. So just a little bit of like, it's a rude awakening for everyone when this happens, but it happens all day long, every day. They come to work. They're not, and they're doing it for us. They're doing it for a paycheck, but they're doing it for us, their family, their community. They stand up, they serve. So let's make sure we honor that every day, not just days when there's a tragedy.
They could have chose something else to do, and we're grateful that they didn't. We're grateful
Absolutely.
that they're noble enough to stand up for what you do. So,
Yeah,
again,
those phone
Chief.
calls are brutal to have to make.
Yep.
They're brutal to have to make.
Yes, Goose.
Yeah, that reminds me what you just said about the media and all that and being rude. My niece showed me a couple of posts. I don't do Facebook.
Good for you.
Right after the young man was killed up in our neighborhood, and I couldn't believe it. One guy posted, "Good riddance." Really? What if that's your son? Your loved one? Good riddance? We got that bad? And then the other one, I can't share with you. It was brutal. It was awful. And I thought, you got to be kidding me. A human life's not more important than that. Good riddance. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah. Good point. We've set it up here before. Just because you can type it certainly doesn't mean you should do it. And so let's make sure we're talking to each other, loving each other in our community, because you're right. A life is much more important than some pithy comment, for sure. Okay, thank you everybody for your comments and again for your good work over the last couple of weeks. It takes us to item number 6 on our agenda, Spanish Fork 101. We have A, B, C, and D on Spanish Fork 101 tonight, which are all important parts of 101. And Mr. We call you Mr. 101, Mr. University 101 himself. I mean, geez.
Call me whatever you want, Mayor.
Nick Porter going to go through a few of these for us.
Oh, for him.
Oh, okay.
Or with 3 votes.
There's it's funny, every year in the summer I'll get a phone call that says, "Hey, I just wanted to let you know that this person has a really nice yard and I think they ought to be recognized." And I'll say, "That's cool, what's the address?" Maybe I'll drive by, and sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. So I'm excited tonight to share that we are going to restart or revamp the Yard of the Week campaign, community nomination, and an award 1 yard every week to be the Yard of the Week. So this is really to recognize those who care a little bit about what their home and the yard looks like, and a chance for us to enjoy and take advantage of those that care enough to put in some effort. So just quickly, there's a webpage that's on SpanishFork.org, SpanishFork.org/Yard of the Week. It's also under the Residents tab to get here. And really, those that take pride in the community, we want a chance to recognize them. So there's a nomination form to nominate the yard. You just put in the address, whatever information you have. If you have some photos, that's great as well, so that our committee can vote on which yard is the Yard of the Week. And then we'll post those photos of the winners up here. And we'll also put just a little token in the yard of the winner. And they'll get to kind of keep this and eventually take it out of the yard and put it in the garage.
Or in their backyard.
Or in the backyard. So we're excited for that. Councilwoman Beck,
You get to keep it.
was influential in kind of getting this back up off the ground. What would you like to add?
I just want to say a committee has been formed. There's, I think, 5 or 6 of us that will review all of the nominations. And the people I reached out to be on the committee are all graduates of our Spanish Fork University. So those people that really have learned and put some time into learning about our community. And we're just super excited. We will take that sign around every Monday. So if you get a knock at at your door from me. If you see me on your ring, please open the door. I don't know if people open the door anymore. I'll sit and wave to you. And so we're just super excited to bring back, I think one of the reasons was to continue that small town, small community, tight-knit community feel. And as I drive around our community, whether you live in a 10,000 square foot home or a twin home that it's about curb appeal. I know it takes a lot of time and energy and effort and money. And just to keep your lawn weed-free and appealing, the curb appeal reflects on our community as a whole. So I think this is going to be fun. Hopefully I can snap some pictures while I'm there. We'll put it on our social media as well as on our website.
Nominations are open as of right now, so we'll award the first yard next week. So get those nominations in, and we're excited for this. Thank you.
Thanks.
Answer your door. She's not selling you anything.
You're doing this.
We're
every
asking him to
Monday?
be on Studio Chatter.
I am doing it every Monday, and when I'm out of town, I will call one of you. That'll be
Just have
fun.
previous winners do it.
Start with Shane.
I'm in.
Shane.
If I don't win it this year, something's crazy.
Oh, none of you are.
I'm entering every single
Eligible.
week.
Huh?
I'm entering every single week.
You can't win.
You can't nominate yourself.
Yes, you can. You can nominate
Why
yourself,
can't you?
Heather.
Okay.
You just if you sit up here,
Unless
you
you're
should
Shane.
do it.
Okay. Fine.
But I think
All
you
right.
should still nominate yourself.
I'm going to every week. Well, not yet. It looks terrible right now, but it's going to look amazing.
Moving on.
Item B is the VOCA grant and and then the role of the victim's advocate. Yes, thank you for
All right.
being with us.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me. I appreciate the time. I have a PowerPoint.
By the way, if the public doesn't know, this is Alexis, our victim's advocate here for Spanish Fork. So.
Probably on the agenda. Letter. Where did you send it, Alexis?
I sent it to Tara Silver.
Can you forward it, Tara?
While we get that pulled up, I'll start by introducing myself. So my name is Alexis, or Lexi Jackson. I was hired earlier this year to be the victim advocate here for our police department and for our city. And so, I just wanted to thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I wanted to talk a little bit about what my position is, what we do for our community, and then a little bit about the funding and how we were able to have this position. And so first, I wanted to talk a little bit about the role of an advocate. And as we pull up the PowerPoint, you'll be able to see that a little bit more. But a lot of people don't know what a victim advocate is. And so I wanted to take the time to talk a little bit about what I do in my position and how I'm of service to our police department and of our community. So a victim advocate helps those who have been affected by a violent crime. My main three roles are to inform the individual, refer the individual, and assist the individual. And so first, if there's a violent crime that takes place, someone's experienced it, whether it's the surviving members of the family of the victim or whether it's the survivor themselves, I will make contact with them. Usually that's through either our prosecutor as well or through law enforcement officers. I make contact with them, I introduce myself, and we discuss a little bit about what their current needs are. That's our initial assessment, and that's really important to make sure that we're addressing everything that they need help with. So sometimes, like I said, that's just to inform the individual. They may need information about what the court process looks like, what are the updates in their case, what resources are available to them. So I'll be there to help answer those questions that they have. This can also provide me as sort of a middle person between them and law enforcement and them and prosecutors. So it takes some of the burden off from those individuals, but it also provides more communication and more access to communication and getting those answers. The next thing I do is to refer. So I will make them aware of what resources are available, and then we will determine what steps we need to take in order to get those needs met. A lot of times that's referring them to outside agencies. So that may be mental health therapists, that could be medical professionals, legal resources, domestic violence shelters. And so a big part of that is making sure that I have good community connections with people in our areas who can provide those resources. And so I'm very grateful for those resources available to be able to help the people who really need it. The last thing that I can do is assist people. So sometimes that will be assistance with accessing victim compensation or restitution. This can go to cover the financial burden that comes from being a victim of a crime. I also can help with writing a victim impact statement. This is a really empowering way for a survivor to share how the crime has impacted them, and it can go towards affecting their criminal case as well, and it can impact sentencing. I can also help with making sure that they have a safety plan in place, making sure that they know how to keep themselves as safe as they can in this situation, and that they have a good support system to help them get through this. So, moving forward from that, we collected a few statistics from my time here. So the statistics were collected from January to April. Mainly, we focused on the victimizations of domestic violence, child abuse, and adult physical assault and sexual assault. Obviously, we do not want anyone to have to go through these crimes, but the truth is that they do. And so we wanted to make sure that we are properly documenting everything. That's part of our requirements with the VOCA grant, but also just within our department. And so we don't have the PowerPoint, but we do have some statistics for that. We served 51 individuals from January to April. Most of those were domestic violence cases. We had a couple child abuse cases and a couple of adult physical assaults. It's also important to remember that not every individual will experience multiple types of victimization, but many do. And so oftentimes we'll see domestic violence with physical assault or child abuse with sexual and physical assault. And so that's an important thing to keep in mind and something I wanted to point out as well. And so next, I wanted to talk about some of the success stories that we've had with this program. I think that numbers are great and information is great, but it's really those personal stories that hit home and make the biggest difference to us. So to step back, these are some of those statistics that I was talking about. And again, we have 51 individuals served. We have more types of victimization because we had more than one individual experience.
Alexis, these are just Spanish Fork statistics?
Correct. And just from this year, January to April. If we can go to the next slide. So like I said, these are some of the personal experiences. Thanks to donations from our community, we were able to distribute some of those donations to a survivor of domestic violence. She was pregnant at the time and had to leave her home. And so those items were really helpful for her and her then-born child. We were also able to terminate a lease for a survivor so she could safely leave her home and get to a safe location without having to worry about the financial and legal consequences of that. We were able to distribute suicide prevention resources to local businesses that sell firearms. This was in an effort to increase the connection in our community and make sure that people know that they're not alone and that they have help in various areas. Lastly, law enforcement and I were able to safety plan with an individual where the offender in the case was released from prison, and she called us in a crisis because she had a genuine fear that he was going to take her life. And so thankfully, law enforcement officers and I were able to respond quickly. We were able to create a safety plan with her, and it made a really big difference to her. She expressed a lot of gratitude for that. I didn't share a lot of details about these cases to protect the identity of the individuals, but I just wanted to show that the efforts that we do have here and the funding does go to good use. It really does make a difference in our community, and these are the stories that often don't get told, but I wanted to shed some light on what we're doing to help individuals who have survived these crimes. As I mentioned at the beginning, this position, the victim advocate position at the Spanish Fork Police Department, is partially funded by the VOCA grant. That stands for the Victim of Crimes Act. And this grant is really helpful in making sure that law enforcement agencies as well as community nonprofit organizations have the funding needed to provide victim services. We really want to make sure that nobody falls through the cracks, especially if they've survived a violent crime. We want to make sure that they have the support and the resources that they need. And so we're really grateful for funding. Me specifically, I'm very grateful for the VOCA grant and for the funding to make this position possible.
How long is the grant?
It's a 2-year grant cycle, so every 2 years we'll reapply. Lastly, I just wanted to say thank you. I appreciate the time that you've given me tonight to talk about this and for letting me educate you a little bit about what my position is. It's a topic that I'm very, very passionate about, and so I'm grateful to be here, and I'm grateful to work for our amazing department with amazing people every day. And our main goal is really just to empower survivors to get through the process, to embark on their healing journey, and we want to be there with them every step of the way if we can. And so I appreciate all the support as we do that, and I appreciate your time. Does anyone have any questions?
Lexi, on one of your slides, you had donations were given or donations were distributed to somebody.
Yes.
How does someone make that donation?
We have multiple organizations that have done it. We've gotten donations from preschools, from just women in the community who want to make quilts. We've had a few do that. There's an organization called Bexley Box that provides resources for young children for police departments. And so they come from a variety of sources, but ultimately they're all very appreciated.
Well, it's good to put a face to the name. You're a newer hire, and we appreciate your hard work. I'm sure several of us have experienced a traumatic event in our life where the victim advocate was present, even just, a death in the family, and you're there walking the family through that. So thank you. Thank you for being part of our community.
Thank you.
Why don't you see somebody out in the store, parents abusing their child, blacking their face and being in their face?
You say something.
So in that case, the investigations still go through our law enforcement officers, but I help them navigate after the crime has been committed. But in any situation, I would be a mandated reporter.
Chief, you want to speak to how important this position is to the police
It is.
department?
It's a very important position, and she spoke of working with some amazing people, but she is one of those amazing people. She replaced Heather Wright, and when Heather told me she was leaving, I was a little nervous because a victim advocate job is not highly sought out, and several agencies have openings for those. So when Lexi applied and was interviewed, we were greatly appreciative for that, and she's been a great addition to the police department, as well as assisting with the city attorney's office, and she's a great fit for our office and our city, and she's just doing an excellent job. So thank you, Lexi. We're very fortunate to have you as an employee with our office. We
And
appreciate
Mayor,
you.
If I may add, I hope this comes out right, Lexi. I wish we didn't need the position of victims advocate, right? I wish that wasn't a need within society. Knowing that it is and understanding the value that it is, I love that we have people like you who you can just feel Lexi's energy, right? You can just feel the passion, and you had the same feeling with Heather before, that they were genuinely interested in helping that person who in this moment is experiencing maybe their worst circumstances, right? Or maybe worse than the worst, right, that you and I can think of. So having somebody like Lexi walk somebody through a world that they don't want to be in, and to be able to guide them is so helpful. And we 10 years ago didn't have a victims advocate that was assigned to us, that we had full time. And we wondered, as we looked to transition, do we really need this? And I think it was a great move however many years ago that we made that. And just in the few months that Lexi's been here, you can already tell that she's a great fit personality-wise for what she does. And I'm sorry, some days you get to have really bad days when you go home and think about, boy, what did I have to do today? But thanks for what you do, and for lifting those who are down. Thank you.
Thank you. I
was
appreciate
going to
it.
say something similar to what Seth just said, is just your personality and you dealing with people at some of the worst moments of their lives, right? And keeping that positive attitude. So thank you for what you do, and thank you for assisting our police department and our community in their hardest moments. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lexi.
Thanks, Lexi.
Appreciate you coming. Thank you so much. Okay. Speaks to the human side of things that we've discussed a couple of times here already tonight. So thank you so much, Lexi. Takes us to item C on 101, the lead pipe safety program. Mr. Chris Thompson will have C and D on 101. First, the lead pipe, and then mini roundabouts.
Okay, great. Could I have Nick Morris come up here? Just you could sit up here, I guess.
I'm not involved in that, Nick. You still got to come up. I just didn't tell him to call you up.
I just want everyone to see Nick here. He's done the heavy lifting on all this. Is an outstanding employee for the city and works so hard. And we have lots of great ideas, me and the other Nick, but this guy cashes all the checks we write, and so we really appreciate him. And if you don't mind, just maybe staying right here or sitting down right close in case they ask a hard question of me.
I've got something out there.
That'd be great. Yeah. Okay.
There's a lead pipe somewhere that you got to go take a look at.
Nick in the corner with the lead pipe.
So the EPA has come out with some new rules and things that they want to accomplish after the Flint, Michigan instances with lead pipe, and they want to make sure that all of the citizens of the country are safe from those type of issues. And so they've asked us at this time to do an inventory of our water system and to look at all of the pipes that are coming from the water main in the road to the houses and to inventory whether they are copper or HDPE or lead or galvanized, and so that we can have a feel for whether there is the possibility of some lead contamination in our water system. We only need to look at homes that were built before 1991. So at that point, lead wasn't allowed to be installed in these type of situations. So if someone has a home that was built 1991 or later, there's really no concern for whether there's lead pipe in their lateral or not, or the possibility of lead type contamination. And even if your house was built before 1991, we are not aware of much possibility of this. So we've had the copper standard for a long, long time, and so we don't feel like there's much possibility of this in our community, but we are going to take a very diligent survey of all of the water laterals, is what we call them, the pipe going from the road to the house, for every house that was built before 1991. We're going to look in every house. Now, one of the things that the EPA has asked is that we verify the type of pipe in two locations. One is in the water meter that's out near the road, okay? And then the other one is actually inside of the house. Now, this would take a lot of work, and we would have to go into a lot of houses unless we get some cooperation from the homeowners who own houses that were built before 1991. And so, Nick, if you wouldn't mind bringing up our lead pipe safety program website, and if you go to this website and you go down, there is going to be, first of all, there's a map on the right which kind of shows which houses we've been able to inspect, and you can get in there and see the type of pipe that you have and some of those things. There's a frequently asked questions where you can find out what the requirements are and why we're doing what we're doing. And then I really want you to focus on the thumbnail link that he's hovered over that's just turned black. This is this is a link to the lead pipe verification form. What we're hoping is to get all of the residents, if we could, who live in homes that were built before 1991, to tap or click on this thumbnail, and it will take you into a form that should take maybe a little bit more than 5 minutes, about 5 minutes to fill it out. It's very simple. You enter your address, your name, your phone number, email, and then you go and it kind of helps you, but you go and you look at the pipe coming into your house. You might do a couple little things like answer a question: is it a plastic pipe or a metal pipe? What color is the pipe? And maybe even if it's a gray color, they might even ask you to scrape a coin against the pipe and then take a picture, and it will upload, and then you're done. Your information is then taken for this inventory, and then we know what pipes we have in the system, and we can verify that everyone is safe. We need to get this done by October 16th, I believe, October 16th, and that is a lot of work for Nick and his crews to get done. And so the more people that are willing to come in here, click or tap that link, fill out this information, and submit it, the better. Now, all of these different things, even those links that we have up there, are a requirement of this EPA lead and copper pipe program. And so we're doing what they're asking us to do, and we're not doing more or less, but we're just making sure that we get this done, and that we can make sure that all of our residents are safe from any lead pipe contamination. Nick, either Nick, did I miss anything?
Yeah, Chris, can we?
Okay, let's navigate there. Can we just go to SpanishFork.org?
Is there a way to? Because it took me a little bit to find. It's 4 clicks to actually get to it. Can we put it on the? Yeah, it's buried 4 clicks down.
The easiest way is to type in the URL, SpanishFork.org/leadsafe, or just search. I should probably make sure this works first. Search lead pipe.
Go to drinking water.
And it's right here. The long way is through Public Works, water, drinking water. But they'll get you there.
So lead pipe in the search bar.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Or SpanishFork.org/leadsafe.
Now, we are going to send out some letters to all the homes that were built before 1991, which will have that URL. It'll also have a QR code where someone can just hold their phone up, take the QR code, and it'll take them right to that page where they can fill out the form. We're going to have some door hangers that are going to be put out by a local baseball team, and we are going to also have some other ways that we can notify the public through different means that we have. So we're really going to kind of blitz the city with this lead safety program that we have, in hopes that we can get most of the residents to fill that out on their own. Nick has been working with his crews very diligently to check in as many meters as he can. How many have you checked so far? About 1,500. We've already looked in the meters of 1,500 homes, and we have quite a few more to go, but we feel like we can get it done by October 16th. If we have a homeowner who does not respond to the letters or the calls that we have, we have to go out, knock on the door, and ask to be able to go down and verify the pipe, and so there's a process that we have to go through to do it, but we're hoping that with the support of the community and their help, we can get the whole system inventoried. Any more questions?
Might be a Goose in the Wild episode. Might start with George's house. I don't know if it's pre-1991 or not.
That Goose in the Wild.
Yeah.
The Goose in the Wild episode.
91 on, what material did they use?
Copper. Copper is the main material used, 91 on. There are some HDPE. HDPE is a polyethylene.
Oh, okay.
Like PVC. How many did you say, how many estimated homes do we have pre-91?
Services, we're looking about 6,000.
So there's 6,000 homes that they'll have to check.
And we have roughly 14,000 services now, so slightly less than half, which kind of gives you an idea of the growth that's happened even since 1991, right?
Yeah.
A lot of work. There's going to be a lot of questions, I think, that come from the residents, certainly a lot of misunderstanding. Why are you doing this? Why are you coming into my house? Right? And we want them to understand this. So this information is critical. Our people are great. This is a requirement that we have to ensure safety and nothing else. We're not looking for anything else.
Our goal is not to have to come into the house. So if we can just tap that, take the 5-minute little survey, that will help tremendously.
Not trying to alarm anybody either. We're just trying to do what the EPA is asking.
Just trying to get inventory so that we can show how safe our system is to the EPA. And we want everyone safe as well.
Chris, when again will this process begin?
So this week kind of kicks off where we really do our public outreach. We've been inspecting the meters for a little bit already. So.
Okay. Thank you, Chris. Any other questions for Chris on this? Okay. Thank you, Nick. Appreciate you. You didn't know coming to Spanish Fork we were going to call you to council meeting and put you on the spot, did you? Yeah, I'll buy you dinner.
Oh, but he's good for it. He loves it here. He wants nothing more than to be in the spotlight. He just loves it, right, Nick? Oh, wait, I'm talking to the other Nick. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I apologize.
It's great. Thank you, Nick.
Thank you. Thanks for being here, Nick. Thanks for that good work. Appreciate it. Okay, it takes us to item D, menu roundabouts.
Okay, we have a presentation. We've gotten a lot of feedback on this mini roundabout, and so I want to talk a little bit about it. And really, we appreciate the feedback. We take it seriously, and we go through and we take a hard look at what we're doing, and we feel like with some of the feedback that we've received that we have some really good ideas, some changes. But I want to start off with why. Why are we doing this? And then get into how we feel like with some of the feedback we can make some really positive changes and get this right. So anyway, let's go ahead.
Hey, Spanish Fork, we're growing. Good for us. And with great growth comes great traffic, I suppose. Especially if you're driving north. It's just a headache. Everyone's using the same roads. Yeah, those two. And I mean everyone. The towns to the south, people coming through the canyon. These are crowded roads. But we still use them. Because what else are we going to do? I mean, say you live here. You're heading north, freeway, shopping, whatever. You're going to detour to these roads. Because otherwise, well, you've got a stop sign here, 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 and here. And you got to cross Center Street at this one, which... it's just not very pleasant to contemplate. What we need in Spanish Fork are better north-south options. Okay, so let's see if we can make this work. All right, we'll change these stop signs to roundabouts. Roundabouts keep us moving safely. Let's remove this stop sign altogether, and what do you say we just put a stoplight on Center Street? Check it out. It's safer. There's way less stopping. It's a good route now. The old bad option is the new good option. And we're not running into every north-south driver in town on the same two roads anymore. And this is exactly what we're doing. Every third road off of Main Street will receive this tender, loving care. Roundabouts that keep traffic flowing. stoplights at the stressful intersections, and better crosswalks. So whether you live here, or anywhere, soon north-south travel in Spanish Fork will be just a road away. Oh, and don't forget about our new north-south option over here on Spanish Fork Parkway. It's already up and running. Give it a try. Anyway, to learn more about these and other improvements, visit the Public Works page at SpanishFork.org.
Okay, if you could go to the next slide. So one of the things that's interesting about Spanish Fork City is we're on a grid system. We have roads going every direction, every block, and yet we have a real congestion problem in the city, and it's our main street, and sometimes not even at rush hour it'll back up 5 or 6 blocks, and that's a state road. There's not a lot we can do about that, and a study on the traffic on Main Street showed that more than half of the vehicles on Main Street didn't start in Spanish Fork, and they're not going to end in Spanish Fork. And so as we met with one of the best traffic engineering firms in the state to try to figure out what are our options, how do we fix this problem, it came down to providing good flowing north-south corridor options to Main Street every so many blocks and try to disperse that traffic. And so one of the options was Third West, and that's been done. And what we want is for people to come down Third West and then turn on 8th North. They cross Main Street, but not actually drive on Main Street, and then come down 8th North and then turn and go up to some of the stores on 10th North, or maybe they can get to the stores over, by the Walmart and the movie theater, and the goal is to provide great routes to these locations where you don't have to take Main Street. And you don't have to be on 10th North either. And so one of these is now, the next one, we got Third West, is now 300 East. Now 300 East is a very wide road. That makes it an ideal candidate for a north-south corridor. And sometimes, someone who's living on 3rd East or 3rd West will come in and they'll say, why my road? Why do you have to do my road? And they don't want to be on the collector class road, if you will. And the answer is actually kind of simple. It's because 100 East or 100 West didn't make sense. It's not an option to not have one of these corridors. We have to have these corridors, or else we'll have a parking lot on Main Street. And so we have to go with the data and the science and choose the roads that the traffic engineers say are the best roads for moving traffic. And so 300 East was the next one, but there's a problem. And we had the same problem on 300 West, and that is, how do you get north-south traffic across 400 East? And the problem with 400 East is you have a lot of traffic east-west. If you just leave a stop sign there when you have heavy traffic on 400 North, then you're going to make people wait too long, and they'll choose a different route, as shown in that video. So your other option is to put a signal in, okay? But the problem with the signal is it inherently prioritizes the heavy traffic, as it should. But then you still have people coming and in non-peak hours waiting longer than they would have had it been a stop sign. Before, if you're at 1:30 in the afternoon, you came up there, you didn't have to stop for very long. You could get across. But now there's a signal and I have to wait for over a minute before I can cross. So a signal actually impedes us promoting that as a north-south corridor, at least initially. And then there's another option, and that's a roundabout. One thing about a roundabout is it doesn't prioritize any direction of travel in its continuous flow. It also is a traffic calming measure. So you have to slow down to 11 or 17 miles an hour, somewhere between 11 and 17 miles an hour, to go through a roundabout. So it's great. It slows down traffic, but it doesn't stop traffic. And it allows the north-south traffic to just have as much priority as the east-west traffic. So you'll find that the traffic engineers have said, look, on 4th North, the solution is roundabouts. And that's how you're going to get people to leave Main Street and come and take an ulterior corridor. So one of the things that was recommended is that we also have a roundabout there at 8th North, because 300 East doesn't go all the way through to the shopping, but it does split the difference between two really good accesses to the shopping. You have a light at 10th North and 200 East, and another light at 4th East and 10th North. And what you can do, if you have a roundabout at the top of 300 East at 800 North, it can disperse traffic to either of those accesses to the shopping in a continuous flow manner, which is really ideal. Now, what is not ideal is the cost of a roundabout. Roundabouts are very costly. At that particular roundabout, we had to buy a house. Houses are very expensive. And the roundabouts are quite large, and so they eat up a lot of real estate. Luckily, at 3rd East and 4th North, it's such a big intersection because of how big 300 East is that we don't have to buy any houses, and that's a less expensive roundabout. But in general, roundabouts are very costly, and so in many other parts of the United States, something called a mini roundabout has been used. There's about 20 or 30 of them in Idaho, and we hired a company that has designed these mini roundabouts in Idaho to come, and maybe go to the next, to come and design one. What's that? Yeah, let's go to the... Okay, yeah, let's go here and then we'll go back to the video. To design one of these mini roundabouts. And
maybe we need that.
It's not the one on the upper right.
I think that's
the right side is what is not a mini roundabout. The left side is a mini roundabout. Anyway, they've been very successful in Idaho. And so we wanted to try one at 8th North and 2nd East. But let's go ahead and let's watch the video on roundabouts. There's another reason for roundabouts that I think is important, and that is safety. So let's go ahead and watch this video on roundabouts.
Roundabouts can seem kind of foreign to a lot of Utah drivers. I mean, in Utah, you might have stop signs or stop lights or, I don't know, yield signs or no signs at all. But check this out. We've had roundabouts in Utah for over 30 years. There's hundreds of these strange, not so strange, intersections all over the state. And they can go on a variety of roads. 1 lane, 2 lane, roads from 25 to 65 miles per hour. And they work surprisingly well in Utah, especially where safety's concerned. Here's why. On any road, you can imagine the paths that cars might take, and anywhere these paths touch, you get a conflict point, a potential crash. A 4-way intersection has 32 conflict points. And the worst kind of conflicts, the T-bone and head-on crashes, they're all crammed right in the middle. Roundabouts avoid these severe conflict points by going around them. And when we imagine the roundabout paths, there we go, we get 8 conflict points, from 32 down to 8. And since none of these conflict points are the super bad kind, even if there is a crash, it's a rear end or side-to-side crash, the less severe kind. In fact, a study of non-roundabouts that were later converted to roundabouts found that fatal and serious crashes were reduced by as much as 88%. And they're surprisingly simple to drive. Slow down, yield to vehicles already in the roundabout, and go when there's an opening. And this is where the genius of a roundabout really shines through. You see, when we choose locations for roundabouts, we're looking for a moderate amount of traffic that's using all connecting roads, which gives us a roundabout where exiting vehicles create openings for other drivers in all directions. Watch for it next time you're at a roundabout. A car exits, which lets another car enter, and that car eventually exits, on and on. It's like a perpetual motion machine that's super efficient at moving cars safely. And that safety extends to pedestrians as well. Cars are already going slower, and they're yielding in both directions to pedestrians, which they should be doing everywhere, by the way. And we also have these raised islands at the entry to most roundabouts, which allow pedestrians to cross one direction at a time. First watching for exiting vehicles to yield, and then for entering vehicles to yield. If you're on a bicycle, you have 2 options at a roundabout. Follow pedestrian or bicycle paths beside the road. This is recommended for most people. Or advanced riders might choose to stay on the road. Just keep in mind that roundabouts don't really have shoulders because of the constant entering and exiting. So if you are on the road, occupy the entire lane like a car. And that's it. Fewer conflict points and slower speeds make roundabouts an efficient, safe, and not so strange option for cars, bikes, and pedestrians at Utah intersections. Another example of how UDOT keeps Utah moving safely.
We saw a study, and it showed that roundabouts actually reduce accidents by 37% over a signal. But the real safety reason for roundabouts is that they reduce injury accidents by 74% over a signal. And so there's a lot of good to roundabouts, but there's a lot of design considerations too. And so one of the issues that we have with roundabouts is the cost and the amount of land they take, and it's very hard to fit them into an already improved area. And so we wanted to look at these mini roundabouts. The mini roundabouts are actually cheaper to construct than a signal, and they do not impact the. We don't have to take land from the corners like you do with a big roundabout. They're a little bit different. They don't really have the planter in the middle of the island, and that's on purpose in case a large vehicle with a trailer or something like that needs to turn left. The islands are actually made to drive over. It's like a big speed bump where you could just go slowly over it. Also, they're made so that they still channelize the traffic. It's very important that as you approach a roundabout that the lane gets narrow, and then it aims you into the roundabout at a proper angle so that you've slowed down and then you can enter how you should. And so you'll always see in roundabouts as you enter into them that it kind of both restricts you and then it kind of turns you a little bit. Let's go on to the next slide. You can see the difference in diameter between a mini roundabout and a full roundabout there, and how much land it takes, and all of that land adds a lot of cost. Let's go to the next one. Here's an example of an area that took a roundabout, a mini roundabout. What I want you to do is focus on the corners and see how they're impacted. Okay, let's go ahead. You'll notice the corners are pretty close to where they were before. Okay, let's keep going. this kind of shows how a large vehicle might do a left turn over the center island. Let's go to the next one. And this is the design of the mini
Chris,
roundabout.
can you go back one real quick?
Yeah.
I'm just going to interrupt you. Is that all right? So I don't think there's any way that a person would think that they could make that blue line. I mean, you're coming into roundabout. Everything we've ever told anybody is look left, go around the roundabout. And what you're saying there is, in this particular case,
this
turn
is
left.
Because
I mean,
because at this point, you're not just looking at everybody coming from the left. You're looking at anybody in or approaching the roundabout because you're taking up the whole thing.
Yeah, and this is actually a large, like, semi-truck turn. Any vehicle, and we'll show you this. We actually have some footage of like a pickup truck or anything like that. It doesn't have to make a left turn like this. But if you're in a semi-truck or something like that, you're not stuck here if you have to turn left.
Oh, I see. All right.
But one of the things that we've done is we've talked a lot about how does a mini roundabout work in Spanish Fork, and we spent a lot of time analyzing how this one's working. We actually had a day where we got a drone out, and we got a pickup truck, we got a truck and trailer, we got a big camper trailer,
about a snowplow,
a fifth wheel. We got two types of snow plows, the small one and the large one. And we're going to show you video of all of them going through this roundabout here at the end. But we got a fire truck, a large fire truck, and we got a dump truck with the trailer behind it, and we drove through this in all of the directions, and they were each able to make it. But we learned some things, and we also learned some things from some of the residents, what where their pinch points are that maybe we could alleviate. Here's one of them. I talked a little bit about how when you enter a roundabout, it needs to channelize you. It needs to come kind of narrow, and then it needs to point you in the right direction. But as you leave the roundabout, that need isn't there. And so as we got looking at the design, we noticed you can see on this exit island, you can see some scuff marks there from vehicles hitting that. And really there was no engineering reason to have it protrude that far out. And so one of the modifications we decided to make is to cut that back another 7 feet and then put what's called a plowable end section on there. So let's say you did come around the corner and you just kind of scraped by that because you had a big fifth wheel on the back or something like that. It wouldn't be a big bump to you. And this did not jeopardize the safety of the roundabout or the functionality at all. So that is one change that we're making on all of the exits of the roundabout. The other one that we saw that's kind of a big change, we have a bunch of modifications and different things that are coming to this mini roundabout. This is the first one that we've built in the city, and we want to make sure that we get it right and that it works well. And so is what I'm calling the middle islands. So you have the islands as you come into the roundabout that channelize you, and then you have the pedestrian walkway, and then you have these middle islands as shown in that box. One of the things that we looked at, there's not any engineering reason for that to be a high island. They can actually be similar to what you have in the middle, where they're mountable, and so if you have a large semi-truck or someone trying to make a turn, they can use that space a little bit to get out of a bad situation. Now, one of the other things is just making it feel safe to the people driving it. And so we feel like these two modifications and a few more that we are testing out will help people to feel safer in these roundabouts. That being said, we took a bunch of video footage for the fire trucks, for a lot of different vehicles in the roundabout. Anything from a large pickup and smaller, or even a pickup truck with any type of regular sized trailer could go all the way around and do a U-turn on the roundabout fine from what we saw. But our goal is to make them feel comfortable and safe, and not too comfortable. We want people to slow down, but we want people to feel like they can safely navigate through these roundabouts. And we feel like a lot of the changes that we're going to make are going to help with this. But anyway, I thought it'd be interesting to show some of these videos. Yeah, we have 2 snowplows that came through. So here's a semi-truck. This one we didn't plan. It just came through while we were...
That Chad Argyle driving it?
Probably.
Pepsi guy.
Good job. It's Pepsi, that's right.
So he was able to make it without going on to the roundabout. So we just took that. We saw it coming. We were like, get some footage of that one. This one wasn't planned either. This was the hardest movement, is the right turn movement.
So
We
Chris,
feel like
I think part of the problem, from a 2-dimensional plan view like this, I think the geometry works. From a 3-dimension, when you're going east or west, that curb and gutter dives so sharply that while it has the right amount of room, it feels much, much narrower because it is so steep. You can't take advantage of that pavement that's in the gutter.
Which it's been that way even prior to the mini
Oh yeah,
roundabout,
it
right?
wasn't a result of the roundabout, but the grades are just not very conducive to making that turn, and I think that is by far the biggest problem. I have no problem that there is a roundabout here. I think it's a good use of it. The execution of it is sort of lacking.
Yeah, it's definitely been a learning curve for us with these mini roundabouts, and the grade issues. There's not a lot we can do about it, but I think that pulling those curves back, it helps you. It helps with the feel of it, because you're right, it dives off, and
Too
you,
much
and you
going
just worry
on.
about it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. The goal is to narrow it up, to slow you down. All of those things are true, but you have what's basically 9 feet of pavement to make the turn. It feels super uncomfortable. You can make it, but it just feels uncomfortable. I think that's a lot of the pushback.
You got more videos?
Yeah, let's keep going.
Figured we could talk while we
Yeah.
watched. But
So here's the snowplow.
I do find it interesting that there's, 60 comments about not being able to plow snow through this intersection on Facebook.
You had to plow
but
down.
It's the people that designed it actually are the same people that are over snow plows. So it did cross our mind as we were putting this together.
Yeah, it was designed for those big semi-type trucks to get through. Now, are you going to have a lot of them turning left? Well, no. But if they absolutely feel like they have to turn left, then there is a way out, because you have, the mountable middle section. So here's a left turn.
Yeah. So they're mounting the middle section, but they know it because
they're supposed to. Yeah. It's built for that.
Yeah. What's the elevation on the middle section? You talked about the islands. What's the middle?
So you have to slow down, but it's comfortable to go over as long as you got a slow speed.
6 inches, maybe 8 is the elevation.
I think it's between 4 and 6.
Yeah.
As you go up.
Got a little lip at the beginning, like driving on a driveway,
like your curve,
entering a driveway.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That was the dump truck and a trailer.
And that's where you're saying to maybe level off on that curb there that he came up on?
Yeah, if you look, so you have these, what I call the middle islands. So yeah, that island, that will be lowered and be much like the middle island. So they'll be comfortable to mount and go through. And then those curbs that are diving down, like Shane was talking about, those will be shortened up significantly.
Can you shave any more off the corners?
Which corner?
What do you mean?
Corners of the properties?
With all four corners?
Just
You want to push
this
it back?
side of the road, between the sidewalks and the roads, right at each intersection, each corner.
Yeah.
They're almost 90 degrees, right? Couldn't you shave a little bit more off of the corners?
So we wanted to get, this is about as big a vehicle
Oh boy.
as we
That's
could
Chad.
imagine.
Who was this driving this one?
This was John Waters.
Wow.
And we wanted him to turn left.
Tough one.
And he made it, but it wasn't comfortable.
Yeah,
I don't
that's part of
think-
the challenge here, right? Is that it can be done, but it's not intuitive that it can be done. Like you don't drive over curbs very often.
So part of that too, that tightness is
Intentionally.
the exit islands, which you're saying you're going to cut back.
Mhm.
So it might make that a little easier.
Yeah, that's when we looked at those curb islands.
Okay,
Here's a
fire
fire truck coming through.
Yeah.
Chief Ells is going to go straight through.
Cut that back 7 feet, right where he just passed.
He's doing a lot. Oh, there goes the sign. So what happened here?
So what we decided on this is you have to have the fire truck go over the island. So we said, okay, let's see if you can make a left turn without going over the island. He couldn't. And so the training on the fires is if you have to go through here and make a left, then you have to go over the island. Now, we were able to get the fire truck to do all of the other movements.
And that's okay because it's going to happen once every.
Oh, they're going to be trained to do it.
Yeah,
So-
once every regular, once every blue moon, and they're going to
How
train to do it.
how bouncy is it if you're pulling a trailer and your trailer's going over the middle? And just thinking as well, if you've got animals in that trailer, if you're pulling a horse trailer with 6 horses and you're going over the middle, what's that going to be like?
Yeah, and it's more of a concern on those middle islands. So that's why we're taking those down so that they are more comfortable if they're mounted by the trailer, if they're making a turn.
This has been in how long now? And
It's still under construction right now.
So the follow-up with the time that it's been open to the public, have we had any accidents on this intersection? Not that I'm aware of. Okay.
So we're gonna make these changes. We're gonna look at it. If this works, it will be significant because you don't have to buy homes. There's a lot of savings in it. They have all the blessings of a roundabout, but they are not very expensive. And so I think if we can get this work as they have in a lot of other applications elsewhere, then it could save quite a bit of money from our streets budgets. But if they don't work, then we won't use them. But
So while we're talking about that, Nick, do you mind going back to the image that shows basically the road plans and 4th North and Center and the plan that we've got for this area? And Chris, while he's doing that, maybe you can show us where else. This is obviously the first. What have we got planned as far as other mini roundabouts in Spanish Fork?
So we wanted to try one before we planned any others. But if this one worked well, Then the only other spot that we had in mind for one was 600 East and 8th North.
How much time are we going to allow the trial period on the 2nd East one before we make that decision?
We won't pull the trigger on the other one until we feel comfortable about this one. Now, this other one we
Will
went
the
looked at it,
engineers
and
feel
it doesn't have
comfortable
any
about
other-
it? Or
What's that?
Sorry, don't want. I think so. So as I think there's perception, right? As an engineer, you may feel more comfortable about it before the person driving the fire truck, right? So how are you going to determine that it's ready? How do you make that decision?
So we work really closely with the fire department on things like that. A lot of these places, you don't always design every route for semi trucks. You don't, and a fire truck can make these if it uses the median, and so it doesn't. It's not impassable for a fire truck. If someone driving a fifth wheel, so we got the biggest trailer we could, if they come and they want to do anything but go straight, that same fifth wheel we took it through straight and it was fine. If they want to do anything but turn straight, then we have to provide a way for them to get out of it. But you don't always design every route so a semi truck can get through and do whatever they want. And so otherwise, unless you have unlimited money, I guess.
Yeah.
So a part of it is what can we afford to do as a city and still provide these north-south corridors. And this was a hopeful option. If at the end of the day, if we make all these changes to this roundabout and we don't feel like it works in our city, then we won't do any more. The other location doesn't have the problem that Shane talked about, having the high cross grades and the like. So it might be worth a try, but we definitely will make these changes and look at them and talk to the different entities and you and before we make the decision to put another one in. But
Chris, when will those changes be made? Because I know you said it's still under construction, so I'm assuming you're going forward with these changes. When are they happening?
Probably within about a week.
Okay.
They're not too major of a change. These things are a lot less money to install. They're about 2/3 the cost of a signal, maybe 1/5 the cost of a roundabout. So it would be nice if they worked, and they have worked in some 30 locations throughout Idaho that we've seen, and then all over the country. It's just trying to make it work, maybe in some of these locations that we're trying to figure out. So
Is 8th North a state road, or is that a city road
City
now? I know
road.
it used to be a state road at one
yeah,
point, right?
it used to be.
City road now.
Mm-hmm.
Can't blame them.
Yeah, right. Let me. I don't want to cut you off anymore.
No.
I already have multiple times, but
You're great.
let me share some thoughts that I have. So last Friday, I was at the Senior Center for their lunch and answering some questions. And this is obviously a hot topic right now. A lot of people have a lot of questions, a lot of concerns with it. So I was up asking questions, and I asked by a show of hands, and you got to imagine there's probably close to 180 people in the room. I said, by a show of hands, if you had the choice of an intersection that's a four-way stop or an intersection that's a roundabout, what would you prefer? If you would prefer a roundabout, raise your hand. And I would guess 80% of the people raised their hand. So the majority of them prefer the roundabouts. And then I said, okay, if you like the four-way stop, raise your hand, and the rest of them. So majority of our senior community, based on this survey, not scientific, prefer roundabouts. Then when I asked them all as well and talked to them specifically about the mini roundabout, none of them liked the mini roundabout. So
the functionality of the mini roundabouts from an engineering standpoint, they do exactly what you described. But how do we fix the perception of the roundabout? What good does it do in our community if we put it in and it's functioning, but nobody likes it, even though it does its purpose, right? And so how do we address that issue? The other concern that multiple seniors brought up to me, some of them that live in the area, is after a roundabout was put on their street, they can no longer, or they have a more difficult time getting out of their driveways because the flow of traffic is almost continuous now. Whereas before you'd have stop signs here and there and everywhere, and it gave them a pause and a break to be able to get out of their driveways. And so that was another concern that was brought up, and I'm not sure how we address that, but as we continue to do more continuous flow on some of these roads, we've got to think about the people that are actually going to be living on these corners and other places. How is there anything we can do to address that issue for them as well? Because we're making things, sounds like, better for the majority, but also more difficult for some residents that live in these areas.
Yeah, it's a little tougher that way. Some of the things that we talked about is, can you help them out with their driveways so that they can back out in a way, or they can back up and then come out straight first, and different things. It's kind of tough right around the roundabout. 3rd East is good because it's so wide. Yeah. You can almost back out and never even be in a lane of traffic. But there's another issue, and even if the mini roundabout is affordable, it may not be acceptable, and we're very cognizant of that, and just trying to balance budgets and figure out how to get things done. It seemed like maybe a good tool in the toolbox, but it may just be for Idaho. It might not be for us.
I would add also, though, time. Time might be part of the answer to that question. That I imagine that a couple of years ago, if you'd have asked questions of that group, do you like roundabouts, when some of the first ones were brand new, that maybe you'd have a different. Yeah. You'd have some different hand numbers that go up. I don't know.
And this is our first mini roundabout.
Yeah, I'm certainly hypothesizing here. So it may be time. This is an excellent solution to some of the challenges that we're working on, but it may not work, regardless. But it does, I think, merit the study that we're doing, and before we do others or before we rule it out, I think we work on, like he's doing, or suggesting, some of the issues specifically, and then give it time.
Yeah.
How are we doing, and how is it functioning? And with time and some experience, exposure, does that improve? Does it never? And if that's the case, I think we learn from that.
And I appreciate what you said, Chris, as far as any future ones. I definitely want to hash this one out really well and give it a lot of time and whatever changes we need to make to it to be able to improve it.
When we started building the real roundabouts, actually all of them, even though there's the first one that we had in the Sunny Ridge area first.
The traffic circle is what we call that.
Yeah, when we first had that one, I was told very quickly that's not a roundabout, that's a traffic circle. But when we did the one on Spanish Fork Parkway and 4th and 8th and others, some of the immediate feedback that we got from the public was, we don't like that you can't see through it. We want that visual obstruction gone.
Yeah, and that was brought up in the seniors.
And with this one, this kind of is the opposite and extreme, right? There's no visual obstruction at all, and it will be interesting to see what the lack of visual obstruction does here. Chris and I think we subscribe to the theory that visual obstruction is a good thing because it forces me to look left, which is where I should be looking anyway. I don't care about the traffic over there. They and I will never meet, right? And so we like the visual obstruction. This one, of course, has none because it needs to be mountable. And so it's interesting. Some of the feedback that we're getting, includes that they don't like that they can see through it. So I think time might help. Maybe it doesn't. So I'd say give it a little bit of that too.
Yeah, for sure. I agree. But I would appreciate, again, like you said, before we move forward with any others in the city, that we want to give this one time, that we have that discussion amongst the group before we do that.
We talked about that from the beginning.
Yeah.
In fact, we said, well, we'll try one here, and then we'll see how it goes. But
another resident that lives in the area mentioned to me that they are seeing, and I don't know how often or if it was just a one-time thing or what, but they are seeing kids, younger kids, seeing how quickly they can go over the middle of it. So I don't know if that's true or not, but
yeah, some of the changes that are being made will discourage that, actually. So I think that's will be taken care of with some of the things. But at the end of the day, you just they might not be acceptable in Spanish Fork.
Yeah, we just don't want Dukes of Hazzard in the middle of Spanish Fork, right?
This is a different one, Chris. I want to defend it. You know, we share a profession. And I drive through it, and I'm like, I hate it. But my hate for it doesn't negate the benefits of it. It's slowing people down. It's keeping traffic moving. It's doing what we asked it to do. I just don't like it. And so I'm like, from an engineering perspective, that's not good enough, right? Just because I don't like it doesn't mean I shouldn't want to put it in. But I get where, Kevin, I get where you're coming from. I think it's interesting. I share Seth's anecdotal evidence there of 2 years ago, that same group would have hated, I would bet. I go to a gas station every morning to get a drink before work, and it's a constant topic, a roundabout somewhere. One is hatred of, one is love of. This one, no one seems to love, but it's different. I think we do need to give it time. I hope these changes work, right? But the fact that we haven't been called to an accident there, and it's under construction,
which is interesting because
it's pretty interesting.
The reaction time while in the circle and approaching the circle is less because it's a smaller circle. You really gotta be paying attention.
And apparently people are paying attention. So again, it's working, but I don't like it. It's a weird
I thought
situation.
about where I've seen some accidents on 8th since being a 16-year-old driver. I don't know how many it would have been, but what a roundabout does stop people from doing in this area is if you are waiting to turn left, either whether you're going east or west, and you're going to turn left on that road because you got to get to shopping or you got to get down the other way, often on roads that are just big enough to do it, I'm not going to wait for that car that's turning left. I'm just going to go by it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to go by
Sure.
it because, geez, there's going to be traffic coming from the east, and so
You
I'm
can't
just
do
going
that
to go.
here.
I'm just going to go by it. There's where your accident is happening. There's where your accident's happening. That's some bad stuff happening, and you're getting now really close to driveways. You're getting now really close to lots of things. A gutter that will probably rip up the bottom of your car if you get into it too far. So now a roundabout is forcing you behind this car. This car is going to, it can go left, but it's got to go a ways to go left.
Sort of forcing you to behave.
It's forcing me to behave, which it forced me. Some of these islands, these pop-outs forced me to behave up by my house. And time is definitely one. I will tell you, one of the first council members I was at was the email of the roundabout up in Sunny Ridge. And if you punch that through and put a roundabout, you're going to kill the kids in the neighborhood. And that was the literal email we got and the response. And the time is now everybody uses it and goes through it, and it's not to mitigate what people's issues are with this whatsoever, because it's going to take time to get used to it. But I would implore the residents, when you see construction out there, hey, we're trying to make it better. We are listening to some concerns, trying to modify some things here. It doesn't mean that it's not money well spent. I think it is. I think it is to vet this out, see if it works, see if it fits this area.
Because it'll save a lot of money throughout the city if it works. I mean, that's the whole purpose, right?
We were able, so it's very interesting, and agree with Shane completely on this because I had the same thoughts. We got every vehicle, including a semi, through it. It's working, but it doesn't feel good. And so a lot of the improvements that we're talking about is to try to make it feel safer and easier to manipulate. The one thing we can't do is the grade problem. It has a hard grade. We have the same problem at 8th East and 4th North. The road has such a super elevation. There's only so much you can do. It would have been nice if the 6th East one was more of a priority, because I went and looked at it and it's really flat. But at the end of the day, we still need a solution there. Yep. And it was going to be to put a roundabout there would be a few $1 million. We'll just have to see. Maybe the answer is a signal there, but signals are definitely a lot less safe than a roundabout.
Talk a little bit about the timing and why that one went in prior to the 3rd East one. Why not put the big one in first and then kind of wait and see, do we still need, well, yes, we do, but at what point do we need that one at 2nd East? Why did that one go in first?
So the priority has been the corridors right next to Main Street. So 3rd East corridor is a big priority for the city. So the big roundabout and this one are going at the same time. The big roundabout's under construction right now. If you go to Macy's on this corridor, we need you to comfortably come back from Macy's on this corridor. And that left turn on 8th North is a very dangerous turn. You have a lot of traffic coming, and it's kind of like what the mayor was talking about. You need something there. A signal would prioritize east-west traffic, and so we'd probably lose some draw to that corridor with the signal. And then we also have all the safety statistics. Even this roundabout, with all of its uncomfortableness, slows people down better than all our other roundabouts. It probably would be our safest roundabout because of how people drive it, because they're uncomfortable with the grades. But and so it's kind of a balancing act. Safety, it passes, right? But comfort and feel of going through it doesn't pass. And so it's just kind of it's like your narrow roads. Initially, when you drive a narrow road, you think, oh, this isn't safe. But it's actually proven to be a lot safer to drive a narrower road because it slows you down and you're more careful on it. And so there's a lot of factors here. I feel like what we need to do, though, is if a resident's upset, there's a reason. And we need to listen, and we need to get to the bottom of it, and we need to try to do what we can to alleviate that. And so we've been working hard on that. We'll see how it goes. We may or may not accomplish it.
So, Chris, I guess just to summarize, and maybe we move on from this one, you were able to, as it's built today, you drove several large vehicles through it, snowplow, they made it through. Like we talked about, uncomfortable. You're going to make some changes so it's a little more comfortable. It's not going to be perfect. It's accomplishing its goals, and we're trying to make it better as we move forward. We do need some time to see if it's going to work, right, before we knee-jerk and do something there, which I appreciate. And I think this may not be popular, what I'm about to say, but that's okay. If you truly hate it and you don't want to go through it, go a block away. It's literally 1 block away, and you don't have to go through it. That's not a great solution because everyone should have access to this to 8th North for sure. But you know what? If you can't do it, don't do it. But I think at the end of the day, it's a safer solution than a signal. So I think we need to work hard to try to make it work and keep the conversation going. It's not intuitive that you can drive over that curb. Every one of those videos you showed is someone that knew they could drive over that curb and could make it. And so I think it will take time and some conversation about
Yeah, most people aren't going to think they can.
No way. No way. The same gas station I stopped at, one lady said, well, why don't you just drive over the curb? And one guy said, when can you drive over a curb? That doesn't make any sense at all. So I think there's some time, but I appreciate you looking into it and making some adjustments. I think there was a few of us up here that were like, let's just rip this thing out and put some stop signs in. But stop signs going onto and off of 8th North are just
I was thinking an overpass, but stop signs too, right?
So I think it is good to just sort of breathe a little bit, make some changes, let it work, and see if we can't make this thing work, because it is a roundabout is the right solution. It just may not be the best application here.
We generally don't want people to drive over the curb, but if someone makes what I would call a judgment error and wants to turn a semi there, we want them to be able to get out of that situation, and that's the main reason why it's mountable. And so we're going to
amount of semis going down 8th and turning left
is
not be very high.
Is not a lot of traffic.
And it would probably be unwise to design it for semis.
We don't want that behavior.
But I've seen people with pickup trucks and fifth wheels that are almost as long as a semi truck.
For sure.
And I will remind what happens north of PDM in the industrial area headed towards the airport. Hundreds of millions of dollars has been spent, our taxpayer dollars, for routes to get trucks. And don't get me wrong, I know trucks need to go to Macy's and unload, and Costco, and that's how they get their goods there as well. But they're usually not traveling through single-family neighborhoods to have to get there. There are routes, but again, your taxpayer dollars have been spent a lot of money to try to get traffic to go north in an industrial area and cross east-west. When you go east-west, getting east-west that way, not through our 8th and 9th.
So let me ask you a question about this then. So with this topic, if you've got a person driving semi, which east-west roads in Spanish Fork, if they've got to get to Highway 6, for example, which east-west roads would you want a semi-truck driving on?
Center, 3rd.
Center,
Canyon, 10th.
Yeah, Canyon's the big truckload.
Center is literally 300 feet wide.
Route. Center Street is so wide. I don't know why you would choose any other.
And we have no plans to put a roundabout on Center Street or a mini roundabout, right?
If you put a mini one?
Can you imagine? You wouldn't miss it. But there are plenty of routes. I had this discussion with the fire department. We're like, okay, so we brought their big tanker truck and we drove, and it made all the movements. It's just when we tried to not have it mount the center that it kind of struggled, and so we're like, well, you're gonna have to mount the center or go a different route. And we had this discussion and we're like, a lot of cities have one-way streets. That's a lot more restrictive. A fire truck can't turn left on those at all, right? Because they can only go one direction. And so you got to be careful not to put design constraints that are impossible. And so we have to promote this north-south corridor, or else Main Street will get worse and worse and worse. Yeah. And it's supposed to have 10,000 more cars than it has now in a short amount of time. I mean, it's just, we can't do nothing. And there are not a lot of options out there. There just aren't. That are not in the $1 billion range. I mean, there's just so much money. It's crazy how many houses you would have to buy to do different things than what we're doing now. And so we're just trying to figure it out. We'll see what we can do.
Chris, I just had a closing thought, if that's okay. So you and I went not long ago and looked at this mini roundabout together. We got out, walked around, spent some time. I sure appreciated it. And then after is when all of these concerns kind of came about. People started using it, and a little bit startling to me, but it's good though, because that's how we learn. And I'm excited to see the changes and modifications. We've talked about this already. Shane hit on it. Kevin did as well. But I'm excited to see. One of the biggest concerns I've heard with it is, residents saying, is it legal to drive over it? Or, they don't understand that. I know we've talked about it, we've seen the videos, but I'm I'm hopeful that these modifications will, I don't know if we'll be able to educate or put a sign or something to kind of, if it turns out that this will end up working, these mini roundabouts, but that's the one thing I keep hearing over and over is driving over it. How does that work? How does it?
Yeah, again, we kind of don't want to have people drive. In fact, there's a flexible bollard coming that you can drive over it. It won't damage your vehicle, but we're planning on putting it up to discourage people from driving over it.
What is it?
I think a lot of complaints we have is people driving over it when they could easily go around it. But it's just a bollard. It's about 18 inches, and it's made of that high density polyethylene. And if you get in a bind and you have to drive over it, it just flows down. It doesn't damage your vehicle. But our goal is to not have people drive over it, and even the semi truck didn't have to drive over it if it was going straight. We're just trying to make it so maybe a semi truck driver with some poor judgment doesn't get stuck. is kind of what we're trying to work with anyway.
Okay.
Thank you,
Chris. Appreciate it.
Good discussion.
Keep the watch for construction still happening out there. Be careful as you're going through it. There will be some construction still happening, residents, and yeah, you keep the questions and comments coming as we work through this process on 8th North. Okay, no other questions for Chris. We're going to move to consent items, items A through E. If there's any questions or comments about any of the consent items, speak now, or I would entertain a motion to approve the consent items.
I move to approve the consent items A through E.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Cardin, seconded by Councilwoman Beck. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Consent items are approved. It takes us to new business. We have A, B, C, D through G, but we have the Gateway Parks people here that have been so patient. So we're grateful that they've stuck with us, and they know more than they've ever wanted to about roundabouts now.
Ready to build some.
Yeah, okay. You've dealt with it in Wisconsin before. Yeah, good. So Mr. Dale Robinson will talk to us about this contract, and we're excited that Ryan and Aaron Neptune are here with us as well.
Yeah, so as many of you know, we had a tubing hill at the golf course this last winter. When the mayor and Seth approached me with the concept to enter into a partnership with a private industry over a year ago, I told them no. Not only no, but no. We haven't. I personally have not had good experiences with them. This one, however, has changed my mind, at least with these guys. I think this was a neat addition to our community. We entered into a one-year agreement with these guys to set up a tubing hill on the driving range at the golf course, and it was very successful. Just so that the public knows and understands, we at the golf course, usually between November and March, we average about $10,000 in revenue off of the driving range itself. And this provided an opportunity for us to make substantially more money than that and make that property more useful during the winter months. It's interesting that this particular winter we happen to have no snow and lots of golf. Clear through, January we were playing golf and these guys were making snow. It was a fun combination to have hole number one there with golfers, and right next to it we have tubers. But this from our perspective was a great addition to our community, and so the contract that you have before you is proposing that we enter into a long-term arrangement with Gateway Parks. Ryan and Aaron have been, and I'll let them talk here in just a minute, but they've been wonderful to work with. very. They worked with everything we asked them to do. We've got Festival of Lights going on up there. We've got golf going on up. There's a lot of stuff going on in that area, and we had some concerns, and they worked through all of the issues and concerns that we had, and I love their story, and I love what they stand for. This isn't just about providing a tubing hill. It's more than that for these guys. And that next generation that the mayor's alluding to earlier, these guys are all over that, and that's what they're all about. And I appreciated that about them. Let me just give you some of the nuts and bolts of this agreement that we're trying to get approved here this evening. We're going to enter into a 5-year agreement for them to continue this operation at the golf course. They've made some adjustments. They're going to operate set up November 15th. Their last day of operation will be the last day of February. And again, that's to accommodate getting things set up and done so that we have less impact on the golf course and the driving range during those times when it's critical that we be open. The agreement's for 5 years. It will be renewable after 3 years for an additional 5 years. And we'll continue that relationship as long as things are working well for both parties. The contract will pay the city $30,000 or 5% of their gross revenues, whichever is greater. So this is up 2% from what the city received in the first season. They've also agreed they're going to be using the event center, which is the new event center that we added to the golf course, the clubhouse. For those of you that may think that has a huge impact on us, it does not during those months. We have less than a handful of requests to rent that facility. The very first year we opened it, we had weddings in there, and it was a major conflict with Festival of Lights lines and became a disaster. So we decided we better not do that anymore. So we've shut down during the month of December and in January anyway, and those other bookend months we haven't had a lot of requests. Most of our requests for the rental of that facility is in the spring and the fall and during the summer months. So it's really not affecting that portion of our operation either. Let me, if you have any questions, think about those. I'm going to turn some time over to Ryan and Aaron. I apologize again. I didn't look at the agenda. I was just anxious to get them here, so I told them to come at 6 o'clock, which was a huge mistake.
Just a 2.5-hour mistake, not a huge one.
Yeah, well, normally we don't have that many 101 items on the agenda, so I figured I was safe at least within an hour. But appreciate their patience and willing to be here because I wanted them to be able to share their vision and their experience in Spanish Fork with you.
Thank you, Dale, Mr. Mayor, and council members. I can just tell you that this community has been overwhelming to us. When Aaron and I first came here last spring, I think we somewhat fell in love with the location, just the overall beauty. It's just been an amazing opportunity for us, and we were just, apprehensive with the wind, things of that nature, and we were grateful that you guys were patient and willing to do, a 1-year agreement to see if the relationship could work. And from our perspective, it was an overwhelming success in the hiring and acquiring the employees and just melding into the community. Aaron and I bought a home here, and every time we come back, we're just like, this is beautiful, absolutely gorgeous and beautiful. Blessed to be a part of the community. grateful that you guys are looking at this long term. We don't have any plans to have anything other than a lifelong ability to create memories here for kids and find employment for kids to be able to grow. The blessings that Gateway has given us over the last 14, 15 years has been just amazing amounts of give back. We have 250 plus employees that work for me, and I would say that the vast majority of them, in the 90 percentile range, it was their first and only job, and that's been truly a blessing. So for us, we've looked at when Reno came to us and said, "Oh my goodness, let's see if we can bring this to Spanish Fork." We were, we just jumped at it. It was our goal. Was the next place that we wanted to come was this valley. So just absolutely a wonderful, wonderful experience for us. I hope that you guys all had the opportunity to come out and enjoy it. And we hope to be able to raise the bar for the city, especially when you come to these hard times like we heard at the beginning of this council meeting, where people can come and really have a refuge of fun. That's what we've determined. My entire mission in life was to create fun and to build fun and to be a part of fun. I myself, 50 years old, and I've never had a job in my life. I just haven't. I haven't been employed by anyone. I've never filled out a job application.
I'm actually more shocked that you're 50, more than you've had. Yeah, that's shocking.
Do I look older? I feel older. I feel way older than that. That's for sure. But thank you. I definitely desire to stay a teenager. It's been snowboarding and snow sports in general have given me so much in my life, and I'm so grateful for it. And when I started sunsetting my professional snowboarding career, I was looking to how can I bring kids into the sport best, and this was the avenue. It was for our kids. We have 4 of them, and it was for every kid, because we're just a family just like every one of you, and we wanted our kids to have the ability to ski or snowboard at little to no cost. And so our mission was to create free skiing, free snowboarding, and free lessons. And that's what this place does. It offers that at any given time to anyone, which just lowers the barrier of entry to 0. And we've seen kids in the first year go from never ever to nationals and 15th in the country, and then second year, second or third in the country, and all from just being able to be exposed from what we can offer them. So this was an amazing opportunity. The city, I've worked with so many cities around the country, around the world, from the International Olympic Commission to everywhere you can possibly imagine, all the way to China. And I don't mean this in a flattering way to you. Overwhelmingly professional city. Overwhelming. Your staff, everyone has done it to the letter of how you would normally do it and how we would want to see it happen. This was a very, very, very welcoming town. Grateful. I can't even tell you how grateful I am. So it was a fun year. We looked to doing many more improvements to make it a more efficient and quicker, easier. I think we learned a lot with the city and with the golf course to figure out how we can minimize in and out, and it's our goal. Our goal is to allow golfers and everyone else to have fun at the same time. We don't want to have the exclusive rights to fun in the city. So allowing us to share that space with you guys has been a blessing. So other than that, I don't have. If you guys have any questions for me, welcome to take them.
No questions, but I do want to apologize again for wearing muddy boots when I came up.
I know. I am a mud Nazi, and that's for sure. I like my clean snow.
I have one question. This was a year where there was light snow, right? So there was a lot of golfing going on at the same time. Parking became a little bit, I don't want to say chaotic during those times, but it came a little bit tight sometimes. A thought that I had, and I had talked to Dell about this earlier today, is just utilizing that parking lot that's across the street. Like, I don't know if there's a way, and this wouldn't be something contractual, right? But something just maybe to think about as we're thinking about employment as we go into the fall, if we have those, or the winter, not fall, winter, even though it feels like it out there today, to have the employees maybe park across the street just to open up some of that parking lot. Because I know that just helping to reduce the rub that may happen during those parking issues, because it seems like parking and traffic, those type of things cause lots of rubs. And so just try to help minimize that together, because like you said, working together is an important part of this process.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That was one of the first things that we asked all of our employees, at the beginning of the year, especially during the holidays and stuff, is everyone to park over there. I think that we have a huge amount of learning curve off of that. Like, holy crud, where they all come from? So you go from no golfers, all of a sudden they just fell out of the sky, and we're like, what the heck? So yeah, no, we learned. So part of it was we had kind of a boneyard of equipment that will not be there in that parking lot ever again.
Gotcha.
And so that'll help alleviate even more parking. That just won't happen over there. So that'll open up quite a few more spaces. But yeah, that's our rule was employees to park over there, especially when we're full. But we were definitely caught off guard, and a lesson learned of when it's good out, they come there. So, and I think it's great. It was great. We had many conversations where we had multiple golfers and tubers and skiers and snowboarders were the same people. They literally put their golf clubs away, pulled out their skis and snowboards, and had fun the rest of the day. It was really fun to see that happen. So we look forward to just kind of continuing to grow that, make it a very, very efficient system, because we don't want that either. We don't want that for the golfers, or we don't want that for the tubers. So, yeah.
Ryan, I think public perception is that this is just a tubing hill. I don't know that too many people in our community are aware of what you do for the skiers and snowboarders, so maybe talk to that a little bit.
Well, so as a professional athlete my whole life, what I've seen is opportunity where parents live vicariously through their kids. And so what I desire is more of the incognito type venue where it will grow and people will come. So we don't put it out there that it's all skiing and snowboarding. It just becomes a showcase for it, and the kids' interest drive it. Whereas if it was promoted as a skiing and snowboard facility, then you get a different clientele that I don't desire to have.
Yeah.
And so I want the thoughtful parents that are looking for avenues of expression for their kids to be able to go. There's so many kids today in so many of the communities, including this one, that is a former U.S. champion, first ever U.S. snowboard champion and world champion. I say this sincerely, there are so many kids that show up at our park with more talent in their little pinky than I have in my entire body.
That's probably not the place for them to be, right? I mean, go.
Yeah.
If you're talented and experienced and know how to snowboard, this isn't for people that know how to snowboard.
Yeah,
you want it to give people an opportunity to learn.
Yeah, it's for kids to grow and find something of interest, and it's accessible to them.
So how do you curb that? How do you find a balance with that? If people find out, like you say, that have a ton of talent and probably it's not where they should be, what do you do?
We utilize them without sounding a little odd. It's I can talk to those people in a way that they can't talk back to me, right? Like I can come to them and I can say to them, don't worry, I know what rad is. So, like, don't worry, like you can go get rad somewhere else. This is for these kids. If you want to come here and you want to be a part of this, then you are going to be an example. You're going to help teach and coach. And that's the ask. And so I'm like, it's free for you, but you need to abide by it. Clean living, no drinking, my life has been, I'm very odd in that way. I've never tasted alcohol. I've never had a cup of coffee. I've never had any, my life has been sports, and dedicating directly to it and hyper-focus on it. And so when these kids come to me, I can show them an example that is completely different than what they think their MO needs to be as a skier and snowboarder in that way. And I can prove to them that it's possible to be nice, live nice, and serve. So that's my ask every single time. And overwhelmingly, they abide. Overwhelmingly.
I can speak firsthand because I've got a 13-year-old that her older cousin gave her old snowboard, and she wanted. We're not a ski snowboard family. I don't know how I would kill myself, and I'm not one to just drive her all the way up the canyon and say, okay, let's give it a go. And so she had the opportunity to go and try and experience it firsthand. And I can tell you that some of these kids that were there that are experienced took the time to help her and to teach her and to let her go first. And so I can see that what you're teaching them is working.
Aaron and I had this conversation last night, actually, completely isolated, just inside of our family. There wasn't a sport that I didn't play, and play at the highest level you can get. As far as I just pushed it. Sports. Whether it be basketball, baseball, tennis, didn't matter. And I had amazing relationships and friendships throughout all those sports. Skateboarding and snowboarding, I have friends for the entire 50 years. And it's a unique group of people in a snowboard park setting like this, to where when you have thoughtful energy that's being brought to the park, it creates such a different culture. And that's what we try to create through our entire staff and through everything. And it starts from the top, which would be me bringing that in there and leveling it. And these people will come here and they will create lifelong friendships. We've seen it over the 250 kids that work for us right now. They came from completely different schools, different towns, different states, and they are hooked to the hip. They've connected, and they've become better and better people. And that's what I hope to continue to create here. So yeah, that's it serves such as an example. You come in and you just say, nope, we're gonna focus on you right now. We're gonna teach with you. We're gonna bring you. I want you to come back. I want you to come back and abuse this system of freeness and be here. And ultimately, it's a desire to cultivate them into my next employee. It really is. And so I want to create that environment to where I can find those people and bring them in. But yeah.
Thank you.
Aaron,
go ahead.
Just a quick question. I'm just curious. So moving forward this next season, and if you have patrons who would like to purchase like a neat hoodie or a beanie or hoodie or shirts, will you be selling things like that up at the golf course?
Yeah.
Anywhere?
Yeah. No. The one thing that I'm not good at is marketing or anything. I don't do it. But everyone asks. I've just been. We put almost no energy into any advertisement anywhere ever. None of our companies ever have. Everything that we do is like word of mouth. We give a lot of shirts and T-shirts away to a lot of kids that come to the park, and typically they're the ones that are on my head and on my shoulders. And I'll just pull my shirt off and say, it's yours. So the answer is most likely, but it's not something that I put a ton of wing and prayers on. I really do never, ever, ever done anything in my entire life for money. This has all been just an unbelievably blessing from God, and I'm grateful for it. So,
but it's a great thought because a lot of kids love that type of apparel when they go to a certain
Especially as you guys grow and gain popularity and the name recognition, everything.
It's great. I'm grateful, but I'm also like the first guy to say, somewhat embarrassed of everything that it comes with, and I'm like, oh man, he's wearing my shirt, it's just one of those things where I've always been just overwhelmingly humble and grateful that people are even willing to come, and because I'm genuinely surprised every single time. I'm like, oh my gosh, they came! Oh, this is all going to be awesome. I'm going to give you a good time. That's my genuine thought every single day. And I've been grateful that people have asked, and I'm grateful that you would ask.
Thanks.
Aaron, over those months, tell us what the best thing was, maybe the most surprising thing about being here. And I know you've run this in other places, so maybe there's not a whole lot of surprises. But what was the best experience here in Spanish Fork you had, and maybe what you're looking forward to in the coming years?
I really thank our employees. So coming here, and we got such great employees in Boise, Idaho, that they become our family. And so coming here, it was like a whole new, oh gosh, everybody has their own clubs and groups, and but watching the season unfold and really being there for our employees and bringing out the mindfulness in them and understanding and helping them start to think, what are you looking to do in life? And that's one of my favorite goals with kids, is because it's they're always looking for a positive voice that they're not even aware they're looking for. And just building the relationships with a lot of those kids for me, and then having them come ask me questions, it just was really heartfelt. So I was really, it came together, and I was like, okay, it's the family starting again. So that was really, really beautiful.
You've had him on Studio Chatter already, but most people, now everybody knows
We
Ryan and
actually,
Aaron.
we're on location, so it was a memorable interview.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were there on location. Yeah.
Mayor, if I may, in the fall, late summer rather, Ryan, when you and a handful of your group met, Dale and I think the mayor in my office, I was really hesitant. You remember where, this is a great idea. Let's talk about it for next year, 2025. And to know what you did and how you resolved issues and concerns and moved forward, I think it was a really successful year. I was really hesitant for what I thought would be a lot of issues and complaints. I didn't hear any of them. I mean, I heard some complaints, most of them on Facebook, where Goose wouldn't have heard them and he shouldn't get there. But most of them, were just kind of keyboard warrior type of things. Right. A lot of the complaints that we would have thought to hear, we certainly saw expressed there. But in reality, the coolest thing for me is I was visiting with some kids talking about, have you gone sledding there? Well, it's a little bit expensive. And I said, well, do you know why that is? Well, no. I said, well, look around you. There's no snow. But there's snow there. How do you think that happens? And you had feet of snow and mountains of snow, and you'd created them in a year where we didn't have any snow. And what a great way to start off in a time when we didn't, we can't predict the weather, right? But in a winter when we didn't have snow, to provide that opportunity right here, I think the timing worked out great. So I'm glad that we did that different than what I was expecting or thinking back in the late summer.
Well, and even the snowboarders that come out that are more talented, that maybe don't financially have the capabilities to buy the season pass, and it's just so beautiful to see how grateful they are that they can get out of their house and be doing their sport that they love. And it's so cool to see them help younger kids and be respectful, because it is free, right? So it's okay, we don't want to wreck this, we're going to help everybody. And it creates a really cool environment that you don't see at the mountain. So lots of interaction on that side.
Here's the two thank yous that I'm going to tell you guys. Number one, thank you for not making us look like chumps. It's already
It's easy to do.
Yeah, like Shane does a really good job by himself. But the hesitancy that was already heard here, just because the times where government maybe steps in it is when they get out of the scope of what they maybe do really well, and you can see we protect our citizens really well. We do a few things really good, and then you're trying to make a quality of life that makes you a little bit different than somewhere else, and people say, well, this is why I live here, not just because it's close to work or whatever, but this is why I live here, and we felt this had a chance to add to that, not detract from it, but it could have easily done the other way. But it's a credit to you. It's a credit to who you are. It's a credit to the way you run your business, and it's credit to what you brought here. I can't imagine us coming up with the crackpot idea and then taking the public's money and investing it in tubes and a pipe dragon and your magic carpet and everything else to try to make a go of something that just would have had struggle after struggle. But seeing you stick to it and welcome all the questions and not be offended by the questions and everything else, but just understanding where they were coming from and go through that process clearly was very impressive and commendable.
Thank you. Yeah, we thank you, Seth, for putting up with us as well. It was, there. In my mind, it wasn't a challenge. Like, it was very easy for us to come in and do what we did. And I'm so excited for the next few years, the growth that we're going to get, the growth that the community is going to get. I know that in all of our other communities, I can tell you people moved and bought homes in those other communities specifically for the one thing, and that was that park. We came here because of you. We came from California because of you. We visited, and this is the town we would desire to bring our families to. It happened this year. I watched people drive from Vegas directly from here just to participate in the tubing. Only reason that they did. And some of the other communities, we have people that fly their entire families from New York in to do the same thing every year. And just because it's so unique and so much fun. But we just, our motto is really just to try to kill people with kindness in every single way, shape, or form. And there's just no reason to bring drama to the snow park. And there's no reason for us to have drama in our lives, really, because if you just wake up every day looking to improve yourself and the community, then everything works out really, really well for everyone. And so I really hope that I can continue to rise up to the professionalism that I see this town has brought. I mean, holy heck, that's some thoughtful thought of roundabouts. That's for sure. So.
Well, that's my other thank you, is thank you collectively from the residents. This contract, again, residents, you can get online and read what we're approving here tonight, but this is returning funds back to the city that we didn't have before, and I know the golf course is grateful for the improvements that can be made up and around there for that purpose. But you're dealing with a popular place that is the Festival of Lights, and then is golfers. And then at the same time, last year, I saw people parking at the trailhead and walking up the Dripping Rock Trail, all while you guys are trying to make a go of a private enterprise and just all those moving parts. You managed it professionally, and you did it well, and you communicated clearly to staff and all of us, and we sure appreciate it. I think this contract exhibits that I think the council, unless I'm reading them wrong, is ready to take another stab at this and make it a long-term deal, not just date, but take the next step of an engagement ring or something. I don't know.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Good analogy.
I don't know if engagement rings set in the contract at all, Dale.
Well, we can get back to the agreement, but I thank these guys. I wanted you guys, but more importantly, the community to get a feel for we've spent many hours with these guys in meetings and negotiations and working through this and that and the other to try to give this an honest chance. And I've felt of their humility. They employ a lot of our golf course kids that work in the summer. Now they work there in the winter. They've employed a lot of kids from our community, and I love their philosophical approach to dealing with young people and teaching them how to be responsible citizens and respective people in the community. So I wanted you guys to get a feel for them and the citizens as well. So I appreciate you spending 3 hours of your night with us. Apologize to your kids for us.
I'm glad they drove.
I hope they haven't tore up the house.
They don't have to drive home to Idaho anymore. They're down.
They don't
here.
have to go to
They're
Idaho
local.
anymore. They have a place that's close.
That's great. That's good.
So, any other questions on the agreement? Is there anything I can clarify for you in there?
I have one.
Okay.
Under 1A, first bullet point, it says the permit fee shall be $30,000 or 5%, whichever is higher. 5% of
5% of their gross revenues.
Probably should put that in the agreement.
Okay.
It says it in the staff report. It doesn't say specifically.
It says it in A.
It
right
does
there,
say it in
groceries.
another section, though, but that's a good thing to point out.
It defines what grocery receipts are. It doesn't say it's 5% of something.
Okay.
Just so that we're all very clear what's 5%.
Yeah, and I need to let you know they provide a year-end report for us, which details all of their business, their concessions, all of their ticket sales. They were very thorough in providing that information for us. And as a partnership, their books are open to us, so we can.
Yeah, I'm not.
We can work
I'm not
through
worried
that.
about it.
No, but thank you for that clarification. We'll go look at that and maybe make sure that's clear in the agreement.
A few words. Okay, that was it.
Good comment.
Anything else you guys seen in this? Okay. I think that's a great point of modification. Probably put it in the motion, Vaughn, that one modification. Okay. Okay, if there's no other questions for Dale or the Neptunes here, I'd entertain a motion on item A.
I move to approve the Gateway Parks agreement with the addition of including in the contract a more defined description of 5% of gross revenues.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Euler, seconded by Councilman Marshall. A roll call vote here. Councilwoman Beck.
Yes.
And Councilman Euler.
Yes.
Councilman Cardin.
Yes.
Councilman Took. Sorry.
Yes.
And Councilman Marshall.
Yes.
Okay, that passes. Thank you.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Nice job.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Appreciate it.
Good night.
Thank you. Okay. That takes us to item B, a new business, the Utah Division of Wildlife Resources helipad reimbursement agreement. Down at the airport, not at the golf course.
Right. A lot of great things happening at our airport.
On the roundabout.
Not on the roundabout either. No.
And they do land on these round circles, but a little differently. One of the things is the firefighting resources of the state have realized the value of our airport and love it as a base for firefighting operations. And so last year we were able to combine with them and build a helicopter landing pad for firefighting helicopters, and they were able to pay for it. We built it, and then they paid us back for it. And that worked well, and so we want to do another one this year. They want to add another helicopter landing pad, and these are the big helicopters that help pick up water and fight fires. So, any questions?
Nope.
Any questions on this one? Okay, I'd entertain a motion for item B.
I move to approve the Utah Division of Wildlife Resources DNR helipad reimbursement agreement.
Motion made by Councilman Cardin.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Took. A roll call vote here. Councilman Euler.
Yes.
Councilwoman Beck.
Yes.
Councilman Marshall.
Yes.
Councilman Took.
Yes.
Councilman Cardin.
Yes.
That passes. I've got to get better at this as the night goes on, not worse. Sorry. Item C, direction to surplus the Mountain Substation 12K transformer.
Chris, everyone came back and it's still your show.
I forgot. So this is kind of an interesting situation where we had ordered a couple large transformers a long time ago because it takes years to get them to come in, and these are $1 million transformers. Well, back then they were $500,000 transformers, but they've come up in price quite a bit since. And so we had these on order coming, and then got a lot of real big business interests in the area around the airport, and started to go another direction with a 138 kV line where we needed even bigger transformers. We kept these on order, though, because of the scarcity, and the one's about to arrive, and we want to use it at one of our smaller substations out on Spanish Fork Parkway and Highway 6, kind of near the Quick Quack there and the Holiday Oil. We have a transformer there that is a 12 kVA transformer, and what we want to do is pull that out and put in this new one, which is a 20, and help that substation with the capacity shortfall that's going on there. But the 12 that's already there is only 20 years old, and so it has a lot more life left in it, and it looks like we should be able to sell it for more than we bought it for because of the cost of transformers has gone way up. And the way we want to do it, we have some interested parties who want to pay that kind of money, but we have a surplusing policy which says we need to basically bid it out, who will pay us the most money for it. And so we want to do that on public surplus, but we want to set the minimum price, bid price, for what we have some interest already in it for, and then point those entities towards bidding on it. Our policy says that any item over $20,000 cannot be surplus until the city council gives direction to surplus it. So we're just here to get that direction. We are already proposing to raise that limit since we surplus vehicles that are really close to that. So anyway, any questions?
I don't know that we surplus vehicles that are worth that much. They were worth that much once upon a time, but we can debate it.
Not tonight. Not
No,
tonight.
no, I meant Chris and I. Chris and I like the debate.
Okay. It might. 20,000 seems kind of low to me.
Shane routinely comments on that stuff. Everything that comes here, he's like, I didn't need to see that.
It's too low.
Probably too low. Any questions on the concept of what Chris is talking about here, that we surplus this that we don't need right now?
Kind of unique and innovative. Good work.
Okay, if there's no questions, I'd entertain a motion for item C.
I will move to approve the direction to surplus the Mountain Substation 12 kVA transformer.
Second.
Motion made by Councilwoman Beck, seconded by Councilman Marshall. A roll call vote here. Councilman Cardon?
Yes.
Councilman Took?
Yes.
Councilman Marshall?
Yes.
Councilwoman Beck?
Yes.
And Councilman Euler?
Yes.
Item C is approved. Takes us to D with the SFCN janitorial agreement, the notice of award.
I'll take this one.
You could have Travis come out from the back there. He's SFCN.
The contract is in the agenda. As we move into the new SFCN headquarters building, the janitorial services will need to be completed. We did open that up for review by a number of bidders, and RBM, who has been doing the work in SFCN, was I believe the low bidder, but also is a very responsible bidder, and so the contract contemplates having them do the work in the new building as well. We have RBM doing a lot of janitorial work across the city, and as we have amassed more work with them, we're looking right now to move toward more of a wholesale model of putting all the contracts on a similar rotation and potentially getting some better rates. That's not happening with this one, but that's something that will come with future renewals. But for the time being, the proposal is to award the contract to RBM as outlined there.
Do you know how low they were compared to the next bidder?
I don't. I apologize. Dale might.
Oh, he left. Conveniently.
Yeah.
And been doing it at the current building.
Yeah, and they do this building. They do city office building. I think they did the old library and the rec office now. Yeah, they've done a good job for us.
So just to make sure I'm clear, so what I'm seeing is annual cost of $20,523, just to describe what's in the contract with the 2-year contract. Does that sound right?
Any other questions for Seth on this one? I'd entertain a motion on item D.
I move to approve the SFC and janitorial agreement, notice of award and notice to proceed, RBM.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Took, seconded by Councilman Marshall. A roll call vote here. Councilman Took.
Yes.
Councilman Cardon.
Yes.
Councilman Euler.
Yes.
Councilwoman Beck.
Yes.
And Councilman Marshall.
Yes.
Item E is approved. Takes us to item F, resolution of adopting rules of order. This sounds like very much a Vaughn Piquel.
Yeah, we skipped E. Grandma.
Whoops. I think E and F, I got ahead of myself. E and F are going to both be. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Yes, I was going to skip the appeals process and not let you appeal the skipping of it.
I've conducted a recent review of our ordinance about the grandma or government records appeals, and I've noticed several things needed to be updated, both to comply with the state law, but also to update some references and correct some timelines and just make it a little bit more efficient. So if you don't mind, I'd like to point out a few things in that ordinance that we did. One, we clarified times to appeal to be midnight on the final day. We had different references to how to calculate time, and whether it was within 30 days, period, or within 30 days after the date, the decision. So you could have differing interpretations there. So to clarify, we're making it by midnight of that final day, or whatever after the date the decision was given. So there are different timelines in there for that, but it will always be at midnight after the date of the final day. We clarified that there would be 3 business days to schedule the hearing of the appeals board. It just said 3 days, which is really tight, especially if it happens over a weekend. So 3 business days to schedule that hearing. So just to clarify, step back a little bit in the process. Somebody makes a grandma request for records. We review it. We provide the public records we can, and certain records are either private or protected, and we need to not provide those or redact those portions and then provide the public portion. But then they have a right to appeal, and once that appeal goes to the city manager as the chief administrative officer, they're still dissatisfied with the decision there, they can appeal again to what we have is a local appeals board that would be convened when we get an appeal like that. And so that's what we were discussing tonight. The composition of the appeals board, we made that consistent with the state law. We were being a little strict on ourselves. It needs to be 1 employee and 2 members of the public, and our ordinance had said two residents of the city. And when it comes to filling those, one of those persons needs to be a professional that's experienced in requesting records or in managing records, and that might be hard to find someone like that that's in the city. So we wanted just to make it consistent with the state law on that point. We also give the appeals board, once they've made their decision, 10 days to issue that signed decision order. It's not likely that the board themselves would be the ones writing this decision, but more likely an attorney that would represent the board. And so I think 10 business days is typical in that situation, to give some time to put the the facts and the law and the judgment and the decision all in writing. Give them some time to do that. And then finally, one thing that we didn't have in our ordinance that is required is that even after they've gone through the appeals board process, the records requester still has the right to appeal either to the State Records Committee or to the district court. And ours did not have that State Records Committee option, so I wanted to put that in there for sure. One suggestion I might have, if you look in the text of the ordinance in subsection L4A, I noticed just this evening that probably should have changed this. It says citations to this ordinance or federal regulation. I think we should change federal regulations to what our governing law would be is the state law, the cases and the decisions interpreting the state law. So if we could change federal regulations to state law, cases or decisions that govern disclosure. Don't mind putting that into your motion if you approve this change. So those are the main things that we were able to find and change. Any questions about those?
Vaughn, I do, Mayor, if I may. As you talk about the 3 days, turning around and having it the appeal, potentially bringing on the ad hoc appeals board, getting a date, coordinating with the person, is 3 days required by state law?
No, I don't think so. No.
What do you think if we gave ourselves a little bit more time, just in case, because logistically, getting all of those things done, coordinating those schedules with the various individuals, including the appeals board, outside counsel, should we need to get somebody there, the individual making that, do you think?
State law says that we can set our own, if we choose an appeals board, we can then set reasonable timelines.
So I'd probably suggest.
They're only scheduling the hearing in 3 days.
But you have to convene, kind of get these people.
15 days to convene.
No, right, but what I'm getting at is I've got to be able to
coordinate the schedule.
Get the group of three together.
I got you.
Well, you don't
meet.
The ad hoc is not sitting.
Correct.
You
They're
have to you go get them.
We're going to use them once every 4 years. I mean, once every 20. I mean, we haven't used this ever before, right? And so, just thinking about the logistics of
maybe
identifying them, coordinating their schedules, coordinating with the other, with the
10 days,
the
so
appellant.
10 days, like calendar days, or maybe 7.
I'd say 5 business days is
5
probably all
business
we
days.
would need. That would give us a week. I don't know if that's. I don't know what you think. I'm kind of hitting you here. Just thinking about the process and knowing what we've kind of gone through.
Going through it, we were able to do it, but I think just barely.
We were able to do it because we started early. Remember?
Yeah,
We kind of thought, what if? And so we started doing a lot of the actions before.
Yeah, we kind of saw it coming. So, yeah, maybe 5 business days.
5 business days. I think I would like that.
Okay, that's a good choice. Good suggestion.
And like Shane was saying, we're going to have the hearing set 15 to 60 days out. But I don't want to run into some problem if it takes us 4 days or whatever to get it signed.
So to clarify, when we're making the motion, what does that need to say? What
so-
letter are we under?
L.
L is still, okay.
Very first thing I know.
Okay.
Later than midnight on the 5th.
Fifth.
Let me get this.
Business day.
Mayor Pro Tem is taking good notes.
Yeah, you're right. So, no later than midnight on the 5th business day after the date in which you received the notice. And then also later in L,
4A, right?
4A, I would suggest that we change that one to be citations to ordinance or state law cases or decisions.
Can they just say the changes that the city attorney suggested?
That's fine. Yeah.
Any other questions for Vaughn on this? Okay, I'd entertain a motion.
Cece's been taking notes.
I took some notes.
Yes, I like
I
it.
move to approve the ordinance amending the municipal code regarding government records appeals process with the changes for 5 business days under L and changing it from federal regulation to state law under L4A. What was the last one, Vaughn?
That was it.
Okay.
State law cases or decisions.
Boom.
Or just the recommendations of the city
Second.
attorney.
Okay.
Motion made by Councilwoman Beck, seconded by Councilman Cardin. A roll call vote here. Councilman Marshall?
Yes.
Councilman Took?
Yes.
Councilman Cardin?
Yes.
Councilman Euler?
Yes.
And Councilwoman Beck.
Yes.
Thank you, Vaughn.
You're welcome.
E is approved. Takes us to item F.
Yes. Item F is a resolution adopting some revised rules of order for the City Council. You have adopted rules of order, and generally we've been following those. But in a recent review, I think I would like to clarify a few things, correct a few things, and then just make some changes to improve fairness and also efficiency. So we reviewed some of these before. In the document before you, I realized it probably would have been a little clearer if I had headings. But first thing, the first paragraph is a key point that these rules are to help you in running your meetings. They're not meant to hamstring you or to make it difficult, but to actually make it more efficient. And so because of that, overly strict compliance would not be required, and that any action taken that may be in violation of these rules would not be voided or invalid. These are just rules to help the order of the meeting. The second paragraph could have had a title, Meetings, and so the meetings we have are based on the ordinance that you adopt each year that have an annual meeting schedule, or upon a special notice for a special meeting. So no real changes there except maybe a code reference. The next section, next paragraph would be the quorum definition. I might need to add a couple words there as well. In the second sentence, a quorum is 3 or more members of the City Council excluding the mayor. The mayor is obviously welcome to come to meetings, and we would love that. But for a quorum to convene, we need three voting members of the council. So I think that's understood, but it wasn't written that way. The next paragraph would have a title called Action, and it describes what it takes to take action on an item. That would be 3 votes at least, so no fewer than 3 votes in favor of the measure. And then the next section is dealing with agenda requests that members of the public may request to be on the agenda of the City Council. And then the process to approve those would be the mayor, the 2 City Council members, or the city manager may add those items to an agenda. And then the final paragraph on that first page would be like other agenda items and public hearings. So this is where most of your agenda is populated, is from land use applications, legislative changes like we just did in the item before, or business items like the Gateway Parks contract. We have all these contracts and things that need to get approved to conduct the day-to-day business of the city. So those are the types of agenda items that you'll see coming forward. There's a little bit of a process about how to conduct a public hearing. The general public is invited to speak, but first we would have a staff presentation on a matter. An applicant, if there is one, would be given an invitation to make a brief presentation, and then comments from the public once the public hearing is opened, and they should be germane to the topic. Next is time limits for public comments, and our practice is to do 3 minutes, but then also add in if there's an individual that, in an effort to avoid redundant comments of the same sort, you can represent a group of individuals and have a longer time, 5 minutes, to make that comment for that group. And I think following a uniform time limit, I think, is important. Whether you like the comment or dislike the comment or are indifferent, it's intended to not favor or disfavor any particular view. So we need to be as consistent as we can with the time limit for comments. After that, the next thing that happens is discussion among the council. And you ask your questions, you get those resolved, you make your comments, and maybe help each other understand the way you're feeling about a particular item. And then the next section would be action, and that's done by either approving an item, tabling an item, or denying an item. Tabling an item would be to a future meeting, and you can designate the next meeting or some future date of a meeting, or after a condition is passed, like once the budget is ready, bring it back for comment, something like that. So action is done with a motion, a second, and debate, and then the very next paragraph is about withdrawing a motion and the process to do that. The next section is amending a motion, the process to do that, and then finally voting on the motion. That takes us through that next page. And then the last page is more about convenience and comfort in running the meeting, whether you need to take a recess. You have a motion and a second and a vote on a recess. I typically haven't done that very often from my experience, but you do have that.
Practice.
What's that? But you do have that option if you need to. Motion to adjourn is a motion and a second and a vote, but no discussion on that. You just get it over with, so to speak. And then there's points of order. If somebody feels that maybe we're not following the rules, you can ask for a point of order. There's no second needed there and no discussion. You just take an immediate vote on that. And then I guess finally is hopefully never needed, but if someone is disrupting a meeting, that person can be ordered to be removed from the meeting by a 2/3 vote of the council. So that means really we need 4 out of 5 to vote for that. So it's really 80%. So that's a high bar, and I think it probably should be, right? We don't want to have to remove someone, but unless it's really necessary, they're disrupting the meeting.
Vaughn, is that intended for removing a council member from a meeting, member of the public?
It's a member of the public.
I'm just
Nice try.
I was just wondering. I'm just wondering.
Can it be
out loud.
staff?
Yeah, can we remove staff?
Yeah, absolutely.
Perfect.
I
Can I be
think you
removed?
should.
Can I get a motion?
Make some good television.
I guess maybe one more thing. Motions that concern ordinances, resolutions, and actions that create a liability take a roll call vote. So all of our resolutions and ordinances, but even a contract we approve that requires us to take on a liability, pay something, or encumber property or something like that, that should be a roll call vote. And then there's the whole section on closed meetings, and we'll just follow the state law on that. And that is my recommendation to you on these revised rules of order. They're pretty good to begin with, but I think with the few changes, they're a little bit better.
Vaughn, I know that you and I had a conversation yesterday. There are just some, maybe not grammatical, but just some, maybe some readability things.
Thanks for pointing that out. One thing is on top of the second page, there needs to be a space between the two paragraphs. The paragraph that begins when everyone desiring to speak. You need a space there. And then a couple paragraphs down, the one that begins once questions are raised, there needs to be a space between once and questions.
Good job,
The other,
Jesse.
Councilmember Carter, we talked about maybe reorganizing the paragraphs. I looked at that today, and I don't think
I don't think
good
so
idea. I mean, first we talk about meetings, and we mention the concept of an agenda in that meetings paragraph, but then agenda is more fully fleshed out below, and it immediately follows with agenda requests and other agenda items. So I think that would fit better there and leave that order unchanged.
So 3 hours ago, when I was in my council comments, I mentioned that we were in our semi-annual League of Cities and Towns and breakout sessions, and the question was brought up to, I bet there were 80 to 100 of us in there, what's our time limit? And I would say the majority of every city is 3 minutes. I just remember there's been discussion over the past year of if we're just like pulling that time frame, just some random time frame out of thin air, and we're not. Like most of the cities throughout the state choose 3 minutes, and there's a reason for that, because it was 3 hours ago when I had council comments, and we probably have another 2 hours ahead of us, so that helps us stay on track.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that is standard for sure from what I've seen in the different cities I've been at. And like you said, it helps to expedite the meeting. It's long enough for someone to make their comment typically.
Vaughn, once a meeting's adjourned, the meeting's done. So last paragraph says if further discussion starts back up, you can't do that because you have to post publicly that there's going to be another meeting.
You don't want to be talking about the public's business with a group of you, a quorum of you. If you do that, that needs to be published as a public meeting.
And you can't just say, well, let's start up another meeting because it's
not been
posted.
because it's too late to give the public notice. We have to give a 24-hour public notice.
You have to reconvene in 24 hours.
There was one other, sorry for these changes, at the bottom of the first page, where right before we talk about 3 minutes and 5 minutes, there's a sentence that says, the mayor may set time limits for each speaker at a public hearing. I think after speaking with Councilmember Carter, we probably should just strike that sentence because we then go on and say the time limit is 3 minutes and 5 minutes. So it's kind of a redundancy.
Sounds like the mayor's losing more power. Keep going on.
One thing we've talked about, and I don't think it ended up in here, and not that it should or shouldn't, but just for the sake of the conversation, was giving time limits to certain topics. Like we're going to have no longer than X minutes for public comment, or no longer than X minutes for this public hearing, or whatever else. And I think as a group we've said, no, we don't want to do that. But that is something that I think is in the purview of the city to do, but you have chosen to not do that.
Right.
I think
yeah,
that's
I've seen other cities do that, and maybe with varying...
State legislature certainly does that.
Right, with their legislative committees, sure. But no, I think inviting all to give their comments is wonderful. So what we'd like to do, if these are approved, we'd like to develop a kind of a handy reference card for you and have it at each of your stations, maybe in your drawer next to you. That goes quorum and making motions, and maybe it's unnecessary because you're all pretty much pros now, but it might be nice for some to have a reference like that.
I appreciate the couple of points that's been brought up, and Seth mentioning the other ways some of these things are run. Hey, here's the time that we've got on this topic, so just everybody's aware of it. I think maybe a way that personally I'm going to try to blunt that is, it's not blaming anybody the way the setup certainly is or anything, is when somebody's up there speaking to us about an issue in public comment, just aware of the public. I'm going to reiterate that, hey, try to keep your comments to 3 minutes, and it is because we've been contacted by people that if you do just let somebody go on 8 minutes, 9 minutes, 10 minutes, and the next person is, hey, your 3 minutes are up. Well, what does that look like to us? It looks like we favored some stance, somebody's opinion more than somebody else's opinion, and that's why we're always quick to say, hey, let's not clap, let's not show favoritism. We want to hear from everybody. This is the time for the public to comment on that issue that's on the agenda. And so what you'll see from me is a little bit, you're addressing us, so maybe you're not looking left to right all the time. And so I'll be better at letting you know the 3 minutes are up, and obviously be considerate about that. So Amber doesn't kick me out of the house when I get home, but trying to be rude to anybody. But just in an effort to run an efficient and effective meeting, you'll see me better let people know when that 3 minutes is up and to wrap up.
There's a First Amendment reason, too, for doing that, and maybe you remember from Midway meetings, but maybe you don't. This forum is not a traditional public forum.
Right.
It is a limited public forum. We have a public hearing on a land use application. Comment should be about that item, and then for that time, so it's the time, manner, and place of those comments are here and during those 3 minutes and about that item. It's not a public forum to stand up and say vote for somebody else or support this cause or something. It's not what it's for.
Yeah. And likewise, it's not a forum where somebody can just shout out from the gallery, right? I mean, this is not intended as that. We have to do the public's business in public, but it's not. That doesn't mean that everybody is involved in every element or every aspect of the public meeting, right? So that phrase, say that again, limited
public forum.
Limited public forum. This is
for
not
this purpose of this matter and this time and place. Yeah.
That's a really important distinction of freedom of speech.
Right.
Doesn't exist in terms of I can say anything I want, how long I want, etc.
Right.
And please don't mistake it with. I think every council member here tonight has probably asked a question, brought up an issue that somebody's brought up to them. Either they've seen it on social media, they've been emailed, they've talked. Kevin took a poll down at the senior center. Raise your hands and let's talk about it. You're not going to see that here, but that's the outreach that council members are doing to the community, and then they're bringing that here. So you don't necessarily need to be here at 9 o'clock at night. But please don't mistake that the public's business. Your issues aren't being brought here. We've already probably asked them to somebody, but if not, we're going to ask them, and that is good public discourse as well. And of course, that's not to chill anybody from coming and talking about something that's a public hearing. That is the notice that you should come. If you want to talk about that issue, you can come talk about that issue, even if you've talked to us about it and asked us questions about it. You can still come talk to that issue for sure. We want to hear you. We want to hear everybody on that issue. That's what we've signed up for here. So I appreciate the getting it in brushing up on these order.
And we'll do something, Mayor, to help you and Mayor Pro Tem Beck as she conducts meetings too. That if you want a little handy reference that here are some bullet points to read every time we have a public comment or every time we have a public hearing, something that gives you just an easy reference so you can say that, gives the same instructions every meeting and that consistency, so we can give you that as well.
I think Stacy's going to add Robert's Rules of Order to her book club.
She might. Favorite read.
Amazing. You mentioned, Vaughn, in the last paragraph of the first page, I think, the mayor may set time limits for each speaker at the public hearing. Removing that, I don't know that we should remove it.
Okay.
I understand it's a little bit of a conflict to the next one, but I think there will be times when the mayor needs to set time limits, and he needs that prerogative to do so.
Okay.
I think there will be in many, many, many cases when it's a public hearing, there's two sides of it. It will be 3 minutes, but in the case of George today, you may have wanted to give him a little more time, or you may want to give Lan a little more time last time. So I think that opportunity needs to be there. You may not take it, but I think it covers it by leaving it in.
But then would we want to remove the 3 minutes in the other section, because then he's just imposing that 3 minutes each time? Because if we have it here, it's 3 minutes in one spot, but then there's this other time limit that's arbitrary. Does that become problematic?
I don't think so.
That was the question.
I think it's the first sentence says he will do it, and the second sentence says, I think it's
3 minutes.
I know it says 3 minutes, but I think it's in a context of not favoring or disfavoring a particular viewpoint. So I don't know that. I think you can leave them in there like it is and not be inconsistent. The next sentence says 5 minutes. So
in practicality, if you thought there was a mayor that said, okay, hey, we're going to open up this to more time for both sides, or more time for you, or something like that. I mean, the council still has the ability to say, you know what, I don't think that's right. I think you ought to hold everybody to 3 minutes, have that discussion, and if the majority votes that way, it's not going to be the mayor's discretion anymore to say, sorry, you don't get 5 minutes, and you get 3 minutes. And
that'd be a point of order, and you say no. We raise a point of order. We want to stick to the 3 and the 5. You take your vote and live by it. Move on.
My whole point of that was just consistency. So
sure.
I'm okay with it staying or doing whatever.
Any other questions for Vaughn on this or statements?
Was there specific things you wanted the motion to change? Maybe you just read those, and then
clean up
whoever
the
makes it
typos.
just says what he said.
2 typos I need to clean up. Let's see. I think that was
Which
it.
that probably doesn't need to be in the motion.
If we leave the sentences about the mayor setting time limits, then I think that's it. Okay. Just those 2 typos are fixed.
Shane's just trying to give you some power back.
Thank you.
He needs something to do.
He's giving a future mayor
At the very
power.
least, he can set time limits.
He's not giving me any power to do that. Before a motion, it sounds like a motion's coming here. I will say this. I do appreciate, I mean, again, I've only been doing this 10 years now. Stacy's on 8, and the rest of us down the line of being here. I appreciate the way that meetings are felt here and conducted here in Spanish Fork. You can go online and find some different avenues that the way this is going. It does. We always want to be the place for public discourse, the place for people to freely express themselves, but do it in a respectful and orderly manner, that the city of the business, or the business of the city, still get done and done right. And so it's just a shout out to you guys, professionals, of doing it the right way, listening to people, and conducting a meeting that is respectful and I think stands out as another way that we're different in Spanish Fork in a good way. So thank you, Vaughn, for these cleanups and everything else. And citizens, if this is approved, you'll make sure to see it in future meetings a little bit better stabilized and communicated. With that, is anybody brave enough to make a motion on this item? And then we're going to test it before Seth goes on G.
I move to approve the resolution adopting rules of order with the cleanups that was discussed by the city attorney.
Motion made by Councilman Cardin.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Euler. A roll call vote here. Councilwoman Beck.
Yes.
Councilman Euler.
Yes.
Councilman Cardin.
Yes.
Councilman Took. Yes. And Councilman Marshall.
Yes.
Now, the test of this is that...
He gets 3 minutes?
Yeah, you get 3 minutes. Yeah. I wasn't going there, but I know this tentative budget is the next item here, which is a big deal, presented by a really big deal. But we were going to...
I move that we take a 5-minute recess.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Motion made by Councilman Euler.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman Beck. This is a roll call vote too. Councilman Took.
No.
Oh, it's not?
We're not binding
No
anything.
liability here.
Okay, let's just say yes. All in favor?
Yes.
All right. 5-minute break. We'll be back.
Did you just read the rules?
Okay, we're back. Thanks, everybody, for hanging with us. We are caffeinated and, yep, snacks. Ready for City Manager Seth Perrins to go over item G with us, the fiscal year 2025 tentative budget.
This is going to be epic.
Yep.
Go.
Freaking epic.
Put the timer up.
3 minutes for my portion, and then I'll turn it to invite others to speak. But Mayor, it is a pleasure that we have every year to prepare and present the budget. We believe this is probably the most significant thing that we do each year, as it certainly identifies your priorities and the community's priorities. This budget's been especially interesting to work on, fun on one end because challenges are always fun. Putting together a 10,000-piece puzzle, right? That's fun. And so that's kind of how I think I would look at putting together a budget for a city as complex and certainly as wonderful as Spanish Fork is. This budget encompasses a lot as we look to all the different things that are happening around our community, from just the typical day-to-day activities that you might think of in a city, police, fire, ambulance, libraries, recreation, those kinds of things, to the significant things that are happening, such as construction of sewer treatment plants and recreation centers and the industrial growth that we're starting to feel and see in our community. So as we talk about the budget today, Jordan, Chris, and I are going to specifically talk about a few things. You have along the sides here also many of our directors. If you have questions about anything tonight as we present the tentative budget, please ask those questions. This is not the budget. This is tentative, and so Jordan will outline the process for the full budget review. There is now essentially some 45 days still left in the budget approval. So this is kind of the beginning of the formal end, but it is really only the beginning of that full process. So with that, I express my gratitude specifically to all of the directors and our division managers, those that are in the budget day in and day out. Their efforts have certainly been felt, and I appreciate their work. It is because of their efforts that we can present this tentative budget to you today. Jordan.
All right. It always seems like it's 10 p.m. before I get up here. Timeline. So tonight, the budget's presented, serves as the beginning document for yourselves and the public to dig into for the next month. So this tentative budget process has a few steps, and these steps are, when we do a budget revision, they're shrunk into one meeting. We'd present it, we'd hold a public hearing, and it'd be approved all in one meeting. Those 3 steps are being stretched over 3 meetings in this budget process. So during the month of May, you have the opportunity to review the budget. The budget will be available to the public at SpanishFork.org. You can go up in that search bar and type in budget, or you can go to Department and Finance and find it very easily. A month from now, on June 4th, we will have a public hearing. There's no public hearing tonight on this. It's just presented. And then 2 weeks from then, it will be formally adopted. Any questions on the timeline there? Okay. Budget total. All right. We've broken the budget into 3 areas: general fund, the enterprise funds, and then miscellaneous funds. So the general fund, that's where the tax dollars go. Public safety is there. Parks and Rec is there. A lot of administrative stuff happens there. Enterprise funds, those are the business type activities. So all of your utilities are in there. And then everything else we've lumped into a category we call miscellaneous. You can see the total budget being $292 million. Let's see. Let me get this to work. Not working. So that's an increase of $32 million. One thing I wanted to mention about comparing the budget. So comparing the budget, if you're comparing this year to last year, you always want to make sure you're comparing an apple with an apple. And what I mean by that is when you're comparing something, you want to make sure you're comparing it to something that's equal. So comparing the cost of the fire operation to the cost of fire operations, that's a good comparison. One of the things that's tricky about this is we have a lot of capital projects that are volatile, so they go up and down, and those we have to budget for the total cost of construction, but it hasn't very it weighs heavily on the numbers of the budget. So I think a lot of people get caught up in, okay, the city's increasing the budget $32 million, but when it's funded with debt and the city's budgeted a way to pay back that debt, I don't know that it tells a good story, right? Another comparison of budget. So if you compare our budget to Mapleton's budget, we're maybe 4 times the size of Mapleton. Our budget's going to be more than 4 times. And that's because we provide different services than Mapleton. Mapleton does not provide power. So you can't simply take Mapleton's budget, times it by 4, and get an apples-to-apples comparison. You can go to another city that could be 45,000. They might not provide power. They might not provide water. So it's not a true comparison either. So I don't know if that helps you kind of think of the number. When you budget, we always budget by fund. So that's really kind of what we're looking at is this fund healthy? So when you look at the health of a city government, you have to look at each fund by itself and say, okay, is this fund healthy? That's the way I really look at it. Any questions on that idea?
How do you describe healthy? What do you mean by healthy?
Yeah, I think a few different ways. One is, does it have a good cash reserve? And then which way is that cash trending, right? Is it sustainable? I think sustainability is the key word when I think about financial health. Is what you're doing something you're going to be able to continue to do in the long run? Yeah. All right, so this shows the general fund revenues. I got a few arrows here highlighting important revenue sources. Sales tax has grown quite a bit, except,
Hey,
and
Jordan,
we've seen.
Before we move on to that, can you go back one just to?
Yeah.
You kind of blew through it a little bit, but from a big picture perspective, yes, it's $30 million over last year, but it's $112 million over the previous year, right? Ish.
Over 23.
Over 23.
Okay.
Yeah. Which someone listening at home, we're going to pick up this budget. Seriously, my city council's spending a third more, $100 million more dollars this year than just 2 years ago. Big picture wise, why?
Yeah, it's going to be capital. Seth and I have had the conversation that there's 3 big capital items in this budget: sewer plant, the rec center, and then the Verk industrial project. Those account for over $100 million of that $290 million. So you can see that capital all of a sudden just skyrockets your budget. Seth and I we're talking about our personal budgets, and your personal budget might be a couple $1,000s a month, or maybe a little bit more than that, or whatever. But if you're also happen to be building a new home, and that new home costs $500,000, and you're building that home in 12 months, and you take $500,000, divide that by 12 months, your annual budget of $50,000 now is $550,000. Somebody's like, what's going on there? It's not quite. I don't know.
Not a bad analogy, though.
Yeah, it kind of helps you understand that we've got a budget by law for that capital thing, even though the debt is funding that, and we're going to cover the debt.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in that same analogy, though, the next year you build that. Next year, you went from $50,000 to $550,000 back to $50,000. That same would apply to here. At some point, we won't spend the money on those 3 big purchases, and that will lose $100 million or something.
Yeah, I think if you track backward to what I think you're looking at, Councilman Marshall, is you go back to fiscal year 2021, we had very little capital in that budget. Probably just the construction of this building and the construction of Fire Station 62. That's what was inside of it. The general operations of the city and those capital projects, would make up a lot of what made it that 121. Then in 22, 23, you added other capital projects like Jordan was mentioning, Library Hall, completing that, the sewer lift station, SFCN, building, those kinds of large projects flowing through those fiscal years as those come in and then are done, as you're saying. I think you'll see in a couple of years as we finish these capital projects and some that might still be in the horizon. But you're going to, I think you've reached a maximum point. You're going to start to
come back down. Yeah. So this part's confusing to me and how we account for this. So we have these three large, let's just say two large capital projects that we bonded for.
Yeah.
You show the expenditure in this fiscal year and probably next fiscal year. It'll be fairly large.
Right.
Following fiscal years, we won't have the capital expenditure, but we'll have the bond payments. So those will be captured. Those will also be in our budget.
Yes. Yeah.
So we get hit. We show the full expenditure, and then over time we show the same expenditure.
Yeah. So if you borrow $100 million, you're going to have $100 million in capital expenses, but then you also have to pay back that $100 million plus, let's say, $20 million of interest. So you have to budget for $220 million for a $100 million project.
You're not spending $220 million.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So getting back to Kevin talked about financial health. One of the things that GFOA, Government Finance Officers Association, they've really stressed is to look at sustainability. But when you look at sustainability, you want to make sure that your recurring revenue is greater than or equal to your recurring expenses. So the budget doesn't break down your expenses into what's recurring and what's not. And that's something that we're really starting to take a really good look at, and making sure that we've got the recurring revenue to cover the recurring expenses. But just looking at the budget numbers doesn't tell that story. Okay. All right, revenue. So sales tax had been growing really good. And then rates went up, and people kind of slowed their spending. So sales tax have been flat for about 15 months. We've seen a slight uptick the last month or two. So we're budgeting a 5% increase. 4%, I'm hearing in my ear. We did double check that, I forgot. It was 4. Yeah, so that is an area where that's kind of slowed down quite a bit. Fire and EMS revenue, that is increasing. That is a result partially from the hospital being opened and having transports from the hospital. Interest earnings, one good thing with the Fed raising rates is that we are starting to get some return on our cash reserves. So that was around $100,000 a year. That's now around $1 million a year. And then golf. Golf has really picked up since the pandemic hit. You can see it has grown from 1.5 million. We're budgeting 2.2 million this next fiscal year. The line item that has a star next to it, that is the change in the fund balance. So a negative number there means that we're adding to fund balance. So it means that the revenues are $200,000. The number there is $211,000. So that means that we're budgeting to increase the cash in the general fund by $211,000. And then the bottom arrow is pointing to the transfer to the airport, and you can see that we've generally transferred about $100,000 into the airport. In FY25, we're budgeting $0. Our hope is that the airport can be self-sustaining, and with this budget, that's how it's budgeted. So, any questions on the revenues there? General fund expenses. We've looked at this. I have 2 slides that split this 2 different ways. One is by category, or this is by division. The next one's by category. So there's 2 divisions I want to highlight. One is fire. We are transitioning from part-time volunteer firefighters to more full-time firefighters, and that's an expensive transition, and you can see it there. So the total budget's increasing by $3.2 million. So $2 million of that increase is coming from fire. And then I did want to highlight the pool rec center. So that's the second arrow. Those numbers in previous fiscal years are from our old pool, and now we're budgeting $200,000 for next fiscal year. You're going to have some confused looks on your face because we won't have the rec center open next fiscal year. But we have found that we need to start preparing to open such a large operation, so we need to hire a rec center manager and start developing a plan for how to operate that. Any questions on
the fire?
Yeah.
It's a big expenditure, and we all super supportive of a full-time fire. Describe the full-time-ness. Is it both stations full-time 24/7? Is it one station full-time 24/7? Just give us a sense of, give the public a sense of what we're doing.
I think Seth could speak to that better.
Okay, you're good. All right.
So this is looking at the same numbers, but by category rather than by division. So that $3.2 million, $2.5 million is the increase in full-time. Large portion of that is, the majority of that is fire. Some of that is raises, and then benefits is going up $1.2 million. So that goes hand in hand. Whenever you hire somebody, you have to give them benefits. The one thing that I would draw your eye to, so those three categories at the bottom, personnel, operations, and capital. Operations and capital both going down. So division managers and directors have really tightened their belt. And some of that operations is some one-time stuff that's falling off. But they're also doing a good job of not letting it grow unnecessarily. Yeah. Any questions there? Okay. Health of the general fund. So state law requires us to stay between 35%, that's the top blue line, and 5%, the bottom blue line. And it's a percentage of revenue. The red line is where our fund balance is at. So the third dot from the right, that's where we ended June 30th, 2023. The second dot from the right is where we project to end this fiscal year around 29%, and then next fiscal year also around 29%. And we're trying to stay between that 25 and 30% range, which is a healthy reserve. Yeah. Questions about that? All right. Enterprise funds. So these are business type funds. The motor pool is not technically an enterprise fund because it serves internally. It's an internal service fund, but we've lumped it here with the other business type funds. So the big thing driving these increases is capital. You can see some large decreases in streets. We spent a lot of time talking about roundabouts, and those are expensive. And all streets projects are. Airport has not as much capital coming this next fiscal year. Most of airport's capital is funded by the FAA grants. Water has a decrease in capital. And then we're continuing to build a new wastewater plant. Yeah. Questions on this? It's hard to know in such a large budget what to really focus on. But capital project funds. So we have the land acquisition and capital buildings fund. We have about $1 million budgeted there. A little bit budgeted for some work at the golf course, and then the Verk Industrial Park. So that surrounds the airport area, and I think the thing to note there is all $37 million of that is will be reimbursed. So it's pays for itself. The rec center, $40,500,000. Yeah, and then some parks. Questions on this?
When you say it'll be reimbursed, Jordan, when will that be reimbursed?
So there's plans to issue some debt, and the plans to issue that are in the next few months. So
when you say debt, you mean we'll be taking the debt? We'll be taking
no,
the debt?
This debt would not be on the city's books. Yeah, so it'd be reimbursed from a third party. And I think we're going to dive into that a little bit later.
Yeah, actually, that's the next item on the agenda. So we'll talk about the reimbursement mechanism for the Verk industrial projects more in depth there, but it will be reimbursed in the year that it happens. So we will have all of those projects that include, well, this will come up in a later slide, but power lines and transmission or substations and regional water lines, regional sewer, regional lift station, things like that. All of that will be funded by the VERC industrial project area. Some of the projects, Spanish Fork City will be the project leader on. So we will expend those funds and we will get reimbursed for those funds. Other projects, developers will be the lead on and they will spend the money and then they will get reimbursed from the public infrastructure district. That will be the funding mechanism for all of that. We'll both be spending dollars and then getting reimbursed through their reimbursement process. So if there is $37 million that will be spent based on that budget, we would get every dollar back from the PID, from the BERC. If you want to look at...
Seth, so on the revenue side of this, then, somewhere in the spreadsheet, there's a $37 million revenue to account for that $37 million expense.
Yeah, in the budget document, when you get to the capital projects, for example, and not that you need to go there, but I think you have this linked in your agenda for the community. This will be posted online tomorrow morning after sometime around 8 a.m. But on the same page that is the VERC industrial project, for example, where you see expenditures. Immediately below that, you see some of the interest or the revenue locations. For example, here, VERC PID reimbursements, $33 million. And then there are some other funds from other places that make up the balance. So, yeah, that's all identified there. So, kind of interesting, in this one, I wanted to come back to the power and light, $40 million. Of that $40 million, just about 22 million of that is the cost of buying power. So half of the budget is simply buying the resource that then is sold to the residents, right? So then with the other almost half of it, that's what we're spending on the manpower to do the work that we need to do, the different capital projects that we have, et cetera. But we spend $20 to $22 million a year just on buying the power. The Power and Light Department, wastewater, and streets and storm have significant capital expenditures that we've been planning for and have been building for the last couple of years, and they just have those projects that they need to do to maintain and upgrade the systems that they have. All right, let's talk about a couple of specific things. First of all, in the general fund this year, so, as Jordan mentioned, sales tax has been somewhat flat the last year. We're starting to see it trend upward, and we hope that it does. Historically, we see between 6 and 8%, 6 and 9%, 7 and 9% growth in sales tax overall, but individual years certainly vary. Last year, this current fiscal year that we're in, I think the general fund's probably trending at about 2% growth. We estimated 0, so it's performing slightly better than we had estimated, which is great. Right now, as Jordan mentioned, we're budgeting at 4. We're seeing signs of life, of growth in sales tax, which is great. That means people are feeling a little more comfortable and are buying things. But we're not getting too aggressive in how we're estimating sales tax growth in FY25. Development continues solid but flat, and that's probably a good thing right now. I think it's okay that we don't break records in building permit growth and things like that. So it's flat, but it's flat at a solid level. Interest earnings are unreal, and we certainly understand that sometimes the interest rates are high and sometimes they are low. In 2021, interest rates were about 0.5%, and across all funds, we earned about $350,000 of revenue. In this next fiscal year, where interest rates are somewhere over 4.5, you do the math. What's the growth from 0.5% to 4.5, right? We estimate that we'll get somewhere between $4.5 to nearly $5 million in revenue from that single thing across all funds. This isn't a general fund thing, and certainly that's influenced by there's a sewer bond that's they're earning interest while we're spending it, and a rec center bond that's earning interest while we're spending it. And so that it's somewhat inflated because we have bond monies that are growing with interest too. But as long as you've got that money sitting there, it's also good to have it earn some interest too. So that's kind of a unique moment in time, I think, where we see that incredible growth in that one particular category. Property tax revenue is always the steady, reliable source of revenue, and it continues to perform just like that. Speaking of property tax, this budget proposes no change to our property tax structure. It will probably include a property tax rate decrease. I say probably because we don't know what that rate is yet. The county will give us our property tax rate here in the next 30 to 40 days. But this budget does not include any kind of increase. So what the county says our rate should fall to, that is what this budget proposes that our rate will eventually be. And that, I think, is a very significant statement. Although we are making heavy investments in this budget to advance our fire and EMS issues that we have, that is not coming with a property tax increase. That is substantial. And when I say substantial, we're putting, as Jordan mentioned, just about $2 million into our fire and EMS budget this year alone, and that is not coming with any kind of property tax rate increase. And I think that our residents should be really excited and pleased with the efforts that you are taking to make those adjustments, but without having an increase to property tax. So in this budget, there are a handful of full-time positions that we have proposed. I'll spend a little bit of time on all of these. Actually, you can read them. I'll spend maybe just most of my time on fire and EMS to answer Councilman Marshall's question. This budget, in terms of increase or change to fire and EMS, brings on what is proposes to bring on a three-position fire company, a three-position crew that would consist of a captain, an engineer, and a firefighter. And anytime in the fire world, when we're talking about the crews that are out working on the calls day to day, because it's a 24/7 operation, one position is 3 people. We have an A shift, B shift, and C shift. So when I say we're bringing on one fire captain position, we're actually going to hire, this budget would hire 3 people to fill the A, B, and C shifts associated with that one position. So that fire captain, engineer, and firefighter would staff that engine company of 3 individuals. Then this budget also proposes to convert Ambulance 62 from part-time to full-time. That is something that we've been staffing 24/7, but with part-time crews. And we propose to take the funds associated with paying those part-time crews in this budget and convert those to full-time positions. That is an increase associated with especially the benefit side of the equation, but it will provide significant stability in how we staff and function there with Ambulance 62. You approved and we made a change, a conversion to Ambulance 61 in the last fiscal year in January. In this current fiscal year now in January, this budget carries the second half of that forward as well and is a slight increase over fiscal year 24. So, how is it staffed? With this next year's budget as it's proposed, the fire department would have a three-person crew that would respond, primary response to all fires, all fire calls, and continue to have Squad 61 paramedics full-time, Ambulance 61 EMTs full-time, Squad 62 paramedics full-time, Ambulance 62 EMTs full-time. And then this budget continues to have Ambulance 63 staffed 12 hours a day with part-time EMTs.
So you're saying ambulance squad and the paramedics, how many people are in each of those? Is that 2 people on the ambulance, 2 people on the squad?
Yeah. A squad is 2 paramedics and an ambulance is 2 EMTs. Yeah. When we roll to a call, typically a squad and an ambulance will roll up there, 4 individuals, 2 vehicles, 2 paramedics, 2 EMTs. They'll work the call, and then when they transport, if it's an EMT level transport, we'll send EMTs only. And the reason we do that is we can bill you the lesser rate, and it saves you money. You don't need to have a paramedic if you don't need a paramedic. But if you need a medic in the back of that bus, then the medic from the squad will jump on there. The other EMT will run with the squad, with the other medic in that squad, and be available for another call at another time. Did I answer your question from earlier?
The full-time fire, well, where will he be housed?
61.
Down here?
Yep.
Okay. There'll be someone in that building, I guess there already is.
There already are. Yeah, there are
but
already.
There'll be now firefighters.
We'll add three more people 24/7 to that facility. Yep.
Thank you.
Seth, real quick before you leave this
Yeah,
slide.
please.
These are positions that were kind of prioritized and discussed in our mid-year conference, mid-year session. We discussed a little bit about this in our work session prior to this meeting. This isn't all of the positions that were asked for. Just to be clear, there were additional positions that were not filled or unfunded for budget reasons or priority reasons. These are the ones that were given priority for this fiscal budget and that we're filling those positions.
Yep. And we'll talk about this at length with you in some of our meetings that we'll end up having. We couldn't fund everything and had to prioritize. There might be some positions that through this budget process you say, let's fund those, and that we're totally comfortable with, but we're going to take those from here to the end of the budget season a little bit more methodically. But yeah, as you can see here, we funded the first portions, the top 6 on your list from our work session in Midway. And then we did, in our proposal, fund the golf course mechanic position. We've termed it an assistant golf course superintendent. And that one we proposed to fund because the golf course is actually inside of the general fund, but it is the one division in the general fund that produces enough revenue to cover all of its operations and then some. And so as we adjusted the budgets, it didn't seem right to say you have $200,000 of excess revenue or $300,000 of excess revenue, but we're not going to fund the position that you need to maintain the course. We're going to put that somewhere else. So that's why it did rise in the budget that we're presenting here today. As Jordan mentioned,
might be just a good spot to the reminder of why that's taken so seriously, I guess, in Spanish Fork is that's not a one-time figure. That's a budget figure. You bring somebody on.
Oh, yeah.
We're talking,
forever.
Yes, an increase in the budget and an increase forever in the budget.
Yeah.
And so...
Yeah.
So unlike a capital project that you can postpone and push off, you can't postpone paying your employees. Right?
Yeah. You let them go, right? You lay them off. You downsize. Yep.
Which we don't have a history of really doing.
Correct.
So
we try to grow smart. We try to grow intentional, and we've got safeguards in the budget that we have today. If we experience recession, like we've felt like we maybe could with this fiscal year, and right, we've got levers and things that we've built into the system that make it so that we don't overextend ourselves, and if we have to make adjustments, we can, and defer some things and make sure that we can provide the essential services that you've committed to do.
So one thing for me, Seth, as we go into the budget approval over the next month or so, and we meet one-on-one or as groups, one thing I would like to see that I think would help me is this exact topic of those safeguards that are being put in place, possible year-over-year comparisons of O&M with different departments and headcounts, and just making sure and understanding that as we continue to grow and bring in additional personnel, that we are in a place safeguarded, in a place that in a downturn, we've got the headcounts that are appropriate, that we need, and that we're not overextending.
Okay, thank you. How did I write Parks and Recreation for wastewater? That's my bad. That should say Public Works.
I was wondering who's swimming in the wastewater.
Thank you. Watch this magic. Ta-da. Thank you. As Jordan mentioned, the rec center manager bringing that individual on now to help write a number of policies, plans, and systems. A lot of people are asking what are the rates going to be, and our Parks and Rec director, our assistant Parks and Rec director have their traditional jobs that they're supposed to be doing, and they've gotten this project to a certain point. We'll hand off to a rec center manager. They can do a lot of work between now and during this next fiscal year, and we actually anticipate that near the end of FY25, the rec center manager will begin bringing the staff on as we get the pools operational. The center won't be open yet, but the pools are going to be operational. They're going to be trained on how it works. We're going to have to start bringing back lifeguards and training, certifying those lifeguards again. And so we'll probably see some additional full-time and some additional part-time staff come on I actually think I see that here. Yeah, we'll likely bring on some full-time and some part-time positions before the end of this fiscal year. But at this moment, I don't know exactly what they're going to be or when. So we'll be very methodical with you in the coming months as we start to see those plans materialize. And those funds will have to come from either the general fund or from money maybe being brought back from the capital projects fund. We don't expect that there'll be a lot because they might only be hired in this fiscal year maybe for a month. But we do want to make sure that we have them on in time to train and be ready. So when we open, whenever that is in the early fall or late fall of 2025, that it's ready to go and operational. A great example of that for us, I think, was how the hospital opened up. You remember Francis Gibson and the executive level team were in place for a couple of years during the building of the hospital before it actually opened up. And they were able to make significant decisions about where things could be, should be, to make it function best when they opened, and then hiring all of their staff so that when they opened, they were ready to go. And that's a very similar model to how I think we'll operate there. This budget also contemplates the conversion of volunteer firefighter positions to full-time. This is a very significant moment, I think, in the city's growth and evolution, and not something that is taken lightly. But this budget does contemplate that as we have the growth and change and demands for our fire personnel. 20 years ago when I started with the city, it was a lot easier for somebody to go from their home or work to the station to a call. And that time might take 8 or 9 minutes to go from my home or my work to the station and to that call. And it's just impossible for us to expect that somebody can do that, and the demands in time with the volume of calls that we have. 20 years ago, we might have a fire call every day, just one, and now we have 2 or 3, or we might have had one every other day, and now we have 1 or 2, and so that the volume of calls grow as we have accidents that they respond to in different homes and different fire calls. So this budget proposes to convert those volunteer positions to part-time. It does come with a little bit of an increase in cost. Contrary to maybe some thought, volunteers have received stipends, but they were not paid on an hour-by-hour basis. This budget would have to pay them by an hour basis, but it does give us also the ability to staff them differently and require training hours differently than we've been able to do with volunteers. And so this is something that Eddie and Krista and our fire administration has been talking about with the crews for a number of months, and will continue to talk about. There's a lot of questions and a lot of discussions that they are having, but that's something here that is proposed and funded with this budget. I do want to highlight a request that we have every year. And this year with Fire and EMS, this request is probably more pertinent, that as you approve a tentative budget today, nothing is firm, and we don't have dollars specifically committed, right? But we do have a deadline of life beginning July 1. And any opportunity that divisions and departments have to bring a person on and start a job as soon as July 1 as possible, oftentimes, most often, that's their desire. So in this case, as Fire and EMS is going to bring on that engine company or convert the EMT positions, their process specifically is noted in that third bullet point. If they open positions tomorrow, which candidly is what Fire and EMS would like to do, if they open tomorrow and go through what they want to do in terms of the typical recruitment time, typical vetting of applicants, testing of applicants, interviewing applicants, and then offering them positions and letting them give notice to their employer, the earliest, if we start advertising tomorrow, the earliest that we expect they could have somebody hired would be after July 1, probably mid-July. But with the holiday, the 24th of July and things like that, probably won't have them onboarded and trained and ready to go until about August 1st. So what Chief Hales has asked is that if we can start the advertising process based on what we're presenting today, knowing that this is a tentative budget, but that it works in terms of the details presented, can we start the application process now? No, there kind of below would be the direction that I would give to my staff. No commitments can be made until the budget is fully approved, which would be around June 15th, and that no expenses can happen until, obviously, when the fiscal year begins. But if we can line things up right, however they need to, so that we can get close as possible to the beginning of the fiscal year, or just as fast as possible, knowing that it might be until August before fire's done, that would be the request. You don't have to answer right now, but I'd certainly love some direction from you on that, because we would like to start some of those even as early as tomorrow.
Hey, Seth, quick question.
Please.
If by chance we did that and started tomorrow, advertising, recruiting, and let's just say the process was expedited with one or however many candidates, right? And they were ready to go before the timeline you just laid out, what would we do? How would we proceed to compensate?
We would not.
We don't expedite, or we just...
We wouldn't, yeah. If you could expedite it, then we would just simply say this is effective July 1.
Okay.
Yeah, there wouldn't be anything expedited that fast. I don't know that will be the case for any positions, but if they are, say for example, Public Works is going to take a part-time person and make them their wastewater operator, or whatever. They would simply work that, July or June 20th is when they would go through the process to make that transition effective July 1, right? But my direction would be, based on feedback from you, that no commitments be entered into until the full budget is done, approved, and that no expenses incurred until after the fiscal year starts. But do all the legwork that you need, knowing that this is something we're committed to. If it's not something you're committed to, and our directors know that if you're not comfortable with that, we wait. So there isn't any kind of pressure here that if you're not comfortable with it, don't give us that direction. But if you are, then we can use that and be more aggressive in getting things started. Every week or so that we wait, right, we'll push it eventually down the road. That's not a threat. That's simply an explanation of how that process works. It takes about 4 months for a police officer to be hired, trained, and on the road, and we know that. And so that factors into some of the things that we do. It takes about the same amount of time for us to do fire and EMS hiring. Other positions don't take quite that long.
So are you looking for a head nod on just fire and EMS, or all however many positions?
Specifically right now, I'd say fire and EMS. Yeah, I think the other ones, I haven't had significant conversations with directors about that. I know that eventually getting closer to June, certainly by June 15, they might say, hey, can we open or can we start that? But right now, my focus is on that time lead for fire and EMS.
I guess the worst case risk is we eventually don't approve it.
Correct.
And you tell somebody, sorry, you're not hired.
Yep. Yeah, or we tell a group of people, we've been in this process, but we're not doing it anymore, so we're going to cancel your interview and things like that. Because we probably won't be, by June 15th-ish, we probably won't be done with the interview process.
And that's the approval date.
Right about there. I don't think it's quite the 15th, but I think it's really close to that. Yeah.
And what you're dealing with there in fire and EMS world is people on the same budget schedule, right?
Yeah.
They'll run on the same fiscal year, so they're going to make a change. It's going to be on the same.
Yeah.
Seth, we have a similar timeline with the rec center manager.
Could not find
Where did you think that was
I
coming
had no
from?
idea. I was like, where is that voice?
For one more head.
Yeah, explain that more, Dale. Sorry.
Well, we've got scheduled to try to open that position next week. We're thinking it's going to take a few months to take this through the process.
Okay.
But understanding these guidelines, we certainly aren't making any commitments to anybody, but to start recruiting is going to take some time.
I stand corrected. Parks and Rec would like that for their rec center manager.
Any other directors want them sooner? Speak now or forever hold your peace till June 18th.
My thoughts with Dell's request, knowing that we absolutely are going to need a rec director. I would rather have more time to vet the individuals than feel rushed into, not rushed, but having less time to actually make sure we get the right person. So it makes sense to me.
I think the penalty of failure is, maybe putting it bluntly, there's egg on our face if we don't do it, and we have to say to somebody, sorry, we didn't fund it, right? There's going to be a little bit of egg on our face. That is not something that I worry about. One, because it's the nature of how we operate, right? And if that's the case, we just tell them it wasn't funded, and somebody might be mad at us, but we're operating the best that we can. Two, I'm confident in terms of the fire and EMS. I'm confident that was your number one priority, and providing that there is a budget that shows that we can do it next year. I've got confidence that we can move forward. So
and the public
this doesn't worry me, but I don't take it lightly.
The public is hearing this for the first time right now, but we all gave instructions to move forward with this the end of January. So this is not new or surprising to any of us up here.
Yep.
So I'm good with those.
Okay.
So we are proposing some water rate increases with this budget. These will be the first increases in a long time for water. We've been able to keep them down for quite a while, but these are needed. We have some needs for a new tank, some lining, a trunk line coming down the canyon, and a trunk line on the east side of town. So with these rate increases, the base rate for drinking water would go from $10.20 to $12.66. And then the usage rate would go up 4 cents to $1.18. And then the base rate for pressurized irrigation would also go to $12.66. This is a correction we've been wanting to make for quite some time. Drinking water is a higher quality water, and so it did not make sense to have a lower base rate for the drinking water. But not needing to do a rate increase in the past, we just never had an opportunity to correct this. But this will be corrected with that rate increase. And then the pressurized irrigation, or the outdoor water, which is a lower cost than the drinking water, would go from 82 cents to 92 cents per 1,000 gallons. Overall, the average monthly drinking water bill would go from $16.61 to $19.30, or $2.69 a month. And then pressurized irrigation, this is averaged out over 12 months, but we understand that the bill really comes mostly in the summertime, although the base rate is charged year-round. That would go from an average of $20.41 to $22.83. People don't realize this, but Spanish Fork averages about 60% of their water is outdoor water, and then they use less water indoors than outdoors on average, so that's why that is. Any questions about these utility rates? Okay, could we go to the next?
Chris,
one?
what is that you explained the trunk line on the drinking water? What is the increase for the PI used for?
So on the pressurized irrigation, we do a lot of projects and acquire water for pressurized irrigation. We have a booster pump station that is down by the golf course that needs a lot of work as the city grows, just to supply the extra water there, and just mostly just work on the sources for that. Yeah. The pressurized irrigation is a lot more work because you have to energize it in the spring and turn it off in the fall, whereas you don't have those type of costs with drinking water. Sewer, we're really kind of winding down on this, but when we recognize from the state and from the EPA that we're going to have much stricter requirements on our sewer treatment plant related to nutrients in Utah Lake. The nutrients are what causes the green algae blooms and the like. When we knew that this was coming, we decided to take a different approach on the sewer rates and just gradually increase them over time, so that by the time we are done constructing the sewer plant, we would be able to afford the bond payments for that. And so as we're winding down that, but there is a rate increase of $1.69 to the base rate and 20 cents to the usage rate. This actually increases the sewer rate $2.69 a month for the average bill. So, any questions about that one? Okay. Now, this is one that I'm kind of excited about, because I feel like this solves an ongoing problem that cities have generally, and that is you have new houses or new businesses coming to town, and it's not really fair to make the existing businesses and homes pay for them to have enough utilities to come, enough infrastructure to come. And so we try to solve that by having what's called an impact fee. And so a business comes and they pay an impact fee of what impact they're going to have on the water system or the sewer system, and that's great, except for we don't collect enough. There's a gap on what we collect, and that's mostly because of how expensive it would be to charge the maximum amount of impact on the system. And so to solve that, what some other utilities outside of Spanish Fork City has done is they have what's called in some form a Schedule 2 rate. So when you come in, instead of charging you the full impact on the system, which would be really high and hard to pay for with a new home or a new business, and in many instances in the past in Spanish Fork has kind of chased away some good businesses that we wanted. What they do is they charge a lower rate and impact fee, and then they have a higher base rate over the next so many years on their usage to pay that other part of the cost to come into the city and impact the infrastructure. It makes it easier for a business that we want to attract, or easier for maybe a first-time home owner or a builder to come in and not be hit with such high impact fees. But it also makes it fair to the rest of the residents not having to have a higher usage rates because of the people coming in or the businesses coming in. And so we've been doing this to some extent with some businesses in localized areas in the town, and it's worked really well. But basically, we have what is proposed as a Schedule 2 rate for new buildings or new homes, and what would happen is their base rates would be raised for a period of 10 years so that they could pay the difference of the impact that they have on the infrastructure and building the new building. This raises the rates on the Schedule 2 to about $20 more than the existing residents and businesses or residents in town. Now, one thing that I think is important to understand is Spanish Fork City has low rates. If you look at the average rate right here is $218 a month for the utilities. Spanish Fork currently is at $190 a month. Now, with the rate increase that is proposed with sewer and water, that goes up to $198 a month is the average bill over a year. That still puts our Spanish Fork rates quite low compared to the other cities in the area that we compared to. And so with the Schedule 2 rate that's being proposed here, it is still a couple dollars less than what the average rate is. So if you have someone contemplating building a new home in Spanish Fork City, we are not going to charge them a really high impact fee, making it very difficult to get their loans or pay the cost of building this new home. We'll charge them a more reasonable rate, but then not make the existing residents pay for them to come in, but over time allow that home owner to pay the rest of their impact fee over a 10-year period. Then at the end of the 10-year period, their rate will automatically reduce to the very low rate that the existing residents are paying. And so it's a good message that when you come, you're still given a really great utility rate. It's less than average. We're not going to hit you too hard, especially a big business that we really want to attract. We're not going to hit you too hard right when you're coming in, make it a little bit easier to come in. But then over the 10 years, we're going to have you pay your fair, sustainable share of the impact on the infrastructure. Any questions on any of that? Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Chris. I would say that this is the third time we've talked about it as a group. So for the public saying, man, the city council is pretty quiet on that issue. We've vetted it a couple times. This is sort of the formal presentation to the rest of the community. So if I've had questions, I think you've walked through each one of our questions pretty well. And the thought that it's still, even the rate, the Schedule 2 is still below the average is a good message to send. And I think for those that currently reside in Spanish Fork, they're not going to be, future expenditures won't be built on their back. It'll be the cost, the burden will be on future citizens and not our current residents. So I think that's a good message to send tonight. So
I was just thinking about a conversation you had with us when we were talking about this in the past, where you said, what are our options? Well, our options are to make the existing residents pay more in their utility rates to let the new ones come, or to have really, really high impact fees, which will probably turn away some businesses that we don't want to turn away, and also make it harder for a new home builder to come in or do this. Those are really the three options, and I feel like this is a really great option that's fair and is sustainable.
I would bet that there are a few folks, probably not watching tonight, but maybe in the morning, that would say there's a fourth option that would be to stop growing, right? That's really not an option, though. We're going to grow. This is a sustainable way to do it. This doesn't put an undue burden on our current citizens. So I think it's a really clever way of making sure we're whole.
I think there are some cities that have tried to do that. They're not along I-15 in the Wasatch Front specifically, right? They might be the back, or they might be smaller communities that are saying, hey, this is our water issues, or this is our power issues, or this is the issues that we literally can't have another resident or a business come here because we just can't. We don't have it. We don't have that. That excuse would fall on deaf ears if we tried to use it. So the fourth option isn't an option. But I like the priorities that we're writing down with this budget and that residents can remember. And I do like that one of those priorities of this council is growth is going to happen. Let's have growth help pay for itself because it costs.
And the Schedule 2 rate doesn't affect any of the existing residents at this time. It's only looking to the future. So
or existing businesses.
Or existing businesses. So they will all have the same low, really low rate compared to the other cities. Okay, Seth asked me to give an update on the treatment plant. We're really excited about it. It's coming along very well. It's going to be a very nice, good, efficient plant that is regulation proof. So we have one more year of construction, and we've gotten over $10 million in grants to help pay for it, which has been really helpful. We own 80% of the plant. Mapleton will own 20% of the plant. Mapleton is a very good partner with us. We have a great relationship with them, and they've been very supportive of our efforts to do this right so that we won't have regrets into the future. And it's very expandable. You can kind of see, the area where you could basically double the size of the plant, which I think is important to have. We made a great decision to bond early when interest rates were 1.6%. That will save us well over $20 million in the life of the loan of that. And so a lot of great things are happening. We plan to have it completed just before summer next year and have a few months of commissioning. Any questions on that? Okay.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Chris. And in the budget, in the project, or in the water reclamation facility budget, there's, I want to say, $46 million for the completion of this. So of that $292 million that we started with, right, $46 million is right here. And I mentioned there were three major areas that were accounting for a lot of that number. The treatment plant is one of them. The second one is the recreation center. The recreation center in this budget, it's being budgeted for inside of the capital project fund for the rec center. And there is $40 million budgeted for the construction in FY25. We'll spend probably $25 million in this fiscal year, and $40 million will probably be a little bit more than what we'll actually spend, but we're estimating where they'll be in their construction processes by the end of the year next year, and that's why we have revisions along the way. But it's going well. Dale, what would you say? Anything you want to add or anything you want to say specifically about the rec center construction?
Excuse me. No, not necessarily. We will see. That wasn't a sleepy cough.
It was a sleepy cough. You were sound asleep.
Okay.
Hey, Del. Whoa.
Okay.
Anyway.
Yeah, we went again this afternoon, and you're going to see some stuff going vertical here. You've probably seen some walls already going up. The brick masons got delayed a little bit by weather this week, but you'll see some metal and some stuff starting to go vertical here in the next week. But they're according to their estimates, they're still on schedule, so things are looking good.
Every time we meet, I feel like Dale says you're going to see something go vertical, but I have actually seen some elements go vertical. They're just the furthest away from Main Street, right?
Yeah, it is.
So, oh, hey, slow down there. More back in this area, right when I get there. More back in this area is what we've been seeing, right? So you're talking closer to Main Street. We're going to start to see those brick mason walls go up. Excellent.
Deepest part of the pools, right? They got to go.
It went down first.
Yeah.
So with this budget outside of the capital side, something that Councilman Marshall mentioned a moment ago, not only do you have the construction going, but then you're also starting to pay on the bonds. We just completed those bonds. I think the mayor signed those documents yesterday or today. And so funding will be coming in actually for that bond in the next few days. But this budget contemplates already starting to pay back the debt service on that. And those funding sources have already been identified and are already flowing into what would be the debt service fund for this from the general fund. The debt payments will come from funds, sales tax, property tax, RAP tax, park impact fees, and other sources. Last of all, again, from those three things that make up a lot of the capital for this year is the Burke Industrial Project area. And we've already talked about this, so I don't need to spend a lot more time, but these will be paid back. Just want to reiterate that. We have to budget for every dollar that we spend, and so we have to budget for the money coming in, and we have to budget for the money coming out. We will do some projects as the manager or owner, if you will, of that project, and we will be the conduit to pay for some projects. So if we are reimbursing some developer for some street work that they do on behalf of the PID, we have to budget that as money going through. And so that's, I think, about $37 or $38 million of the total in this budget is for the VERC project. We mentioned this. Here are a handful of positions that were funded and some that weren't. Many of them are part-time, but we do have some full-time positions scattered there as well. This is what I would where I'm keeping a tally of some specific asks that were not funded. Above that black line are positions, and below that black line are one-time projects. As I spend time with you, I'm going to have you go through an exercise of kind of ranking and identifying what positions or what order you want them in, as funds may come available this year, and if they don't, we can use them as a guide maybe next year. And if there is some that you want to spend of the $200,000 that the general fund has going spent that is unspent, and what your limit would be there. So we'll go through some of that exercise as we talk in the coming month. And that's it for tonight's presentation. Not at all justice for the full budget, but certainly a primer for what is to come in our discussions. And as Jordan mentioned, the budget is will be available tomorrow morning on our website. You will have time to review it, time to spend on it, specifically as council, and the public will have time to digest it June 4th. We will have a public hearing, a couple of public hearings about the budget, and then we would expect June 18th for budget adoption. That is all we have formally to present tonight. Any questions that you have that you'd like us to answer or address on the budget? You can just leave it there for now.
Questions for Seth, staff, on this presentation?
But from this process, so what we're approving tonight is we're just approving the process to continue forward.
Yep.
To ask for people to ask questions, us to ask questions, go through the process, and then on the 4th of June, we'll have a public hearing. Then the next council meeting is when we would adopt the budget.
Yep, this budget serves as a base, and if for some reason you fail to act and enact some future budget approval, this would serve as our budget until that time goes. The federal government will do continuing resolutions, things like that. We don't operate that way. This tentative budget serves as our base, our beginning point, and if we were not to present or approve some budget in the future, this would be the budget we would operate from until you overcame that impasse, whatever that may be. Gotcha. But this serves as the beginning point and the base for that.
Like Seth mentioned, this is going to be published tomorrow morning after 8 a.m. on the city's website. So you can, if you want some light reading, you can click on it and go through it, start going through it, start asking questions of your elected officials, and look over the budget. This is a public, transparent process, obviously, so we want your input. I guess my summary of it, after saying thanks, again, adding my thanks to Seth and all the directors that have worked hard on a budget, have cut where they can cut, is to summarize the top 5 priorities, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but maybe as people read the budget, they'll say, well, this seems where you're prioritizing stuff as well. But my summary, if the top 5, and maybe this is the same for the council here, is number 1, fire and EMS full-time. That's a big change in Spanish Fork City. It's a huge change, and it's a change that is ongoing. It's not just one time. The sewer plant, I put second. The sewer plant's been going for longer than other projects, and it's not one that we necessarily have the luxury of saying no thank you to. It's a mandated item that we have to do, and we're not unique in that. Other cities are doing that. So that falls behind fire and EMS to me. The rec center, obviously, you can see from this budget, is a priority. We've been working on that and having public hearings for years now that have led to where the rec center is now actually a big part of our budget. And then the Verk Industrial Park is in at number 4. That's a huge deal for our city too. I think sometimes it's when we're not seeing those buildings up and operational yet, that's coming around the airport, that we don't highlight that enough. You will be highlighting that in the near future as buildings come up. And number 5, new construction paying their own way through a Schedule 2 rate. So new business and new people coming to town paying a new rate. That's a big difference too. So I think those are the top 5 priorities for me. You could probably drop down to some subsets of that as well in the details, but I think those top 5, if you look at this budget, you're going to see them come through in dollars and cents. So, anything?
You said it's a big change to go to full-time fire, and we're doing this without a tax increase.
Yeah,
I think that's even a different part to that, because most times when this happens in a town, it is a big impact. But our staff has worked tirelessly to make this happen.
I think on top of that, when we it's late. Sort of gloss, that's the word, gloss, not amortization. Yep, gloss over it. The conversion from volunteer to part-time as well. That's a big deal. Not as big a deal as monetarily necessarily, but it's still what you get with that is you get some training, some commitment, and you don't, we're asking a lot of a volunteer to go to work and then, hey, get called out and jump right back up and go fight this fire. So I think that's a big deal on top of the full-time fire as well.
There's a subset.
There's a subset.
Yes.
Yep.
And something I failed to mention here, though, we went through a similar transition with EMS, I want to say 2013, early 2013. We made a transition with our EMS folks from volunteer to part-time in 2013. And then have made adjustments to them right in 22-ish, 23-ish. We just barely made full-time positions on the ambulance side of the house. So that evolution has happened a couple of times in different ways, and it's natural. We are an incredible community for many reasons. One of those parts of our secret sauce is this. These volunteer firefighters that started the system in the early 1900s, and those families and individuals have been a part of serving the community in ways that they have for over 100 years, are absolutely a part of what makes Spanish Fork unique, what makes Spanish Fork special. And this change is not something I think anybody looks at without standing on the shoulders of them, looking back and saying, look at all the amazing things we've done because of you. Thank you. And as time goes on and the community evolves, this is a necessary step, but it's not without saying thank you. We honor and respect where we are, and we are in a great place because of them.
So, Seth, remind me with that, if we've got volunteers that have jobs outside of volunteering for firefighter and they can't necessarily take the step of being part-time and taking on those hours, is there still a role or a place for
Absolutely. The scheduling will still function with them. If they can make it work, we can make it work. That, I think, is what Eddie would say if you were here. It just gives us a lot more flexibility in how we work them. So the hope of the goal would be that nobody that's volunteering today isn't a part of that part-time tomorrow. And candidly, when we made the adjustment with the EMS side, I don't know that we had too many people leave. I think we just simply moved one day you were paid this way and next day you were paid that way. If that happens with this, that's ideal and perfect. So yeah, if they can make it work, I think we can.
Mayor, one other thing to point out that I don't know if it was brought up. It's late, I can't remember. But I think it's important to note that the budget is balanced. I know as you guys, as city staff has worked through this, at one point in the past, they were not quite balanced and trying to figure out, okay, how do we get our revenues and our expenses to match up? Expenses were higher than what the revenues were. You guys, as directors and a crew, have worked through that and gotten to a point where the budget is balanced, and so we appreciate that.
Yep, for sure.
Great job.
So with the motion, we do need to approve the tentative budget. In that motion, you can set the public hearing for June 4th. And any discomfort from you and me giving direction to my director, specifically to Fire and EMS and to Parks and Rec, about hiring as we outlined, starting the processes as we outlined in the discussions earlier?
None for me. See it. Again, like we had mentioned, if we need to pull back and just let people know, then that's what we do.
We'll be judicious there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Seth. Thank you, directors, for all the detail. And again, it's not lost on your elected officials here. I like that you touched on the balanced budget aspect of it. It's not lost on any of us, the numbers that we're dealing with here, and the increase from a budget from one year to the next. We've all seen those numbers. Now you're going to see those numbers. It's available to you. Keep in mind those big increases from one year to the next. Shane pointed it out, but those are found in the sewer treatment plant having the big expenses being built. That's a CapEx. The rec center, CapEx, big expense happening, and the VERC industrial project, big CapEx that's being paid right back in the same year is the VERC one. But the others, obviously, we've had public hearings and votes on that, how they'll be paid for over time. So you will see your budget come back down after a couple of years of it being elevated, but you have to count these CapEx projects. I think Jordan put that in great detail too. So let's not get pithy with the budget, if you will, of, well, just look at this and how much it's going up. It's the process of capital expenditures and how that works through the process. So with that, I would entertain a motion, as Seth indicated, with I think adding in that I don't know that the language needs to be added in there with the openings, but setting a date for the public hearing is certainly what needs to be included in that hearing, or excuse me, in that motion. I would entertain a motion if anyone has one.
I move to approve the fiscal year 2025 tentative budget with the public hearing June 4th, 2024.
Motion made by Councilman Marshall.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Cardin. So roll call vote here. Councilman Took.
Yes.
Councilman Cardin.
Yes.
Councilman Euler.
Yes.
Councilwoman Beck.
Yes.
And Councilman Marshall.
Yes.
Item G, the fiscal 2025 tentative budget is approved. Takes us to item 9, and again, that'll be on the city's website coming up tomorrow morning, so please reach out if you have any questions.
I'll move to adjourn.
I was going to say, is it now time to recess for 2
Dave
weeks?
has been waiting.
We've got 9 through 15 on the agenda. 16, because we have closed
Did I
session.
not get a second?
Dave has been
Go
waiting
without a
all
second.
night.
You can try.
I tried.
You can try.
Can't
Fails.
Can't leave Dave hanging.
Fails for lack of a second.
All right.
Wonderful.
We'll move on to David.
Wonderful.
Dave, have you ever waited this long to talk?
I don't think I have, truthfully.
Yeah.
Have you taken a nap over there today?
No naps. No naps. I've gotten caught up on emails tonight, so I don't have to. During department head meeting tomorrow, I can focus on the discussion.
Multitasker.
In department head meeting.
Multitasker.
Mr. Mayor, I appreciate your time. It's late. I'm going to dive right in. Earlier this year, you adopted a policy that describes how we will prepare applications to create public infrastructure districts in Spanish Fork, and that's what we're here to talk about tonight. We've received a couple of applications now. We want to talk about the first one that we'll bring to you in a public hearing 2 weeks from tonight. In fact, Mr. David Hennifer with the Ritchie Group is here. I'll turn some time over to him
Oh, that
in
poor
just
guy.
a minute to, yeah, speaking of being here for a while. He's enjoying it. Tonight, we want to describe what this first public infrastructure district application is about and give you an opportunity to share any thoughts that you might want to at this late hour or anytime between now and, again, the May 21st meeting. After you hold a public hearing on the 21st, and as I understand it at that point in time, you could act to approve the creation of the district. And we're somewhat anxious to get to that point. The council spent quite a bit of time developing the PID policy. We talked about that over the course of a few months. We received some great input, I think, from you as the council. And I really believe this has been thoroughly vetted. This is our first application. Our neighboring communities, both to the north and south, they've created PIDs. Frankly, I think we're being much more deliberate. And I also would say that I think our staff collectively is as well informed on what PIDs can do, both beneficially for communities and what some of the challenges could be for maybe community residents or otherwise if PIDs are created in also certain parts of a city. Public infrastructure district, as you can read there, basically it's just a tool to allow for public financing to be used to pay specifically for public infrastructure. And that only comes into play within a geographically defined area and within some very strict provisions. In this case, the area that we're talking about is, you can see it's essentially adjacent to the airport on either the west or the south side of the runway, depending on how you want to look at it. As is indicated there, it's just over 160 acres. The application that you'll see, I'll talk about in just a minute, would actually allow for the creation of 2 separate districts, both governing property owned by the same property owner, the Ritchie Group. They're referred to as the GLH Industrial Park Public Infrastructure Districts numbers 1 and 2. And do you guys have any questions about that? Just like where we're at, what we're talking about. Incidentally, I think this is maybe a good way to illustrate how important getting public infrastructure to this part of the community really is. Anybody that has been in this part of Spanish Fork, west of the airport, you can just kind of picture what's out there. There's not much. There's not a wastewater lift station. There's not a big storm drain line. There aren't streets, roads, much power, different things like that. That's what this is about. And the parameters that, and rather than parameters, I guess I'll say guardrails. Creating a district, it's creating
in some regards, and I'll let Vaughn or maybe Seth correct me if you see it differently, an autonomous entity with taxing authority. Some things that have kind of freaked us out of staff over the years we've been talking about PIDs. But they're districts that are really limited by way of what they can do. So, for example, funds that are generated with the creation of a PID can only be expended to construct public infrastructure. For example, they can't be used to build a warehouse building. They can be used to construct water lines, sewer lines, streets, power infrastructure, and things like that. And the governing documents, in fact, need to specify exactly what improvements are going to be funded by the district. So in the case of this application, they have detailed out $16 million worth of public infrastructure, a number of different line items. I'm seeing about 22 or 23 that this district, if created, could fund. And the way that works is that, and this is really where the benefit would come to a property owner, the district can borrow, so they could bond for the funds that are needed to pay for the infrastructure. Now, those funds then don't go directly to the district. And to take a minute to talk about what the district is essentially the property owner or the developer. They don't have immediate access to those funds. They are held by a corporate trustee, the bond proceeds are. And the district, the board, or the developer, they get access to those funds after constructing the infrastructure, having the infrastructure inspected to see that it's complete, and having the costs of that infrastructure reviewed by a third-party engineer to make sure that they're in line with what is reasonable. At that point in time, they can requisition those funds from that corporate trustee and have what they need to pay for the infrastructure. So, in my view, those really, really are significant protections that make sure that the funds, and I'll touch on this in a second, which are most likely tax revenues, are being used for the intended purpose of constructing public infrastructure. Now, it's not necessary that a public infrastructure district derive its revenue via an additional property tax, but a district has the authority to do that. So in the case of what's proposed here with, we'll talk about more in a couple of weeks, is an opportunity for the district to impose an additional 5 mils, if they choose to go that high, of property tax on properties within the district, which incidentally, they are the only property owner within the district, as a way to generate revenue to pay debt service on the bond. Now, they're the owner. They're charging that basically to themselves. It seems pretty innocuous. One concern potentially is that ownership changes over time, and we've talked about that quite a bit. But particularly in this case where we're dealing with an industrial development that likely will have very few owners, people will do their due diligence. They will be aware of what that property tax rate is. I think we've become very comfortable as staff with that concept. And I'll let Mr. Hennifer maybe talk to why it's important for them to have this tool available as they're looking to get their project off the ground. And we'd be happy to answer any questions that you have after that.
So third bullet, Dave, they have to get some sort of short-term financing to build it and then get reimbursed with bond proceeds?
That's how I understand that it works. And I'll look to anybody that wants to correct me on that.
So the third bullet says they have to build it. It has to be constructed before they can access the bond proceeds. So they have to go ahead.
I think practically speaking, they probably could put in a request for those funds likely before invoices are due and that sort of a thing. I don't think that there's like just an opportunity maybe to draw on
It's a
a
cash flow
monthly
problem.
basis or
It's
yeah.
more than a bonding.
But
Okay.
I'd welcome Mr. Hennifer's perspective on that as well, or anybody else.
I guess it doesn't have to be fully constructed. That piece of pipe can be in place and they get reimbursed and they build the next piece of pipe. All right. Okay.
Contractors likely going to invoice on a
Okay.
bi-monthly or monthly basis or something
All right.
like that.
That makes sense. Okay. I read the bullet as it has to be fully in place, certified, inspected before they can get reimbursed, which sort of defeats the purpose of bonding in the first place. Yeah. Okay. I'll shut
Mr.
up
Hennifer,
now.
please. Thank you for being here.
I'm just impressed you're all working tonight this late. Dave Hennifer, the Ritchie Group. Ritchie Group's a large Utah developer, been around for 40 years. And I appreciate the opportunity. I'll take 4 minutes or less to tell you the reasons that the PID is critical to the developer right now. From about the time of COVID began till now, like everything else, the construction industry has had huge increases. The shortage of materials has made the price of steel really high. Price of concrete is high, labor is high. So the cost of construction has gone up. Combine that with the financial markets we're in right now, where it's difficult to get any construction debt. That debt is scarce, and when you can obtain it, we have. It comes at very high interest premiums. We'll pay 8 or 9% for construction debt. First building will have a loan on it of $45 million. In spite of those challenges, what we have right now, the city and the developer together, is an opportunity to build this incredible industrial park with modern class industrial buildings of the new technology that will generally be occupied by high-tech companies, distributing with high-tech facilities inside. They bring good-paying jobs. The taxes that they generate are more than you know about. The internal investment in those things create great property. So they're going to support tax rolls and contribute to the economic well-being of this city. The challenge is that we're going to be building in an area that nothing has been built before. So as Dave mentioned, the infrastructure doesn't exist. And so there has to be a tremendous investment in the infrastructure to be able to receive the development that's coming in. The city policies are actually very good at requiring a lot of investment in infrastructure from the developer, and the city is carrying a big load, and the state will have to participate. In our project, we have 164 acres right now. We're about a little less than 10% of the VERC industrial project. Our project, we've planned the whole project, we've bid the whole project. We will be required by city policy to invest $16 million into infrastructure. That's over and above buying the land, building the buildings, spending the money to bring the new businesses to Spanish Fork. In addition to that normal cost, our project will be $16 million by itself. The harsh reality is right now, with all the other factors I mentioned, you can't make a project pencil when you have high costs, high inflation, and then this unique need for infrastructure. The PID solves the problem for us. The PID will absorb just enough of the financial pressure on the developer to make the project work. As I mentioned, we'll invest $16 million in infrastructure. The PID that we are requesting, where the applicant, first one for you to approve, will reimburse us $4.5 million of that $16 million. Won't relieve us from coming up, reaching down deep to invest. We'll have to do that. But that $4.5 million is the difference in making a project that doesn't pencil. And so with the PID, it makes it possible to develop right now in this environment, in this particular situation. As I think you know, the district, when formed, will work this way. We will sell bonds on Wall Street that will be paid back over a 25 to 30-year period. The cost of those bonds will be paid for by the incoming companies that will occupy those specific buildings that we'll build. They'll pay it through a small increase in the taxes on that property. The money, as Dave expressed, all the money that the bonds generate statutorily can only be used for infrastructure. We will spend our own money, not debt, our own cash to build the infrastructure under close managed eye of the city and their inspectors, and all our plans, they have been reviewed. We'll spend the money, and then once the expense has been documented, it's been inspected by the city and third parties and validated, and all the costs, then we'll apply for reimbursement. Without that, it would be very difficult unless the city stepped up and took a lot more of the burden for the cost of infrastructure. It'd be very difficult for a developer to continue to move forward in this environment. And so for that reason, as you can imagine, we heartily encourage the City Council to consider the contribution that the use of the PID district right now will make to add value and to contribute to the development of what's really smart development right now in Spanish Fork. Those are my comments. Appreciate. Do you have anything you'd like to ask me of me that I could be helpful with?
Did you say that the small increment only generates $4.5 million?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It actually, we'll sell bonds that will be
annually, or
you'll sell the bonds and we'll get $7 million actually, but there are set-asides that are required by Wall Street when you buy the bonds. We'll have to set aside 3 years of interest payments on those to make sure the buildings are leased and paying. There's insurance and things like that. So $7 million of bonds nets us a $4.5 million change that can be reimbursed infrastructure.
Okay.
And it helps. It won't cover the infrastructure costs here. It's going to reimburse us about 25%.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's enough to make a difference.
And that $7.5 million bond is paid over the 25 to 30 years.
Yeah.
With the small increase.
By the tenants who occupy those rates, and the mill increase really isn't very much. It's not a game changer for the cost of the tenant coming in. They'll absorb that fine.
But again, important point here that those bond proceeds is not bonding that the city is obligated on. It's our infrastructure that's being put in with that money, but it's not obligating the taxpayer here. Now, there's got to be some quasi underwriting of your tenant and the increased tax rate that they're paying, but it's really based off their ability to repay those bonds over 25 years, not the city's ability to repay those bonds.
No impact on the city at all. In fact, this will surprise you, but their Wall Street bonds are not even secured. They're not even a lien that's placed on the buildings. It is simply a bond that is financed by the future tax revenues. And it's a great mechanism, really, to especially in this situation where this part of Spanish Fork just doesn't have the infrastructure. How would you ever get it if they didn't have this mechanism for both us to farm our PID, your own PID, that it's a great new financing method to help with infrastructure costs for exactly this kind of a situation.
You ask how we'd do it. We'd have to eventually come up with a way to pitch it that us to put the infrastructure in and try to bet on the future of it working for tenants to come in and do it, and then that future tax revenue that would be a burden on us, paying that over a certain amount of time. But this is taking us out of it, putting on you and your tenants. Any questions for Mr. Hennifer?
Mr. Mayor, can I just add to the comments that were made earlier today? I've been involved in this for a very long time, and I've been in most of the major cities in America, New York, Chicago, L.A. I haven't ever had the experience in dealing with the city staff that we've had in this city. You have a special thing here, as you've commented earlier today, but your staff is incredibly good to deal with. They're not easy at all. But the human fabric of the employees, the staff in the city, there is a culture in this city that has to reflect on the city manager and Dave Anderson. There's a culture in the city where everyone is approachable and they will put forth best efforts to try when a barrier comes up to try to solve it their best their thing. You really have a good thing here. My compliments to the chef, whoever, on the goodness of the city of Spanish Fork.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. Any other questions for item A of the public infrastructure district concept?
This will come forward in a public hearing when it comes forward, right? And then that's when we go through the approval process.
2 weeks,
2 weeks.
exactly. Yeah. If anybody has any questions or anything in the meantime, please feel free to reach out, or we'll certainly come as ready as we can be to answer questions that night. I do want to mention that Mr. Hennifer and his group, they've put a lot of effort into getting very close to being ready to break ground on their first building in their first phase, which is a 500,000 square foot building. Second phase, tiny building, 80,000 square feet. They're also very close on that one, to where I would expect in June.
I think in May, if everything goes right. Yeah. I do just want to mention 500,000 square feet. The floor space inside that, I guess, 13 acres.
So, 13 acres under the roof of a 500,000 square foot building. It's the large building at the mouth of Spanish Fork Canyon. That's 1 million. So we're talking about something that's just half the size of that.
I might request that when he does come back, put him at the top, the very first of the agenda. He's already put in his
public hearings
6 hours. So
put in his time. Yeah. It's not lost on us. Your company, your group, thank you for coming to Spanish Fork as well. Thank you for going through this process. It's not lost on us, that investment, what that means to us, and thank you.
Thank you, and back at you.
As Dave said, we're being really deliberate with this. We've never created a PID before, and these are new waters for us. And so we want to make sure that you have the opportunity to hear about it during the next 2 weeks. Think about it, ask questions of staff, be ready for questions of the Ritchie Group and others in next week's meeting. So this is really just a primer on that. Carrying on, though, we have we have the VERC regional PID. So this kind of goes back to the question, I don't know who, either it was Councilman Cardin or Councilman Took asked, how is the VERC capital project fund that we've budgeted $37 million, how is that going to be paid for? And so there are two elements that I want to talk about, continuing on this theme of PIDs. The first is that there will be a VERC regional PID that is created, not the same as the GLH PID that Mr. Hennifer was just talking about. And you would create the GLH PIDs 1 and 2. That's something that you get to create. The Utah Inland Port Authority, it would actually be the entity that would create this regional PID. This regional PID would be created pursuant to the agreement that we have with the Utah Inland Port Authority. We would actually be, or we are the applicant that is asking the Port Authority to create this PID. We haven't identified at this moment the exact parcels that will be inside of the original regional PID layout, but we're at this moment we expect and think it will be land associated with the airport. Where it isn't all that important. It has to be inside of the VERC project area. We want it to be on city-owned land because it's not intended to be funded with property taxes. And so that creates kind of a buffer in thought of this is not going to be a property tax-driven PID. For the GLH PID that was just talked about, right, as you look at this image here, all of those properties are owned by that group. So if they raise the property taxes on themselves, that's their choice, right? And they want to do that. With this regional PID, oops, went the wrong way. With this regional PID, it's not going to start out as a property tax base. It will have the ability to raise property taxes, but it will only be on city property where we don't pay property taxes, right? The board can expand it if they want to. If somebody wants to join the PID for reasons that would be theirs, they can join it. The board would have the ability to approve additional properties to come inside of the PID, and it would be by board action and by property owner consent. Second bullet point there, this is well, I already said that one. Third bullet point, the regional PID will bond for infrastructure costs in the Verk Industrial Park and will use differential to pay it back. Differential is same thing as tax increment. Today, the property tax, not including anything, for example, that the GLH does to increase on themselves, the property tax rate in Spanish Fork, that is from the taxing entities of the city, the school district, the county, mosquito abatement, Central Utah Water, and one other entity, that property rate across all taxing entities, let's say, is 2 mils. I don't know exactly what the number is, but let's say it's 2 mils. But the majority of the property inside of the Verk area is greenbelt, and so the property base, the value base, is relatively little. And so as Mr. Hennifer puts stuff on that project, and he's going to put, what did he say, $45 million in a building, and then a company comes in, they put $100 million worth of equipment or whatever, and that happens over and over again inside of the regional, inside of the whole Verk area that's outlined in this blue line. That raises the property taxes because it raises the value. That creates differential. The base is here. Today's taxable value is here. As all those things come in, the taxable value grows. That difference is called the differential. As you created the Verk Industrial Project area, 70% of that tax flows into this would flow to and be accessible by this regional PID, right, in that differential. So that's what will fund the payments for bonds. If this group will bond, we would then use money. Mr. Hennifer's group would use money too, because there might be some regionalities to the roads and things that they build. They could apply for some of those monies as well. So this is where the money will come from for the projects that we build in Verk and GLH, Sky Park, and other projects that would be inside of here. Something
So,
that, yeah, please.
Why create a PID? It was going to, the increment was coming anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, we were doing Verk before PIDs were a thing. Why create a PID now? What's the benefit?
Yeah, the PID will enable this regional PID to bond for $60 million.
So the PID is going to, the district is going to bond, not the city.
Correct.
That's the benefit.
Yeah, and they're going to bond for $60 million. The differential is going to come in at $1 million next year, and $1.5 million the year after that, and $3 million the year after that. And that's what will pay back that bond. But
Well,
it will give us.
it would have paid that back anyway. The only difference then is
we're not carrying the loan.
The loan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. We don't want to carry that loan.
Because PIDs are now on the table, that's an option.
Yep.
A year ago or a year and a half ago when we created Verk, we were going to bond, an increment was
The
going to,
RDA was looking at bonding.
RDA was
yeah.
going to bond.
Yeah, the RDA, which is us, was looking to do some kind of a bond.
Okay.
And it would have been the backstop
Mm-hmm.
for that. And if the development didn't happen, the RDA would have to come up with that money or foreclose. And that is us. And we do want that arm's length from that.
Okay.
So when the city asks UEPA to create this PID, we'll put in guardrails, one of which will be that, well, I'll tell you that in a second. One of which will be we want to have membership. A 5-member board is what we think they should have. To start out, we are suggesting that the city have 2 board members. And that can be one of you and one of staff. It can be 2 staff. We don't care. But we think the city should have 2 members on that board. We think that UEPA should have 2 members on that board. But long term, we don't think that the city or UEPA should stay in on that board. While we're brand new to this and it has access to that differential, we think for everybody's comfort's sake, let's have the city involved, but let's have it be a sunset of a couple of years. The reason for that is as soon as we can establish that it's functioning, it's working exactly how we want, we don't need to be in there. Let it be run by the developers. We put the guardrails, UEPA puts the guardrails that this is all that they can do. And we're comfortable that it's functioning the way it needs to be, and the sunset is there. This is something we've discussed at length with our bond counsel. His initial suggestion is that we not be on the board at all. But if you're going to be on the board, this idea of having a sunset after a few years is a great idea that gives you the ability to ensure that administratively it's functioning how you want, and then you kind of back off.
So once it transitions,
Yeah.
do the board members need to come from area within the PID?
Yeah, and so that's why you'd see groups needing to join, and the board could bring them on. So you'd have state law allows for this kind of a PID to not be contiguous, so you can have kind of parcels here and there, and if somebody wants to be on the board, they would just need to have their property be brought into the PID, and then they could be on the board. And then at that future date, if they wanted to use bonding authority or bonding ability, they could, and they would just assess a mill levy on themselves. But that isn't how it's starting, and they would decide to do that on themselves, not on anybody else. Okay. This is kind of step number one. Regional PID, we're the applicant. UEPA would create it. As staff, we're comfortable with having 2 board members, city, 2 board members, UEPA, 1 from the developer, and that it phase out. Any feedback from you? Don't like it? Love it? Somewhere in between?
Wrapping my head around it.
Yeah, I totally understand that. Mr. Larson says that if the bond, if we were to default, if the Verk Industrial PID were to default, if we're on the board, there is reason that somebody might come after us. It's not our bond, it's not our money, but they could still try to come after us. There is historical evidence that something like this has occurred in other places, and the New York bondholders came after those entities that were on the board. They eventually lost, and the New York bondholders, right, the protection, that arm's length existed, but from his advice, it's if you can keep your arm's length, keep your arm's length, but it's not your debt, so it's okay. So his advice is, first and foremost, is always extra conservative, and so that's why his first advice is don't be on the board. But if you want to have some hand in its initial operations and functionality, then this would solve that.
But if we weren't on the board, what piece of land would we use, or would we have to wait for them to other entities to join?
I think we'd still offer up the airport land.
Gotcha. Yeah. So who would sit on the board out if we were still suggesting a 5-member board?
Yeah,
if we weren't on that board,
we'd have to recruit.
Okay.
Yeah. Interestingly, if we have a majority share on the board, there is good reason to think the debt needs to be on our books. And so you don't want to have that majority share. UEPA doesn't want it, we don't want it. So,
yeah. Is this on 2 weeks as well?
No, this is something that UEPA will consider in June.
Okay.
And then we don't have a role other than the application,
Gotcha.
which we're working on right now. I think this component's the last element for us in terms of board members.
That arm's length seems prudent in, if there's case law around it or something that somebody's lost, but if we can avoid spending the money in litigation to remind that we're off, why not just be off? If the guardrails are in place, if you don't know. Yeah.
Yes. It would be nice to avoid those litigation costs, but ultimately I think we would prevail. But we would give up that control initially, and the head start we would give the PID to get going.
Seth, do you know if UEPA is on any other boards for other PIDs with any of their other projects? This would be a first for them.
Sorry. I went this way until the end of your question. Ask it again.
So the Inland Port Authority, they've got multiple project areas throughout the state. Are any of those doing PIDs, and are they sitting on the board for any of those?
Ooh. I think the answer to the first one is yes, they are doing PIDs in other ones. I don't know how they're being made up there.
Okay.
I don't know. It's a great question. Honestly, because it's in that city and in that county, I don't care.
So
I should,
same situation. If they're advised not to as well, then we still have 3 seats to
They are on board with this concept as well. They're not. They have the same reservations as us, and so as we meet every other week with them. This morning being one of those meeting dates, and they're in lockstep with. They like the idea of starting out. They like the idea of backing out. They don't want to have a majority share, and so this is comfortable for them as well.
So basically, both entities are banking on the initial 5 years setting the stage for success.
Yep.
So both entities want to be in so that they can help with that success so we don't find ourselves in default, or the PID does not find itself in default.
Yep.
Right. So
And one thing I would mention is you're probably going to have most of that $60 million spent in those 5 years. So at that point,
in the revenue stream,
at that point, all you're really doing is functioning is to collect the tax revenue and pay the debt
Yeah.
because the construction should be complete.
yeah, I guess the risk is in that first 5 years you can't make a payment. The PID can't make a payment.
Right. So as Mr. Hennifer alluded to in his comments, PID bonding requirements include, I think it's 3, right? 3 years of capitalized interest payments. So that's why his $7 million turns into 4 because a lot of that capacity is lost to the first couple of years of bond payments. If the PID is able to make payments sooner because the growth and development is happening, then you can preserve some of that capacity, right? So it's built in with that structure that it gets the ability to kind of take off.
Yeah. In addition to that, the increment we're talking about in this case is significantly different than the increment that Dave was talking about.
Yep.
He's talking 0.005, and we're talking 70% of the change.
Existing.
Yeah. So
of an area that is
huge.
2,000 acres, not 100.
So the risk of not having that first 5 years of payment is pretty low.
No development.
And so you're trading that low risk to a little more hands-on control. So
if this was the 4th one or the 6th one or
Yeah.
even maybe the 2nd one, I'd probably have a different take, right? But I've never done this before, and neither of you, and so I'm guessing that we're probably of the same kind. Like
the alternative is not to do a PID and is to do the traditional way and
own the debt.
Yeah,
and I don't like that either. Yeah.
Done it before.
But on something that we control the outcome. I don't control the outcome. As much as Mr. Hennifer,
we're going to invest $60 million and maybe no one shows up.
Exactly. As much as I know he wants to build today, I can't force him to build, and he may come back and say, "Sorry, we're taking our money to Wyoming."
Yep.
And there's nothing.
Interest rate goes to 12, and they're like, "Nice."
Yeah.
And we're stuck with some pretty roads and some amazing sewers.
Yep. It will lift
Things you
to
can't
nowhere.
see.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the initial part of it. But this is going to be created in July at the very latest, but very likely in June. And then they're going to start a process to underwrite some bonds, and they won't have access to actual money until the fall of 2025. But there are actual dollars being spent and needing to be spent in this construction season right now. So we have been working with the Inland Port Authority to create something new for them. And this is a great stretch by the port, and one of the reasons why we wanted to lock arms with them rather than do it through an RDA. The port has an agency infrastructure bank, AIB loan, that the state has made available to them. Let's say it's $50 million. I think it might be slightly more than that. And right now, that's just sitting there not doing anything. And we said to them, hey, PID's going to be created in the summer, access to bond money in the fall, certainly by December. But we've got
2025
this year.
He did say 25. He meant 24.
Did I say 25?
You
When
did.
did I even say a year? I feel like that was like 3 hours ago. I'm sorry. This calendar year, to be fair though, fiscal year 25. That's probably what I was thinking, right?
Maybe.
So right now, for example, we have purchased some land for right-of-way and for easements, roads and easements for power corridors. We've purchased that, $2 million, another $1 million coming soon. That's money spent. And if we don't have access to some VERC money, then we're going to be spending our dollars until that PID is funded. So what I put on your desks is as a document. Again, tonight's a discussion. This is a presentation of something that I talked about with some of you, but haven't talked about with all of you, and certainly not in this setting. This is a contract that they have to make available funds from the AIB, and that would be a short-term loan from, let's say, funds available in June to repaid sometime inside of fiscal year 25. We anticipate that it would be paid back probably by December. In fact, the first is what I was going to say earlier. The first act of the regional PID, once it bonds, by the PID creation documents, would be that it pays Spanish Fork City the requisite amount so that we can repay the loan to the inland port. That would be $10 million. Low interest loan, 3.47% interest rate, repayable within 1 year. No repayment penalty. And so the Exhibit A at the very end shows you if we paid it back after 1 month, that's the interest rate, 2 months, and so on. So we know exactly what we would need to pay when we have those funds available to us. It can be used to start significant infrastructure projects right away, land acquisition, sewer lift station, regional drains, storm drains, etc. Why? Differential and PID bonds are not available until the end of this year, but projects are ready to go now. And we don't want to use general fund money for that. The AIB money is sitting there, and if I don't have to put general fund money out, then I don't want to. And we can use those state dollars for this and then repay it with PID dollars
Be
tomorrow.
reimbursed for the interest secured?
Yep.
Thanks.
Yep. And so this would bridge this current fiscal year to next fiscal year, so we don't have to have an impact on our general fund.
This is one of the reasons we went forward with UAPA. What are they called?
UEPA?
UEPA.
Yeah, UEPA. Absolutely.
To access money like this,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
When the criticism came, why would you get in bed with these folks?
Yeah.
We said it's a financing tool. Yep. So the PID is one. This is another one.
Yep, this gives us, again, another arm's length.
Yep.
This stuff is important, and we're all in for it. But if we aren't putting our general fund up against it, then we don't want to. And they have a tool, and it's being made available to us. I think I've explained everything there. What questions do you have? This is a loan. This would be on our books for 6 to 8 months. According to the schedule there, it would be repaid, but it would be repaid with PID dollars. The $10 million and change, whatever the interest rate is that is required, is inside of the budget already proposed for the VERC. It's built inside of those numbers.
That's an important point. What we just went over and said those big numbers attributed to VERC and the sewer treatment plant and the rec center. This is included in the VERC piece of it.
So the expenditures there, this would be on the revenue side, there'd be a $10 million loan.
Yeah, part of
shows up to pay that $37 million.
So in the city's budget, you have a capital project fund budgeting $37 million expenses. $10 million of that would come from this loan,
okay. And
then also the PID reimbursement. Yeah.
This is something that the UEPA, I don't know what their first committee was. We'll call it Finance Committee. Finance Committee heard and approved probably 3 weeks ago. The UEPA board reviewed and approved this concept probably 2 weeks ago. The Legislative Executive Appropriations Committee is involved in these decisions. So it goes to Exec Appropes. And they would review this, I want to say, in 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
May 14th.
Is that what it is?
It says May 14th.
Thank you. So in a week. And they have to approve this. Tonight it's coming to you. You have this document. I want to make sure that you look at paragraph 1, the terms, paragraph 5A, use of funds, paragraph 6, the prepayment clause, and then Exhibit A. I've touched on all of those here, but I think those are the most germane elements of the contract that you want to look at. Certainly read it all, but 1, 5A, 6, and Exhibit A I think are the most important details there. I don't know if you'd say any others, Vaughn, in there, but Yeah, but if exec approves it, then we would have it on your agenda next council meeting to approve as well. That is it for these discussion items. Certainly welcome any other questions on the overall GLH or the GLH PID, the overall VERC PID, or this AIB loan concept.
Just a minor observation, Seth. On the Exhibit A payoff schedule, I believe the last 5 months are 2025. They're just written down as 2024.
Thank you.
Just
We'll look at that with them.
Is this the first time tapping into the port's infrastructure?
For us?
For anybody.
Or anybody? I don't think so, but this is the first time they're doing this kind of a loan. They have targeted this AIB for rail projects, and through our meetings with them, we suggested, look, this money's just sitting there. It's not doing anything. Why? Let's put it to work.
Let us use it while we...
It enables us to hit a construction season sooner, and we'll save money because construction costs next year are always going to be more than they are this year. And as they considered that idea, they said, we like it. And they'll be able to use that money right away to somebody else that eventually has a project that fits that rail type that they want. But in the meantime, they'll earn $200,000 of interest or whatever and do some good. So this was a stretch for them, and we love being creative with
helping them stretch.
Yeah. And like Shane said, this is why we wanted to explore originally the partnership with UWIPA, and they're making good on that opportunity.
Well, they're going to get that money back, but 3.47. If we were on the hook for the 3.47%, that's 0.5% better than what we just signed bonds for revenue bonds.
What was our sales tax bonds were 4.1, 4.08, I think.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is better than that rate.
Yeah. We wouldn't usually typically borrow $10 million, but it's either that or come out of the general fund. And
since this is a discussion item, you don't need any action. Look at that. If you have any questions or concerns between now and next council meeting, please reach out. Because this is a new concept as well, we wanted to give you time to really dig into it if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. Appreciate it. Some big numbers at straight up midnight here in Spanish Fork City, but important numbers to discuss on A and B there.
With no public hearings.
Yeah.
Midnight with no public hearings.
Yeah. That means we talked a lot. That's right. If there's no other further questions on those items, we'll go to number 10, the redevelopment agency meeting. And I'd entertain a motion to go into RDA.
I move to adjourn to RDA.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Cardin, seconded by Councilwoman Beck to go into RDA. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
We're in RDA where we are, what are we called? Chairman? Chair people?
Board members?
We're board members.
I think it's board members.
Yes.
All right. RDA. So,
we'll approve the minutes before. Okay. We're going to go to consent items in the RDA. I'd entertain a motion to approve the consent items.
So moved. Second.
Motion made by Chairman Cardin, seconded by Chairman Euler. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
The consent items are approved.
Mayor Pro Tem just calls them by her last name, and it works really, really well.
Is that right? She doesn't put
She kind of yells it, too.
It's not very
She
formal.
kind of yells at us when we do it.
Does
but
she
it's
call you
fine.
by her first names?
No, she says
Last
Marshall.
It just is less thinking.
Fair enough. Might work. Midnight, it might work. All right. Mr. Hales.
all right. So the Spanish Fork Redevelopment Agency is a separate legal entity, which is why you had to adjourn from City Council meeting, I believe, and come back here. So the agency exists to provide funding sources. That's a theme of the last hour, right? To redevelop distressed or underutilized properties. So there's multiple different RDA project areas within the Spanish Fork RDA. This is a one-slide presentation. These are the different project areas. The North Industrial, Sierra Bonita, Corona, and then we have to set aside 10% of whatever's generated for housing. and then we get an administrative fee for administering the RDA. All right, so the North Industrial area is around the airport, so that $500,000 in this budget is for some infrastructure around the airport. Sierra Bonita, that has to do with the expansion with Young Living. There's some contractual obligations there for their expansion. They get a portion of the tax increment financing back. And then Corona is around the Canyon Creek area. So we had an agreement with Woodbury. That's what those amounts were back in 2023. And now we have an agreement with Target. So there's some contractual obligations there as well that we've budgeted for. So that is the different project areas and their budgets. Questions?
Question for Jordan on the RDA tentative budget 2025. Thank you, Jordan.
Is that math right? Difference.
The budget in this fiscal year is 2.1. It's going down to 1 million, so the budget's decreasing by 1.1.
Total expenses is negative 1.1.
Yeah. Right now, there's 800,000 in that administrative area, and there will be zero next fiscal year. So you have a big decrease in that area.
A big decrease in. I'm adding up the difference column, trying to get to 1.1.
Negative 1.1.
You're talking about the total expenses, 1.1?
Yeah, so 1.3 plus 70 plus.
Well, that 1.3 is a negative.
Negative 1.3 plus 70 plus 138 plus negative 800.
Between the two negatives.
I wonder if we have some formulas that are broken there.
Negative 1.1. So it's late.
You must do this. You must do this for a living.
And it's late.
Yeah, those numbers are wrong because those green numbers don't add up to 2.1, do they? We will double check the numbers.
Thank you.
Tomorrow, which is today.
Later today, you'll double check that.
Thanks,
During department head meeting, that's what Jordan will be doing.
Yeah. Other questions besides? You're good. I'm glad you caught it.
If we move to approve this, what are we approving the blue column? The blue column was correct. The difference is
Yes. Yeah, the blue column is.
The budget is $1,440,000.
You're approving really what's in the document that is in the agenda, not necessarily a presentation.
Yeah, this is a summary page. There's a detailed breakdown of each project area. There's a page for each of those in the budget document.
The original budget document.
Yeah, it's in the original. It's just a page out.
Okay, thank you.
But I think those.
So I think that flow of the formulas from those different project areas to the summary tab has got something wrong with it, or just the sum at the bottom maybe does.
Looks like the difference should be a negative 1.939, not 1.124.
Okay.
The total, the 1,040,000, that's accurate.
Correct. It's the green total. Column is off.
Okay. If there's no other questions for Jordan on that, I'd entertain a motion on the 2025 RDA fiscal tentative budget.
I move to approve the RDA fiscal year 2025 tentative budget with a public hearing set for June 4th.
Motion made by Euler.
Second.
Seconded by Marshall. It's a roll call vote. Marshall.
Yes.
Beck.
Yes.
Euler.
Yes.
Carden.
Yes.
And Tuck.
Yes.
Okay.
How easy that is?
Jeez, that feels great.
You need to do it with a little bit more anger in your voice.
I guess, yes. I would entertain a motion to go into the local building authority.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Carden, seconded by Beck. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
We're in the LBA. I'd entertain a motion for consent items.
So moved.
Motion made by Marshall, Seconded by Euler. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Consent items are approved. Now we have the LBA 2025 tentative budget. Mr. Hales.
Just blaze through that.
That worked.
So this is once again a separate legal entity from the city. Local Building Authority deals with buildings. So this fund builds buildings, and then it pays the debt for the cost of constructing the buildings. So you can see two rows, one for the cost of construction for Library Hall over 4 fiscal years there, 21, 22, 23, and 24. And then the cost of building the new SFCN headquarters over last fiscal year and this current fiscal year. You'll notice that both those rows are zero next fiscal year, so hopefully no construction next fiscal year. This fund also pays the debt, so the principal row and the interest row. Those add up to about $1.94 million, and that is the amount that the LBA is leasing these buildings to the city for. So that lease revenue from the city comes into the LBA, and then it flows from the LBA to pay the debt. Yeah. So pretty straightforward. And yeah, grand opening Thursday at 1 for the new SFCN headquarters. Free internet given away for 17
lucky people.
Yep.
Yep, I like it.
Questions on this, though?
Any questions for Jordan on this?
Nope.
Okay. Thank you, Jordan. I would entertain a motion to adopt the LBA fiscal year 2025 tentative budget and set a public hearing date.
I move to approve the LBA fiscal year 2025 tentative budget with a public hearing date of June 4th, 2024.
Second.
Motion made by Marshall, seconded by Beck. Roll call vote. Councilman Cardin, Cardin.
Yes.
Took.
Yes.
Marshall.
Yes.
Beck.
Yes.
And Euler.
Yes.
Okay.
Killing you.
Oh, boy, it's
I move to adjourn from LBA and go back into City Council.
Second.
motion made by Cardin, seconded by Marshall. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
We're back in council meeting where I say councilmen and councilwomen.
I move to
Anything else?
adjourn.
I move to adjourn to closed
Not to
session
closed
to
session, just
discuss
to
the
adjourn.
purchase.
I'm going to move to adjourn. If someone wants a second, that's great. If you want to go into closed session, we'll debate the issue.
Entertain a motion, or I'd entertain
Let's get it over with.
Because next time will just be longer. This is
Yeah, but I won't be here.
Let's just do it tonight.
Yeah.
I move to adjourn to closed session to discuss the purchase, exchange, or lease of real property, including any form of water right or water shares.
Councilman Marshall's motion dies for lack of a second. Councilman Cardin has made a motion to go into closed session to discuss pertinent business. It's been seconded by Councilman Took. All in favor to adjourn to closed session, say yes.
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 Thank you.
No.
We are done. Let the record reflect 4-1.